Make this the best Halloween ever by pre-ordering my 2 brand new books coming out soon. The first is Phantom Phenomena, a hand-picked collection of the all-time scariest stories I've ever received, accompanied by atmospheric illustrations and field notes. Then there's Appalachian Folklore, an extraordinary catalog of the chilling history, creepy folklore, and rich culture of the Appalachians. These release October 15th and 8th, respectively. Pre-order now on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. But hurry, because the first 100 pre-orders to verify via the link in the description or at eeriecast.com/verify will receive an exclusive hoodie and hardcover copy of Lore, a folklore horror novel. Yo, Darkness here. I'm currently out of commission with a nasty little thumbnail infection. While I'm away, enjoy this absolutely massive Night Shift Scary Stories compilation. Because why work during the day when you can be scared of the dark and get paid? Enjoy! If you have a scary work story, send it to me at eeriecast.com/submit. Now then, these are tales from the break room. Once upon a time in retail. From That EDM Girl. This is an experience I had while working retail in the 2010s. I was in my early 20s, and I'd found a great adult job working for a cellular provider store. I won't name the company, but just think of the color blue, and I'm sure you can piece it together. Being a petite 5'1", 100-pound girl makes me quite small, and often mistaken for being younger than I actually was. Luckily, store policy required no less than 2 people to close the store if you ended up on a closing shift. The closing shifts at this particular store went until 9, so more often than not, you'd be on your way home nearing 10 or later if a special customer came in needing a quick upgrade. Upgrades at the time were never quick, requiring transferring data from one device to another. Keep in mind this was 2010, so most folks were just starting to transition into their first smartphone. This would take a while, as we had to provide basics on how to even use the new device. I can remember one closing shift with a colleague. It was a particularly dead night. Whenever this happened, we tried our best to complete closing duties earlier, like vacuuming the store, cleaning the tables and counters, and anything else we could do beforehand. My colleague, Scott, was busy cleaning the counter, and I was watching the door in case a customer came in. A customer did walk in at 8:50 p.m., 10 minutes before we closed for the night. Great, I thought. Another quick upgrade, right before locking the front door. What a joy. But externally, I said, "Hey, welcome to Blue. How can we help you tonight?" "I need help," said an older man sporting a thick coat and hat. This was suspicious. It was still 80 degrees in September in Florida. Definitely not attire you'd wear comfortably. "Yeah, sure, we can help. What do you need assistance with?" I asked, trying to not let my friendly, helpful demeanor crack into irritated and suspicious screams internally. "Well," started the man, jamming his hand into his coat. Thinking he was going to pull out a phone, I sighed, knowing I was about to have to help him with his situation. "This phone isn't working right," he said, grabbing the device and shoving it inches from my face. "Oh, what's wrong with it?" I asked, taking a step back. "It won't let me send pictures," he said, stepping forward again, invading my space. "Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Can you show me what happens when you try to send a picture?" I asked, taking another step back. At this point, my colleague had directed his attention to our interaction, cocking his head a bit to signal to the man that he wasn't alone with me in the building. The man huffed. Can't you just show me why it's not working?" His attitude changed from odd to mildly annoyed when he noticed my coworker's subtle movements. "I'm happy to help, but can you show me what's going on exactly?" I asked again. "Well, it's late. I'm sure you want to get home. What time do you open tomorrow?" He changed his demeanor again. We open at 9 a.m., I smiled. Will you be here? We will be here, I said cheerfully. No, will you be here? He asked, taking his phone and putting it back into his pocket. I'll be in at 11, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Ah, good. I'll see you then, he said, turning around and heading for the door. After the man got into his car, my coworker and I discussed his odd behavior and closed up shop. We finished our closing duties and walked out together after he set the alarm. Hey, Kay, he said to me after locking the door. Yeah? Be sure to let the manager know if that guy does come in tomorrow. He seemed really off. I smiled. It'll be fine. Good night, Scott. I'll see you tomorrow. I got into my car and headed home. As you can gather from me writing this, it wasn't fine the next day, or even in the weeks after, for that matter. My shift the following day started busy, as was typical for that time of day with more traffic. People coming in on their lunch breaks, people needing to pay their phone bills. You get the picture. As I clocked in, a coworker approached me. We'll call her Heather. Hey, you got a customer needing a call back, she told me, handing me a sticky note. We did this to maintain rapport with customers and encourage repeat business, since most of the money we made was commissions. Ah, okay, thanks. I'll get to this after we deal with the madness out there. I laughed, pointing out to the sales floor. Heather chuckled, heading out as I glanced at the sticky note. It said, bin, and had a number written on it. Ben, I thought, as I hadn't worked recently with any customers named Ben. No matter, I shoved the sticky note in my pocket and headed out. The next few hours went smoothly, helping one customer with emails, helping another add a line to their account. Nothing out of the ordinary. We eventually slowed down in the mid-afternoon when I heard a voice behind me. Hey, Kay, Ben is here to see you. It was Heather. I had just finished up with another customer. Okay, tell him I'll be just a moment. I smiled over my shoulder. Heather nodded and walked to the front door. I finished with my current customer after a few more minutes and headed over to Ben. Hey, sorry, Ben, how can I... Looking up, it was the same man who had come in 10 minutes before closing the night before. I still can't send the picture. He looked annoyed. Why didn't you call me? He stepped forward. Oh, I'm sorry. We were pretty slammed all afternoon. This is the first time we've slowed down. Let me help you over here. I gestured to the counter. His look soured. Can you please just fix this? He handed me his Motorola Razr. What picture did you want to send? Let's see what happens, I said, taking the phone. This one. He pulled up a picture of a nude woman in bondage and a gag. I felt my cheeks flush a little red as he pointed out the picture. Okay, so you, click on this. Now, who do you want to send this to? I asked, trying to remain composed. Jimmy. I want to send this to my friend Jimmy, he stated, matter-of-factly. Okay, so we have to scroll down to your contacts to the J's, I said, still assisting him. You know, you remind me of a model. Have you ever modeled? He asked. Nope, I'm not a model. Okay, found him, I said, trying to change the subject. Now you just tap send. Did you want to send him a text as well? I asked, hovering my finger over the button. No, he'll get what I mean. He winked at me. This was getting uncomfortable. Okay, it's sent, I smiled, looking up from the phone at him. He just nodded, smiling. Ah, there it goes. Thank you, young lady. His smile seemed eerie in the moment. No problem. Anything else I can help you with? I asked, inching away. Yes, I think there may be, he responded. I held my breath, anticipating what would likely come out of his mouth next. Your number, in case I need you again. He winked once more. It was common for customers to ask for my number, whether for professional reasons or personal relationship reasons. Luckily, the company provided a phone for this very reason, instead of using my personal one. Sure, here's my business card. I handed him my card. My number's right here. I underlined the business number and handed it to him. Ah, thank you, sweetheart. You've been a doll. He put the card in his pocket and headed for the door. I sighed in relief that he was out of my hair. For now. The next day I was working with Scott again and filled him in on Ben from the other night and what happened yesterday, since Scott had asked upon clocking in. A few hours into my shift, I got a text. See you later. I shrugged it off since I often got messages like that on my work phone. Sure enough, around early evening, Ben walked in. Why, hello, Kay. I need some help again. He smiled, coming through the door. Hey, I smiled. Scott looked over at me through his customer, giving me an I'm here if you need me nod. What can I help you with today? I asked. Well, he jammed his hands, grabbing his razor again. It seems I can't take pictures. He handed me the phone again. That's odd. I took it and opened the camera. Yes, it's the darndest thing, he smiled. I was able to access the camera options just fine. Ben, it seems to be working today. Here, take a look. I handed the phone back to him and demonstrated it was operational. Ah, well, look at that, he smiled. You know, I'm a photographer. I could always take pictures of you if you like. He continued to grin, doing something on his phone. Here, some of my work. The picture showed yet another nude woman. Oh, that's... I struggled to find words. Oh yeah, she's a model, you know. He winked at me again. Oh, and this one. He scrolled through, showing me yet another nude blonde woman. I just nodded, my smile fading to a straight line. Well, that's something, Ben, I managed. Think about it. He then walked out the door. At that point, I didn't know what to do. The next week was a blur of Ben texting my business line and randomly showing up at the store with bogus issues, ranging from how to turn his phone off to adding a contact to showing me more model pictures. Finally, my manager had to get involved after asking why he kept coming in. I explained what was happening, that I didn't want the store getting a bad reputation for customer service, so I've been putting up with it. She nodded and told me, Don't worry, Kay, next time he comes in about a problem, let me know. I'll take care of it. I thanked her and finished my shift. 2 days later, Ben came in again. At this point, it had been going on for weeks. Luckily, my manager was working. I went to the back to inform her that Ben had arrived. Okay, Kay, I'll be right there, she told me. Just stay in the back. Let me handle him. I nodded and she headed out. I watched the security camera screen as my manager greeted Ben, asking how she could help. He abruptly asked where I was, insisting he knew I was here and that he knew what was going on. My manager explained any of us could assist him, but Ben wasn't having it. He began to yell and stomp around, demanding to speak to the manager and me about his issue. She warned him his behavior was alarming, and he'd have to leave if he didn't stop. He stood there for a moment, unsure what to do. I listened closely. I'll blow this whole place up. Don't think I won't," he raged. Thankfully, Scott was already on the phone with the police. Ben threw his phone and trashed the place, hurling phone cases, chargers, and accessories around while demanding to speak to me. Soon enough, the cops arrived and escorted Ben out without incident. He tried telling officers we had stolen his phone and were being unreasonable. We all had to fill out tedious incident reports after. When the police left, we found Ben's phone. Scott had to call them back to collect it as evidence. Scott took a quick look. Scott apparently found hundreds of photos of nude girls and women on it. I didn't look. Scott described what he saw. Days later, police interviewed me, asking if I was among the hundreds of female photos on Ben's phone. I assured them the only place I'd seen Ben was at work. They thanked me and said they'd open up an investigation beyond his violent store visit. I never knew for sure, but rumor was those phone photos were all victims of assault by Ben. Looking up past and present criminal suspects, as you can in our state, it turns out Ben was a convicted offender. I'll never forget Ben's disturbing rage and creepiness. It stuck with me throughout my retail career. Over a decade has passed since the incident. I'm grateful every day for the supportive coworkers and manager I had back then. Without them, who knows how long Ben's harassment would have continued or even escalated. Like so many other stories out there, the moral seems to be, trust your gut, and if possible, confide in others who can help if needed. It's always better to risk overreacting than wonder, what if? Drooling Deer, from Trenchcoat Badger. This story contains descriptions of animal illness, injury, and death. I work 3 jobs, 2 being remote at the time. The remote work means I'm often in town to use reliable internet at a local store, since I've got bad cell service and no Wi-Fi at home. It's a quiet parking lot the store's management allows me to work in. Even after the sun goes down, it's a safe enough looking place, what with it always being well lit and having good surveillance cameras. This is important because most of my colleagues are in different time zones, and collaboration means late nights or early mornings for some of us. A few nights ago, I was on a call for my remote job, letting my car warm up for the last few minutes of the meeting. It was just starting to get cold, being late September. I suddenly noticed movement at the edge of the parking lot, and there was a deer weaving between parked cars. Immediately, red flags started going off in my mind. I grew up in a family of hunters, and I myself have hunted in the past to put food on the table for myself and my family. That said, I'm deeply familiar with normal whitetail and mule deer behavior. This deer, a whitetail doe, was shaking, drooling, staggering and looping circles. 1 circle, 2, 3, on and on. She moved in tight circles with unsteady steps, her head cocked off to the side. She looked pained, unnatural. "Badger? You listening, Badger?" my supervisor asked. I'd been so absorbed watching the deer that I'd entirely tuned out her voice. "I need to call you back." Is everything okay?" another colleague asked. This team and I had been working together for a few years now, but they had yet to hear me sound as serious as I did in that moment. "It's okay, I'll call you guys right back," I repeated before hanging up. I watched the doe for another few seconds as I dialed. She was closer to my car now, but still a safe enough distance away, about 30 feet, though I felt that was still too close for comfort. Then she stumbled, thrashing on the ground. I was calling the sheriff's office directly, watching with a sinking feeling. The deer was just drooling so much, but she looked gaunt, like she hadn't eaten or drank in a week. I could see drool, so much drool. I listened to the call ring before someone answered. "County Sheriff's Office," came a tired voice. I gave the address calmly. "I think we need animal control at the west end of the parking lot. There's a deer seizing on the ground over here, just running in circles. It just went down." There was silence for a moment. "Are you in a vehicle?" "Yes, I'm staying inside of it." "Good. We're sending someone out right now. Is the animal still in your sight?" The once tired voice sounded wide awake now, alert, even alarmed. The deer was still flailing about, having thrashed itself a few feet from where it had fallen. I could hear the hooves clattering against the asphalt and concrete base of a light pole as it kicked about. "Yes, I plan to keep an eye on it until they arrive." "Did the animal appear unsteady?" I recalled the circling, the odd cock of the doe's head, the unsteady steps, and I relayed everything down to the drool. "I see. Does the animal have any other injuries that you can see?" Crack. I winced and gagged at the sound as the doe thrashed her leg too hard against the light pole. I heard the crack through my window, which itself was open just a crack. I averted my gaze to the asphalt beneath the animal to avoid the gut-wrenching sight of the broken leg flopping around. I'm an animal lover, so knowing the animal wouldn't survive the night hit me hard in the gut. In an ideal world, I thought, she could be nursed back to health. But this world is not ideal. It's all cold equations and harsh reality. The humane thing will have to be done in the end. She would have to be euthanized. "Ma'am?" the operator coaxed. "Sorry," I croaked, clearing my throat. "She wasn't, but she just broke a leg. She's still thrashing, and it's just kind of..." I shuddered at the sound replaying in my head, bile rising in my throat as I took a deep breath at the guidance of the voice on the phone. I've had friends and dogs with epilepsy over the years, so the seizure didn't bother me as much as it may have, but that doesn't mean it's any less disturbing to see one. I saw flashing lights, red and blue. They were coming down the highway, turning in without sirens. I flashed my own lights at the officer before hanging up after confirming I saw him park by the right vehicle. Before parking near my car, he had driven a slow, deliberate circle around the thrashing deer. Then he rolled down his window to talk to me. I recognized him, a regular at the restaurant nearby. He'd been mentoring a friend of mine who was working to become an officer herself. I was glad she wasn't with him tonight. "You're looking pale, Badger," he began. I gave a dry, shaking laugh. Can you really blame me? I tilted my head towards the poor creature. He gave a heavy sigh. Light rain began to fall just then, though that wasn't what made my blood run cold. It was what he said next. "No, I really can't. You made a good call tonight. There have been 3 confirmed rabies cases in the area." He looked over to the deer. "Looks like this is number 4. I learned after he took my report and euthanized the animal there in the lot that rabies doesn't always look like foaming at the mouth. I did get some heat from my supervisor for leaving the call early, but there was fast understanding when I submitted the police report to verify my claim. The deer was, in fact, confirmed rabid a few days later by a local vet. A dog bite was found on one of her back legs. Such a scary thought that I was that close to something with an incurable disease, a disease which causes a slow and painful death. Keep your animals up on their shots. Stay away from animals that are acting strange. Rabies doesn't care if an animal is out in the middle of nowhere, in your suburban backyard, or near the heart of a bustling city. After Hours Detail from G. Swain. It's been 3 years now since that night at the shop. I had been running my own mobile auto detailing business for extra income, alongside my 9-to-5 office job. But after what went down at the shop late one evening, I've been more wary than ever about this job. I'd set up a bit of an arrangement with an auto mechanic friend named Otto who let me use one of his garage bays after hours to do interior detailing jobs. It gave me access to water, electricity, and space to thoroughly clean the insides of people's cars when they dropped them off. Usually, I would come right after my day job, around 6 or 7 p.m., and I could knock out 1 or 2 vehicles before closing up around midnight. Otto was always gone by the time I arrived, but he knew my routine. I soon became comfortable staying all alone late into the night to get my detailing work done. One night, I got an SUV dropped off late in the day that the owner needed back by morning. It was absolutely filthy inside, with trash strewn about and all manner of sticky grime ground into the carpets and upholstery. I knew this job would take me past midnight, even if I hustled. Sure enough, I was still hard at work long after 11 p.m. Around midnight, I finally got the carpets shampooed, and I moved on to vacuuming and wiping down all the vinyl and leather. I was determined to get this thing showroom ready before I left. Around 12:30, as I was scrubbing away at a particularly tough stain on the back seat, I suddenly heard the side door to the shop open. I froze. No one except Otto had keys, and he never came in this late. The other bays were dark, so I assumed whoever it was would see me and my work lights on and leave. Except I soon heard footsteps approaching my bay. I wasn't too worried at first, figuring maybe Otto forgot something. But as the figure stepped into the open bay door, the first thing I noticed was it definitely was not my mechanic friend. This was a man I'd never seen before. Tall and bulky, with messy hair sticking out from under a baseball cap. He looked surprised when he saw me, quickly hiding something behind his back. The situation instantly put me on high alert. I tried not to seem nervous and spoke up. Can I help you with something? Shop's closed after 6. The man cleared his throat and, slurring his words a bit, asked if Otto was there. I replied, reiterating that the shop had closed at 6. He lingered another moment, swaying slightly and glancing around my work area. Finally, he stepped back, muttering apologies. As he turned, the hallway light glinted off what looked like a screwdriver handle sticking out of his back pocket. My pulse quickened, but I kept my voice steady as I told him to have a good night. He shuffled off toward the front door. I could no longer see him from there, but I listened intently, hearing it open and close again. Only after I was sure he was gone did I let out a breath that I'd been holding in. Who was that guy? What was he doing sneaking into a closed shop past midnight? The encounter left me really unsettled. I debated calling the police, but technically the man had not done anything illegal, except maybe trespassing. Plus, I had zero desire to try and explain the whole after-hours garage situation. In the end, I decided to just hurry up and finish my work. About 10 minutes later, I was heading over to the mini fridge we had to grab a bottle of water. The moment I opened up the little fridge door, someone burst out of the storage room behind me. Before I could react, they grabbed me, putting me into a chokehold. The next thing I knew, something cold and metal was pressed against my throat. I struggled hard to break free as this man growled at me, telling me to be quiet and to do what he said. My mind raced, thinking he was either going to rob me or worse. For just a second, his grip loosened, so I stomped as hard as I could on his foot and twisted away. He let go of me, and I saw for sure then that that was the same man who had walked in earlier, and what he had pressed to my throat was that screwdriver. I tried to run for the exit, but he tackled me from behind. The two of us crashed into a tool cabinet, tools spilling everywhere. As I flailed about, trying to push him off, my hand landed on a wrench. I gripped it tight, and I swung it at him with all my might, knocking it against his temple. He cried out, rolling off of me. I scrambled up, stumbling for the hallway. My only thought was getting outside, where I could hopefully flag down some help. Suddenly I heard his heavy footsteps behind me again. He didn't stay down long. I burst through the side door out into the parking lot. The area was deserted. Most businesses on the block closed for the night. I ran to the middle of the lot, scanning desperately around for any sign of people. The man followed me out, one hand pressed to his bleeding head wound. Seeing that I had nowhere to go, he snarled and started stalking towards me again, raising that screwdriver. Just then, a truck pulled into the lot, its headlights blinding the man. I waved my arms wildly, shouting for help. The truck driver got out, startled by the chaotic scene. When the man tried to go for me again, the driver tackled him to the ground, holding him down until police arrived. I then went over to help. I think that driver saved my life that night. I explained everything to Otto, and even he wasn't sure who this man was. There's something terrifying in not knowing why someone wanted to harm you. Luckily, this did convince Otto to install some security cameras around the building. I still do my detail work there, but these days I prefer not to stay too long. Late night at the office. From Ryan. I've always been the type to stay late at the office, but one particular night forever changed my perspective on work. It was a stormy evening, rain pelting against the windows, as I hunched over my desk, trying to meet an impossible deadline. The rest of the office had long emptied out, leaving me alone with the relentless ticking of the clock and the flickering fluorescent lights. As I typed away, the overhead lights began to sputter erratically. I muttered a few choice words under my breath and tried to ignore it. But then I heard it, the soft, muffled sound of footsteps. I froze, as I was previously convinced I was alone in the building. I strained my ears, trying to discern the source of the noise. It seemed to be coming from the corridor just outside my office. My heart pounded in my chest as the footsteps drew nearer, each step slow and deliberate. Fear knotted in my stomach as I realized there was no logical reason for anyone to be here at this hour. I hesitated for a moment, debating whether to investigate or stay hidden. Curiosity, or perhaps sheer stupidity, got the better of me. I grabbed a heavy stapler from my desk, clutching it like a makeshift weapon. I then cautiously made my way to the door. The corridor was eerily silent now, the footsteps having ceased. I inched forward, my heart still pounding, and I peered out into the dimly lit hallway. No one was there, but the air felt charged with some unnatural energy. I could feel eyes on me, though I couldn't see anyone. With trembling hands, I stepped further into the corridor, the darkness seeming to close in around me. And then I saw it. A flicker of movement at the far end of the hallway. A shadow-like figure emerged from the darkness, its face obscured. My breath caught in my throat as I raised the stapler defensively. Who's there? I stammered, my voice quivering. The figure didn't respond. It simply advanced, its movements unnaturally fluid. Panic surged through me as I turned to retreat, but it was too late. Another figure had appeared behind me, trapping me in that corridor. I was surrounded, helpless, as these two shadowy figures closed in on me. Their presence was suffocating, intentions unknown. I squeezed my eyes shut, my mind racing with terror. Suddenly, the lights overhead flickered, then blazed to life, revealing a now empty corridor. The figures were gone, leaving me shaken and disoriented. I stumbled back to my office, grabbing my belongings and fleeing the office building. To this day, I can't explain what happened that night. All I know is that I'll never stay late at work again if I can avoid doing so. and I'll forever be haunted by the memory of those sinister, uninvited guests in the office corridor. What even were they? Sawmill Horror, from Gabriel P. After a week of being cooped up in an office, doing nothing but staring at a screen and typing away from 9 to 5, it's natural for people to want to relax and forget about their monotonous, miserable jobs. Some go out to party with friends. Some stay at home and sleep through the whole week. Some seek solace in the great outdoors. I'm no different. After a long week of work, I would almost always go to my sawmill to relax. I inherited the sawmill from my dad, but it was originally built and used by my grandfather. After he passed, he left it to my dad, who tried to make money off of it, and started a small business, which didn't really go anywhere, so he had to close it down soon after. Since he didn't want to take care of it, he gave it to me. It was pretty small and it didn't have any big fancy machines in there, but it held a special place in my heart. I remember how I'd always watch my granddad work on some of his projects, how I would always pester him about every little thing he did. This sawmill was located pretty much in the middle of nowhere, in a small clearing surrounded by thick woods. The only way to get there was by following a winding dirt road for about 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how fast you drove. Now, it's not like I wasn't doing anything while I was there. At first, I just messed around with all the different machines. But with time, I began to learn how to properly use them, so I put myself to work. First, I cut 2x4s all day, then I tried making more complex stuff. Of course, it wasn't anything special at first, and the majority of the things I tried to make failed miserably. But with time, I got the hang of things, and started to produce stuff that was at least serviceable. One time at work, we were talking about something. I can't remember exactly what. But I think it had something to do with what we would be doing that weekend, because I mentioned my new woodworking hobby. My coworkers were interested, so I started boasting about how I sometimes made furniture and all kinds of things in my sawmill. After that, I slowly started getting requests from people to make them things. It was mostly basic stuff, like a nightstand or a small shelf, things like that. It began with just a couple of coworkers who I was close to, but then it spread to the rest of the office, and even to their friends and family. And so my weekend woodworking projects that had initially been a solitary escape had transformed into a side business of sorts. I didn't mind making stuff for them, especially because everyone that wanted something offered to pay. But to be honest, I would have probably made it for free if they asked. It doesn't cost me much, and it's something I really love doing. I'm not gonna lie, the first few projects I finished were rough, but bit by bit, I was getting better and better. And I got to the point where I was actually proud of the stuff I was making. One day, as I wrapped up my work at the office and was about to go home, I got a call from one of my close friends named Matt. Matt asked me if I could make him a table for his newly renovated front porch. I, of course, happily accepted the job, and I said I could start working on it that weekend. When Friday was finally over, I went home, got something to eat, changed into my normal clothes, and started driving to the sawmill. After 20 minutes, I finally arrived. Every time I go there, the first thing I always notice is the distinct aroma of sawdust and the earthy scent of the surrounding forest. As I stepped out of my car, my boots crunched against the gravel driveway, and I couldn't help but smile, thinking about my project. The old wooden building, weathered by time, stood with its own kind of rustic beauty. It was painted in faded red, with the color chipped and peeling off. In front of it was my old pickup truck, which I used to transport logs from the forest to the sawmill. Every time I saw that old building, it reminded me of my grandpa, my old man, and all the things big and small that were made in that small sawmill over the 3 generations. I pushed open the creaky door, and the interior was bathed in soft golden light coming through the dusty windows. My tools were hung on the walls, and the workbenches still had wood chips scattered over them from my last project. The centerpiece of the room was the saw itself, a big, intimidating machine capable of cutting through the thickest logs with ease. I spent some time thinking about the table Matt had asked me to make, about its design and what wood to use. After a while, I got an idea. I already had the majority of the things I would need for the table, but I wanted to make it special, since Matt was a very good friend of mine. The forest surrounding the sawmill provided the perfect source of inspiration for this piece. I ventured deep into the woods, deeper than ever before, in search of a couple of smaller trees or branches that I had in mind. I walked so far that nothing seemed familiar anymore. The air was thick with the scent of pine, and the ground was covered in a carpet of fallen leaves, creating a serene, albeit faintly creepy, atmosphere. But after trudging through the unfamiliar woods for a while, I finally found what I was looking for. A few small pine trees that fell over naturally, creating an opportunity to repurpose them into something grand. I carefully cut them into carryable pieces, since I would have to transport them manually to my pickup, which couldn't go that far into these woods. Despite the trees being small, I could see that I would have to make that trip multiple times in order to get all of them. With a bit of effort, I started hauling them back to the truck. I walked peacefully for a few minutes, just enjoying the nature and the great outdoors, even with all the cargo I was carrying with me. After a few more minutes of walking, I started to feel uneasy. I didn't know why exactly, but I chalked it up to me just being paranoid or getting lost in an unfamiliar part of the woods. The uneasy feeling only grew larger, however. Soon, I started looking around the woods for God knows what. At one point, when I glanced behind me, I saw something. It was a person standing near one of the trees in the back. It was hard to see, but I'm positive that it was a man. After I saw them, I got really weirded out and began to walk as fast as I could with all the stuff I had on me. Thankfully, by that point, I was back in the part of the woods which I knew how to navigate. I speed walked for about a minute, and I could already see my truck in the distance. But my relief soon turned to dread as I heard what sounded like running behind me. I quickly turned around, and I saw that man sprinting towards me. Terrified, I dropped everything I had and began to run as fast as I could back to the sawmill. I contemplated getting into the pickup truck, but by the time I got that thing running, the man would already catch up to me. So I ran past the old truck and continued running to the sawmill. I got inside and quickly locked the door, shutting the blinds on the windows. Soon after that, the man also got to the sawmill. Badly out of breath, I stood there, thinking of what to do next. I took a piece of wood that was near me, to at least have something to defend myself with. At that point, I was freaking out, just waiting for this person outside to break the door down and attack me. I saw his shadow under the door. He just stood there, outside, motionless. It felt like this was going on for hours, but I'm sure it was just a few minutes at most. I couldn't believe it was happening. The little place I found comfort and solace in could very well end up being my resting place. I could feel my heart racing, my blood rushing throughout my body, my mind twisted and turned as I tried to make sense of the situation. Who was this guy? Why was he chasing me through the woods? What was he doing in these woods in the first place? Fear gnawed at me, and I knew I needed to act fast, to protect myself, to find a way out. "What do you want?" I shouted. "This is private property. Leave, or you'll be shot." I added the threat. It was an empty threat, but maybe it would back him off. But the man wouldn't budge. A few seconds after my shouts, he moved back a couple of steps, and he started to speak. His words were in a language I'd never heard before, and he wasn't even talking normally. It sounded more like he was reciting a poem, or like some sort of chanting, rather than the typical sound of a person talking. I don't completely remember what happened after that. Every time I do try to remember, it's like a wall of fog forms in my memories, and I can't remember much. All I know is that I was standing there with a stick in hand 1 second, and the next I was on the floor with the worst headache of my life. I looked around, and I saw that the door was still shut and locked, and all the windows were still intact. When I somewhat came to my senses, I realized something was happening out there, outside. I could hear something running around the sawmill, growling and hissing. Whatever it wasn't the person that was chasing me earlier. Of that I was certain. The thing that was making laps around the building was running on 4 feet, and from what I could see through the shutters, it had fur. It made a few more laps around the sawmill, and almost as if it knew I had woke up, ran off somewhere. I wasn't sure where it went, but at least I didn't hear the footsteps anymore. I sat there on the floor for what felt like forever, shivering in fear. By the time I convinced myself that whatever was outside had gone and didn't have any intention of returning, it was already dark outside. I stood up, with my head still in immense pain, and slowly, quietly, opened the door. It was pitch black outside, and the nearby forest was now shrouded in darkness, with the moonlight casting eerie shadows everywhere I looked. As I left my sawmill with the piece of wood still in hand, I noticed that everything was silent, too. There were no crickets chirping, no owls hooting, nothing. Just complete and utter silence. Cautiously, I walked to my car, which I had parked near the road. Once I finally got in the car, I threw the wood on the ground, and I sat inside, breathing a sigh of relief. When I turned on the car and was preparing to drive away, I heard something from the woods. Something loud, something I've never heard before. I slowly turned my head towards the woods, and when I saw it, my stomach sank. There were 2 big, glowing eyes watching me from the forest. When my eyes met them, that thing produced a sound so haunting and vile that I can never forget it. I floored it and started driving as fast as I could. After all the dust and smoke from the dirt road cleared, I looked in my rearview mirror, only to see something trailing behind me, running fast, trying to catch up to my car. I started to drive even faster, almost getting thrown off the winding road in the process. It felt like that road would never end, and the hopelessness in me grew larger with each passing second. But just as I started to think that all hope was lost, I saw road lights. And road lights meant I was close to the main road, close to escaping. At least, I thought it wouldn't chase me from there. When I finally got off the dirt road and onto the main road, I could much better see what had been chasing me under these lights. It was a horse, or rather, something that looked like a horse. There was no way that a horse could or would chase a car in the middle of the night for no reason. Every cell in my body was telling me that it was the same thing that had been running around my sawmill. Thankfully, this horse did stop following me once I made it to the main road, just as I had hoped. Even if it did continue on, there's no way it could have caught up to me with how fast I was going at that point, flying down the road. When I got home, I almost immediately fell asleep due to all the stress and exhaustion. It's been 3 years now since that incident. I don't know what any of that was, why it all happened, and I don't plan on finding out. The next time I tried to go back to the sawmill, this time armed, just in case, I couldn't even make it all the way back. because half a mile before the sawmill, my head began to pound and ache so bad that I had to turn back. And when I did turn back, the pain faded. I don't really know what that animal was and who that man was, and I don't know what happened to either of them. But his chanting is now permanently etched into my memory. Misty Nights, from Chai Fox 241. I live on the outskirts of Buffalo. For a rather large city, shockingly, there seems to be not much going on. I recently began working at the library here. It's a large building with thousands of books and people going in and out every day. I've been here almost 4 months now, and I've seen many things that have made me take a second glance. On one occasion, there was an elderly woman in the bathroom. She looked friendly. She wore a brown sweater and a tan skirt. I gave her a friendly smile and turned to grab my purse, which I'd forgotten in the stall. I didn't hear a door close. I heard no other footsteps. But when I turned around, there was no trace of the older lady. I left slightly puzzled, but since my break was over, I hurried to the front desk and forgot about the strange encounter until I'd returned home, where I rationalized it to being tired and perhaps overworked. A few weeks ago, I had just clocked in. I was ready to work overnight, stacking books for patrons the next day, deciding how to organize things for the day shift, who would show up at 7 a.m. At the time, it was me and my coworker, Amy. Amy had the book cart, stacking some fantasy books back onto the shelves. She was humming to her music and completely oblivious to anything around her. I was handling reference materials that evening, which meant I went down to the lowest floor of the building with a cart loaded with dozens of books from the day. I took the elevator down. This part of the night was always unnerving and made me rather paranoid. The hallways were far too quiet, and the elevator itself had this high electric hum that sometimes sounded more like screaming in the semi-dark hallways. I exited the elevator and swung a left into the nearest room. The lights were off, which slightly set me on edge, as this was a room that was always to be lit, because it had expensive records that were often kept under monitoring. Honestly, I had no idea what was going on, but I remembered that the switch was down the hallway. So I left the book cart and went to the control panel a few doors down. I thought I heard my book cart move after I flicked the light on the panel. I figured it was possibly day shift. Maybe there was a newbie who knew no better. So I went back into the reference room and found my cart oddly not where I left it. It now sat by the chairs in the middle of the room. I thought then maybe I hadn't locked the wheels and the floor might be a bit uneven, so it had rolled there somehow. I grabbed a small armful of books, walking towards the back of the room, where the shelves split. I followed the wall, putting the books where they went, until I caught a glimpse of tan whisk by the edge of a shelf. I was immediately alarmed, because nobody but myself and Amy were supposed to be here, and as two rather short ladies, I don't think our 5'4" statures could take out an intruder. It wouldn't have been the first time a homeless man had entered the building, and we had to call security from the parking lot. My hand drifted to my phone. I had security on speed dial at the time, and I was about to call, rounding the corner of a shelf, a rather heavy book in my other hand. I took a soft breath and continued my way along the shelves, acting as if the book would offer any protection, while my phone dialed the number for Henry, our night guard. He was rather groggy when he answered. "Yeah, Julie, what is it this time? A big spider?" He joked with me, probably trying to keep himself awake. "Not this time." I told him what I saw and he was immediately worried, telling me to keep an eye out and he would check the cameras while he was on the phone with me. "I haven't seen anything on the cameras for hours. The lights were out, but I didn't think anything of it at the time. I'll call Amy and do a scan of the building." "I'll stay where I am and close the door." I frowned heavily and I looked around the room to a small room adjacent. It was a small study room our patrons could rent for schoolwork, or even just a few hours of light reading. I found that my best option. I snuck my way over there, closing the heavy oak door and using my staff key to lock the door. I kept hearing small taps outside the door, but didn't see anything through the glass wall. Until there it was, crumpled underneath the low wooden tables. A figure in brown tatters, with a long unkempt beard and wild eyes. I was about to call Henry back until I saw something that made bile rise in my throat. A glint of silver and black resting in the man's hand. It was coated in aged brown colors, either rust or blood. I really didn't want to know, so I just stared and started trembling. I wish I could say I was brave or something like that, some sort of hero, but I sat there and started absolutely sobbing in terror. I knew he couldn't get to me unless he broke the window, but that didn't stop the sheer panic building in my chest and the screaming in my head. I gathered myself after a few moments and called Henry back, warning him of what I saw. He asked if I was safe and quickly hung up with me to call the police once he had determined I was fine. The police showed up about 10 minutes later, and the man by this point was stabbing the blade into the window that separated us. He was wide-eyed and so ballistic that I swore he was a lunatic. His lips curled up in glee as he slammed the blade into the window over and over. The soft tinks drowned out in my wail of horror. He fought the police when they came, managing to slice into the arm of one officer until the other pinned him and yanked the blade from his hand. I gave my report once they had him under control and in custody. A few days later, I reached out to the police and got them to tell me the story after a bit of prodding. Turns out the man was on substances and had been homeless, seeking shelter for the evening. He'd hid in the dark room thinking he would leave in the morning. When he saw me and thought I would throw him out, he stalked me through the aisles of books and intended to kill me, just so he wouldn't get caught. I'd come very close to having my life ended that night. We added more security after the event, and now Amy and I never leave each other's sides during the shift. I wish I could say I was over this, but I don't see myself not looking over my shoulder or jumping over every little noise in the dark for a while to come. Was it a skinwalker? From Saras V. Back in October of 2020, I worked as a kennel technician at my local animal shelter. My job was to clean up after the animals and to feed and water them. Each week, 2 co-workers were paired together and sent to clean the different animal rooms in the shelter. 2 would be on the cat rooms, 2 on the indoor dog room, and 2 on the outdoor dog kennels. This week was my turn to clean the outdoor kennels along with my friend, who I will call R. Now, the way the outdoor kennels were set up was one side faced the wooded area and the other side faced the parking lot. "Which side do you want R?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "The side near the parking lot. The wooded side gives me the creeps," I chuckled. I know, just figured I'd ask anyway. We went our separate ways, cleaning supplies in hand to get the day started. I started off by going through letting all the dogs into the indoor part of the kennels and closing the doggy door. Then I went through and took out all the toys and water buckets. All of a sudden it felt like someone was watching me, but when I turned, I didn't see anything. I think R's ghost stories about this place are getting to me, I mumbled to myself. I grabbed my water hose and started washing out the kennels, the feeling of being watched still lingering strongly around me. I turned the hose off and set it down, and that's when I noticed it was eerily quiet. Even the dogs fell silent. I'm from the south, and I definitely know that if the woods go silent, that means that there is a dangerous predator nearby. I looked up towards the woods and saw peeking out from behind a tree was a deer. No, it couldn't be. This thing was standing about 8 feet tall, and the aroma that was coming from it was like a mix of wet garbage and rotten food. It stepped out from the tree, and that's when I noticed. This thing was very thin, like skin tightly stretched over bones thin. Its eyes glowed a bright yellow and were full of anger and hatred. Everything in my being was telling me to run, but I couldn't will my legs to move. We stood there for about 2 minutes in a stare, off when I heard my coworker scream, which broke me out of my trance-like state, and I turned and we ran inside the shelter to safety. When we got inside, we stopped to catch our breaths. R looked at me, and shaking, she said, "I noticed you had gotten quiet and went to check to make sure you were all right." I looked back at her and said, "I'm glad you did. I don't even want to think about what would have happened if you didn't." We knew we'd have to explain to our boss why we didn't finish the kennels, but we also knew if we told her what actually had happened, she'd think we were crazy. So we just told her that a bear was lingering very close to the shelter. She let us switch with the 2 men that were cleaning the cat rooms. Shortly after the events of that day, we had 3 dogs from the outdoor kennels go missing. The kennels are impossible for a dog to escape from, and even stranger. There were no paw prints, but there were deer prints coming from the woods to the kennels. Was this a skinwalker? Did it steal those dogs? And worst yet, what would have happened if my friend didn't decide to check on me? Would I still be here? Or would I have been a goner? The closing shift at Burger King. From Steph. In the summer of 2003, I was 15 years old, working my first part-time job at the local Burger King in suburban Oregon. Working at a greasy fast food joint wasn't exactly my idea of a fun summer, but I knew that I needed to start saving money if I wanted to go to college. To make matters worse, I was almost always scheduled to work the closing shift. The restaurant, usually humming with activity during the day, took on a different character at night, a quiet, eerie character. The clock on the wall crawled towards midnight as my shift manager, Lisa, and I went through the closing routine. Lisa and I actually went to the same high school, and though she was 2 grades above me, we had become acquainted over the course of many closing shifts together over the past month. The fryers had cooled down, the grills were scrubbed clean, and the dining area was nearly deserted. Only a few straggling customers remained, nursing the last sips of their sodas. That's when he walked in. A tall, lanky man, probably in his late 30s, clad in a baggy-stained jacket and a faded black baseball cap that shadowed his face. His eyes darted around the restaurant with an unsettling intensity as he shuffled towards the counter. I realized with a chill that I'd seen him earlier that night, lingering near the drink station, but I hadn't thought much of it then. "Can I take your order, sir?" Lisa asked with a polite smile, but I could see her unease. The man mumbled something under his breath, making it hard to catch what he wanted. She repeated her question. He leaned in closer, his eyes fixed on Lisa's name tag. "Lisa?" he read aloud, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "You're a friendly one, Lisa." My heart began to race, and I busied myself with wiping down tables, keeping a close eye on the unsettling exchange. Lisa completed the order, a small meal seemingly chosen at random, and handed the man his tray. The man then went off to sit at a corner booth, staring towards the front counter with unblinking eyes. As the minutes ticked by and the few remaining customers finished their meals and departed, an eerie silence descended upon the restaurant. It was just me, Lisa, and the stranger in the corner. When I rejoined Lisa behind the counter, she whispered to me, "I don't like this guy. He's giving me the creeps." I nodded, feeling a cold shiver run down my spine. The man never even touched his food, never took a bite. Instead, he just sat there, watching Lisa, like a hungry predator observing his prey. Finally, Lisa suggested we wrap up our closing duties, hoping the man would get the hint and leave. We wiped down the remaining tables, locked the doors, and started turning off the lights. But when we glanced over at the corner booth, the man was still there. My anxiety skyrocketed as Lisa took in a breath and said in a shaking voice, "Sir, I apologize, but we closed 10 minutes ago. You'll need to get ready to go." The man remained still, as if he hadn't heard her. After an uncomfortably quiet moment, Lisa said to me, "We need to call the cops. This is just too strange." As she moved towards the panic button under the register, the man suddenly stood up, nearly knocking the table over. Now, his eyes were wide, and he began muttering something incoherent. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as he took a step towards us, his movements erratic and unpredictable. Without speaking, Lisa and I rushed to the back office. I can remember watching her fumble with her ring of manager keys to unlock it. It probably only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like it took forever for her to find the right key and jam it into the lock. Finally, we stumbled into the cramped office, and we locked the flimsy door behind us. I could hear the man's footsteps behind us, his deranged muttering growing louder. Lisa repeatedly pushed the panic button while dialing 911 on the office phone. Dispatch assured us that help was on the way, but I couldn't shake the feeling this man was going to break the door down at any second. When the police finally arrived, they found the man hiding in the restroom, crouched in a stall like some sort of trapped animal. He was arrested, but I will never forget the madness in his eyes, the way he had fixated on Lisa like a predator. The investigation revealed the man apparently had a history of disturbing behavior at other local chain restaurants, and he had been on the run from the authorities. I couldn't believe how close we had come to something unspeakable happening to us in the dimly lit back office of a Burger King of all places, and I thanked my lucky stars that Lisa and I had managed to escape safely. To this midnight creeper who terrified two teenage girls working at the local Burger King, I have no idea what you had intended for us that night, but I hope you got whatever help you needed. The Cries from USP Sauce. The holiday season was always the busiest time of year for us postal workers, of course. People shifting gifts, cards going out. Our workload doubled in December at the very least. But after the bizarre incident I had delivering packages a few days before Christmas several years back, I started to dread those festive months. Even now, I get anxious doing my route when the holidays roll around. I'd worked for the post office in my hometown for over a decade when this went down. I really enjoyed it for the most part. Sure, the job could be stressful, especially during holiday crunch, but I liked the feeling of providing an important service, being out and about delivering letters and parcels. It suited my tendencies as a creature of habit. I even had my route down to a science, knowing exactly how long each block would take. In 2015, the week before Christmas was an absolute madhouse, as usual. Every day my truck was packed floor to ceiling with boxes and overflowing bags of mail. The packages were especially out of control. It seemed like every individual in the town was getting online gifts shipped from retailers. By December 23rd, I was exhausted from the non-stop influx. My route that day was crammed with over 300 packages needing delivery, all locked and loaded in the back of my truck. As I set out, light snow started to fall, adding an extra challenge. I knew this was going to be a long slog. Taking my time despite being worn out, I methodically worked my way down each street, dropping off boxes and envelopes at every address. The neighborhood I was in had a lot of cute older homes decked out for the holidays, with lights and inflatables. It helped to brighten the dreary weather we were having. About 2 hours in, I pulled up to a yellow 2-story house on Walnut Street that had an unusually large pile of boxes waiting on the porch. I parked and gathered the things I would be delivering. As I arranged them on the welcome mat, I noticed the door was cracked about an inch. Through the gap, there was only darkness inside. Feeling uneasy, I rang the bell and knocked, calling out a greeting. No response, no movement from within. I checked the shipping labels, verifying this was indeed the correct address they were delivered to. Glancing around behind me, the whole block seemed oddly still and quiet. When I peered back through the door crack, it was pitch dark. Not a single light on in there. A prickle of dread crept up my spine. I knew something wasn't right here. My instinct was to call the police, but without enough evidence of anything actually wrong happening, besides a dark house and open door and piled packages, I didn't know if they would even respond. I went back to my truck and deliberated what to do. Starting to drive away didn't sit right with me. What if someone inside was hurt? I decided I had to check to be sure. Taking a deep breath, I slowly pushed the front door all the way open and looked around. I called out who I was, that I was there to deliver packages from the USPS. No reply came back. Turning on my phone flashlight, I waved the beam around over everything. The front rooms were orderly, if sparsely furnished. A fine layer of dust-coated surfaces hinted no one had been there in a while. I took tentative steps down the hallway, checking each room as I went. Bedrooms and kitchen were just as neatly abandoned, but no sign of who belonged there or where they'd gone. It was like the occupants had simply vanished without taking anything. The further I explored each empty room, the more ominous the atmosphere felt. Disturbingly, there was also no holiday decor or anything to suggest people who lived here had been planning to celebrate, which might have been the case considering all the packages they'd had delivered. Just an empty shell of a suburban home. As I approached the closed door at the end of the hall, my dread peaked. I knew that if there was any evidence of what happened to the occupants, it would be behind that final barrier. Every instinct I had told me to turn back, but I'd come this far. I had to know. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed it open. The stench hit me first, decay and bodily waste. Resisting nausea, I shone my light into what looked like a child's room. It was empty, except for a small shape curled up in the corner. My heart dropped when the beam illuminated a young girl, motionless and facing the wall. I took a step closer, dreading but expecting the worst. That's when her head turned sharply towards me. Eyes wild, clouded white, blood around cracked lips. My light reflected off something clutched in her hand, torn flesh hanging from exposed bone. I recoiled in horror as a strangled, inhuman growl erupted from the girl. Every cell in my body screamed to run. I backpedaled just as she lunged, narrowly missing my wrist as I crashed through the doorway. The sound that came from her, part shriek, part gurgling snarl, assailed my ears as I fled down the hall. Bursting outside, I slammed the front door behind me. Through it came anguished cries as I half tumbled into my truck and sped off down the street. My mind was in shambles trying to process what I'd witnessed in that innocuous suburban home. I drove straight to the police station in shock. My report brought a swarm of vehicles onto Walnut Street, along with an ambulance. But when they entered the home, there was no sign of the girl having been there. Just an abandoned home, doors now locked and no clues left behind. With no proof besides my word, the cops wrote it off as holiday stress, or perhaps an encounter with a home intruder during a delivery. But I knew what I saw. Those soulless eyes staring back still haunt me to this day. I put in for a new route the next week, wanting no part of that neighborhood again. For a couple of years afterwards, around Christmas, families on Walnut Street reported sounds of anguished cries coming from inside the walls of the empty house each night. But by morning, silence returned. Eventually, the home would be demolished. An evil that dark leaves wounds beyond the physical. I still don't know what happened there, but some nights when I close my eyes, I feel like I can see that little girl's twisted face leering back from the darkness. Just remembering what was in that house is enough to make my blood run cold. Evil entity living in the family store. From Assassins 2570. I was 19 at the time I got my first job at a store franchise in the US. I was new, and eager to prove myself to the managers, so I took the night shifts. My location was open 24/7. After a few weeks, I was confident in my ability to handle the night shift alone. On the first night, I heard whispers coming from the women's clothing department. I glanced at the security cameras, and there was no one in the store. I shook it off. Later that night, I was eating my lunch, and I hear a loud slam, like a box was tossed off the 7-foot top shelves. I got up to investigate. I was 250 pounds, so on the bigger side, and I was rarely scared. I rounded a corner and saw a box of toilet paper on the floor. I looked up and I saw where it had fallen from. I sighed, cursing the day shift, as I put it back and went back to the front to continue to eat. I talked to my coworkers in the morning about the shoddy stacking job, and they said something that gave me cause for concern. They told me, "We stacked those boxes. If it was going to fall, it would have done so during second shift." I paused and replied, "Huh." Now, I'd been raised with the understanding that there were spirits, among other things, walking the earth. This came to mind for a split second, then I went on with my day. The next night was uneventful. I was relaxed for the third night. I came in, clocked in, and started serving customers. As the night progressed, I was stalking. At a certain point, I thought I caught my arm on the shelf, but when I looked down, I had 3 scratches on my forearm. I knew from that moment I was dealing with something angry. I called my manager, expressing the need for them to come in and see the scratches on my arm. They said to me, "It's 2 a.m. Are you sure you didn't just catch your arm on the shelves?" Knowing what I know about spirits, I told them, "I need you here. You know me." So they sighed and said they would be there in 5 minutes. I thanked them, and my battery died. I always carried my charger with me, and I kept my phone charged during work, so how it died, I have no idea. Suddenly, I heard this gut-wrenching scream from somewhere in the store. Instinctively, I ran to the front and looked at all the cameras, but there was no one anywhere in the store. I'm not religious. Even so, I said St. Michael's prayer and sat in that chair, waiting for my manager to show up. They eventually got there and saw me pale, as if my soul had left my body. Then the manager looked at my arm and saw the scratches. I was then told to go home for the night. I didn't argue. I just clocked out and left. I quit the place a few weeks later due to personal reasons. But before long, I found a news article about the girl that replaced me. The article read, she'd been found dead under a heavy box of tools from the shelf above. And I knew in that moment, something evil lives in that store. It wasn't paint. From Cy Mortem. This happened a few summers ago. The guy was even on the news, but none of us knew that, and none of us knew what he did until later. Personally, I wish I still didn't know. I work at a popular retail shop, and normally as a closer, I'd start around 1 p.m. and work till 10 or 11 p.m. That day I had just come in to start my shift, working in the clothing section. I'd started zoning, which meant folding tables and sizing the clothing on the racks in order from smallest to largest. Like any other day, I was in the children's departments, towards the back of the store and away from the front doors. That's key information for later. My manager, as usual, had me help with a project. I was tasked with collecting the clearance socks we had left over from back stock boxes that had gone on clearance. I had to take them to the clearance aisle, which was located next to the paint counter and hardware, still towards the back of the store, but on the opposite end of the building from where I normally work. I had to empty the boxes neatly in a designated section of the aisle. It was a simple task, and considering I had 4 boxes full, the project would take me some time. As my manager stated before inserting the infamous line, "But knowing you, I don't expect it to take long." She then clocked out and I set off to the back room to collect the boxes. Again, I normally work in clothing, but as a store associate, customers will come up to you and ask questions, regardless of whether or not the associate they're talking to is familiar with that section. It's normal, typical behavior of a customer, so I wasn't surprised when I had a man who was just slightly taller than me, I'm 5'3", who had a stocky build, tan skin, and light brown dirty blonde hair approach me. He wore dark jeans that seemed dusty, and a white shirt with red splotches all over it. I immediately thought he was a painter or a roofer, something along those lines, and that it was paint he was covered in. He spoke calmly, asking me if I knew where the trash bags were located, and if by chance we sold single t-shirts, since, in his words, he was dirty after work. He said he had to go somewhere shortly. I, thinking nothing of this, directed him to the trash bags, not far from our electronics department, and suggested if he made his way through the middle of the store, he'd also find the men's clothing department. I told him to take a peek at the tables to see about finding what he needed. He thanked me and made his way while I went back to my project. Before long, I completed it, then went to the fitting room to collect my department returns. My coworkers were crowding the area in complete disbelief over something and chattering intently amongst themselves. That was normal until I heard the words 8 cop cars and guy in white shirt with red stains. Come to find out, the man I directed to the trash bags had gotten lost and asked another associate, saying he had a funeral to get ready for if the police didn't escort him first. It was like he was expecting it to happen. The man was then tackled by 4 officers and dragged hastily out of sight. None of us knew what happened, or why really, until we collectively showed up to work the next day. A few of the girls had watched the news. That man had been on the run for stabbing his wife 9 times and his 8-year-old son 5 times. He had come into our store as an alibi. It definitely wasn't for paint. Radio Station Nightmare from Amy D. Back in the early 90s, I worked at a local radio station as a secretary. However, from time to time, I would help out by recording commercials, the weather, and on occasion, I would help run the soundboard on Saturday nights if our part-timer had to call off or was on vacation. This story is about what I experienced on one of those nights. The station was located on the edge of town on a large plot of land, surrounded by woods. The building was small, with 7 rooms, a bathroom, and a small parking lot. I arrived shortly before my start time of 10 p.m., so I could check in with the DJ before he left. The equipment was older and often experienced technical issues or glitches. The DJ, we'll call him Randy, told me everything had been working fine that evening. No technical problems or issues. He gave me a few pointers on what to do if something should occur. I had some issues last time, and let's just say there were more than a few complaints about the same song being played over and over. After enduring some ribbing about the incident from Randy, he took off and I locked up behind him. I liked working this shift. Very little due. It's good money and I could easily have my boyfriend, now husband, come sit with me while I worked. He arrived shortly after I started, and I noticed he was holding something big in his hand. "What's that?" I asked. "This beauty?" he began. "It's a real Japanese sword." He slowly pulled it out of the case. The handle was long and a beautiful deep blue color. The blade was slightly curved, and above the handle was an amazing intricate design of a dragon. While walking back to the studio, he told me the story of how his grandfather gave it to him before he passed away. While he was telling the story, a loud bang came from the front door. We both panicked. He wasn't supposed to be there after all, so I told him to hide while I headed towards the main entrance. The outside light wasn't on, so I flipped the switch, but nothing. No one was out there. The door was one of those wide all-glass doors, so it was easy to see out of. I walked a little closer to get a better view, but still saw nothing. I told my boyfriend, we'll call him David, that it was all right to come out, most likely just kids goofing around. About 10 minutes passed when we heard a noise from outside, followed by loud banging again. "Dang it," I mumbled, irritated, as I headed back to the door. David chose to hide again, just in case. The first thing I noticed was the light I had just turned on was now off. I tried flipping the switch a few times to no avail. Approaching the door, I noticed shards of glass scattered across the concrete patio. The bulb was broken. I looked out, but it was too dark to see past the dim glow of the fluorescent light behind me. I unlocked the door and grabbed the handle firmly, opening it only a crack. "Cops are on the way!" I yelled out as loud as I could, and quickly shut and locked the door. I, of course, wasn't planning on calling the cops, but I did hope whoever was messing with us didn't know that. We returned to the studio, and I had some real work to do, so David stepped into the hallway. I could easily see him through the large studio window as he began showing off, twirling that sword and jabbing at the air. Suddenly, it sounded like a stampede of horses was running across our roof. I jumped to my feet and locked eyes with David. I was certain the roof was going to collapse. I ran into the hall. "Is it storming out there?" I asked, knowing full well it wasn't, but I needed to make sense of all of this. He shook his head while looking up. "I've never heard a storm like that before," he said. Even though it only lasted maybe 10 seconds, my ears were ringing terribly. I got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that this wasn't just kids messing around. David clutched his sword with both hands and made some comment about nothing hurting us as long as he had that, which was immediately followed by the lights going out. The radio station had a backup generator that would keep the on-air light and soundboard on, which created an eerie red glow. We walked over to the window to see if the houses behind the woods still had power. And they did. That bad feeling I had was a lot worse now. I grabbed a flashlight and a phone book from the desk. I decided to call the electric company to find out what was going on. I dialed the number and nothing. I could hear a dial tone, I could hear the numbers beeping when pressed. But it wouldn't call out. It just stayed a dial tone. Every phone we tried did the same thing until we got to the back desk in the front office. When I picked up, right away I heard people talking, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. I even let David listen in, and he couldn't understand it either. There used to be a thing called party lines, for those of us older folks that might remember them. But this was a professional office, so that wasn't the case. I just needed a rational explanation. I tried to put my fear aside, making sure everything was still running all right with the soundboard, so we began walking back to the studio. As we walked, we heard what sounded like someone violently pulling at the front door, trying desperately to open it. The front office is right beside the main entrance door. David was angry at this point. He said he had had enough. He quickly bolted to the front door, sword held in front of him. But as soon as he got there, the noises stopped. I saw him look outside. Then he just shook his head and said, "No one's out there." I started thinking maybe David set this whole thing up. Maybe he had some of his friends out there messing with me so he could play hero. I know it was terrible of me to think that, but again, I was really starting to freak out, and I needed an answer. If I asked if he was doing any of this, he assured me he wasn't. He'd been there with me before, so why now? It just didn't make any sense, so I believed him. We made it back to the studio, and as I was checking on the soundboard, the light in the small kitchenette began to flicker. Then the lights in the hall, the back room, the front office, they all started flashing on and off. David sarcastically said, "You think I'm pulling that off too?" As I stood there looking at him, trying to figure out if I was going to laugh or cry, the phone rang. "Thank God," I yelled out and quickly answered. However, my joy was short-lived. I heard multiple voices on the line, whispering over each other, along with this creepy teeth-chattering sound that I'll never forget. I was so done. I went out the back door into the parking lot with David and sent a page to Randy, since I couldn't call him. I asked him to come back and help me figure out what was going on. David waited outside with me until I figured Randy would be close. Then he left. Not a second after he left, I noticed the lights had stopped flickering and were all back on again. Randy arrived and we went inside. I told him what had happened, minus my boyfriend being there, of course. He said there had been no outages that he knew of in the area, and everything was working fine now, even the phones. He cleaned up the broken glass and told me to lay off the juice. I only worked there for about 6 more months and never worked the night shift again. Fast forward 10 years later, David and I are at a neighborhood barbecue when a discussion started about our hometown being one of the locations of a Japanese prisoner of war camp. We were interested in finding out more, so we began to research it. Come to find out, the location of the camp was the current location of the radio station. Now it's all starting to make sense. Lot G26 from Just Another Creep. I hold a unique position that often goes unnoticed. I'm a live-on-site cemetery caretaker. My responsibilities encompass tending to the landscaping, assisting with grave digging and preparations, and, most importantly, ensuring the peace of the departed and their resting places. I take great pride in maintaining their lots, keeping them free of weeds and preserving the pristine condition of the headstones. For me, it's not just a job. It's a profound calling. This tradition runs deep in my family. My father, his father, and generations before us were all caretakers for graveyards. I've essentially inherited the responsibility for the dead. Graveyards to me embody a tranquil space for remembrance. Basically, they're a mosaic of past lives, a tribute to those laid to rest. Every visitor carries a unique set of memories to unravel, lives to recollect, and loved ones to honor in their shared history. It's a sanctuary to pay respects through the act of remembering. On the flip side, graveyards devoid of visitors and caretakers cease to be spaces of remembrance. Instead, they transform into a vault for things one wishes to bury in the depths of the earth. Unattended cemeteries, lacking respect, succumb to corruption, morphing into locations designed to shroud and abandon the memories within. You must know it is very important to maintain a cemetery as a haven of peace and reverence. The departed find solace less readily when overlooked and dishonored, paving the way for peculiar occurrences to unfold. The story I'm about to share with you is an example of what can happen when the dead are forgotten or discarded. This happened a few years back. As I strolled through the cemetery that day, tending to my routine, a peculiar sight caught my attention. Nestled in the far corner of the last section, distant but apparent, stood an unfamiliar tombstone. From a distance, its decrepit state revealed decades of wear, staining it black, while unruly weeds and brambles ensnared the neglected monument. Yet what struck me the most was the disconcerting truth that the headstone did not belong here. In my intimate knowledge of this cemetery, my cherished garden, and myself as its caretaker, I could sense a disturbance. The misplaced marker disrupted the harmony of the lot it now occupied. Compelled to unravel this mystery, I approached the weathered headstone, hoping for an error in my perception. Upon reaching the forlorn grave, my fears were realized. The stone was much older than initially thought. It leaned with a tired tilt and bore the weight of time. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, and the only semblance of cohesion came from the tenacious grip of weeds and vines, reluctant witnesses to the tombstone's slow surrender to the elements. The strange stone disrupted my peace and familiarity with the ground I was on. Stunned, I found myself locked in place, muttering to myself, trying to understand what I was looking at. Weird, I thought. This is Section G, Lot 26. A vacant lot, I'm sure of it. I took a quick glance at my surroundings. Perplexed, I spoke aloud. What the heck is this? The idea of it being a prank did cross my mind, but it didn't really make sense. Placing an old headstone like this is a lot of work, but having rampant weeds build up on it, it would take a long time, so that just isn't possible. Plus, there were no signs of a disturbance anywhere else around it. It was more like the headstone had just materialized overnight. Freaked out, I stood there, caught between staring and thinking, grappling with this weird scene. Soon I felt helpless. I bent down to take a closer look at the stone, hoping what was written on it would at least reveal something. As I cleared away some of the weeds and briars, I realized the stone was eerily bare. No name, no date, no etchings. An unmarked grave, I mumbled. Nothing about this made any sense. I decided to return to the caretaker's dwelling, which was on the property. I fervently searched my desk back there until I unearthed the cemetery schematic, a comprehensive record of sections, lots, and occupancy. With a sense of foreboding, I traced the coordinates to lot G26 with a finger. A chilling, confusing revelation awaited. G26, though it had been purchased, remained currently vacant. I fell back into my desk chair. What is even happening right now, I thought. I then decided to call my dad, telling him about the odd situation I was in. Son, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't heard stranger ramblings in my ears around cemeteries. Sometimes the dead can be as complicated as the living. I asked him what he meant. I could tell his tone hardened. It means do what you know. You're a caretaker like me and my dad before me. Attend to the resting places of the dead. Start there and see where it goes. We said our goodbyes and I hung up, still baffled by the unexplained tombstone. Even though that didn't help as much as I thought it would, the call left me feeling a little relieved. Nonetheless, I decided to keep my distance from that haunting grave, choosing to ignore it entirely. I went about my daily routine, deliberately avoiding that section, particularly G26. After finishing my chores, I returned home, had dinner, and went to bed. While usually indifferent to my dreams, that night I had a very vivid and horrifying experience. In this dream, I walked through the cemetery at night, the peace disrupted by a soft voice that grew increasingly loud. Despite its incomprehensibility, I sensed it calling to me. Suddenly, I lost control of my body and felt compelled to walk towards lot G26. Desperate to resist it, I screamed for help, but no help came. I approached the grave. I could see the weeds and vines writhing around it like serpents. I stopped only upon reaching the thing. And then the vines began to ensnare my feet and ankles, lashing the sides of my legs. The mysterious voice persisted, its words still nonsense to me. Standing before the tombstone, the ground began to shift and open, unveiling an open grave with a dim blue light emanating from it. Despite my efforts, an otherworldly force held me captive. I wanted to run, but this odd power held me there. The coffin lid creaked open, the blue light intensifying. Soon from that blue glow, a skeletal hand seized my throat. There was then an ungodly scream that ravaged my senses. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, the echoes of the nightmare still haunting my surroundings. As I slowly realized I was awake and looked around the room, I saw sunbeams tiptoeing through the window. Then there was a knock at the door. My heart sank for a moment, and I thought about pinching myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I got up lazily and went to the door. I reached for the knob, still a little bit unsettled from my nightmare. As I opened the door, my heart sank. There, only a few feet from me, was that unmarked grave. At that point, I felt overwhelmed. I screamed at the tombstone, my voice cutting through the eerie silence. "Leave me alone! What do you want from me?" I trembled, a mixture of fear and anger rising up. But if I was going crazy, then crazy was what it was going to get. Inhaling deeply, I grabbed my tools. I began to trim at the unruly weeds around the stone, cutting off the briars, scrubbing away decades of grime. I then carefully corrected its posture, straightening it. I even prepared a vase of fresh flowers. I closed my eyes hard then, standing in silent communion with this tombstone. And as I opened my eyes, I was astonished and relieved. The headstone, once neglected and haunted, had now vanished. That wandering headstone continues to reappear sporadically. Each time I find it, I dedicate a moment to clean its weathered surface and adorn it with fresh flowers. Something about lilies feels like its preferred choice. The randomness of its appearances remains a mystery to me, yet there's an unspoken understanding between me and this displaced marker. This story has really solidified to me that cemeteries are more than just resting places. They are common ground between the past and the present, where the departed remind and the living remember. Trouble comes in the dark. From Dar. I work overnights at a lonely gas station in the middle of nowhere, along I-70 in Kansas. The closest things to our gas station are a small diner and several farms filled with nothing but corn. Needless to say, most nights are easy and quite slow sometimes. It tends to get boring, but for the good pay, I really can't complain. Tonight was a bit busier than usual because the closest town was having a festival to welcome in the upcoming holidays. I saw several teens from the local area selecting junk food, monsters, and a few other odds and ends. Older people dropped by as well, including a very familiar face. "Eric." A man in his 50s approached me, straightening up his hair that always seemed out of place. At the moment, I was restocking Red Bulls. "It's been a week or so, hasn't it? Has much changed?" I shook my head, walking behind my counter, followed by the man. "Absolutely nothing, Frank. Glad to see you. You going to the festival?" He grinned and pointed at some Marlboros he wanted. "Absolutely. Even have Ellen with me this evening. Really a good place for a first date, isn't it?" I shrugged, taking his change and handing it to him with the smokes. "Yeah, I guess so. Been a while for us both, huh?" He chuckled. "Been a few years, I guess. Well, I best get going before she wonders if I fell through the floor. Have a good night, Eric." I bid my old friend farewell before going to stock the combos in the snack section. We always seem to sell those extremely quickly, oddly enough. The store was well lit and finally empty. It was a bit eerie after having been so busy, but that's how it went around here. I began to stock chocolates, and my eyes haphazardly wandered up towards the windows. It was then I noticed a car with the lights off near the corner of our parking lot. It was a black Oldsmobile, nestled just out of reach of the light from the light pole nearby, and I couldn't identify it. I wasn't alarmed because it wasn't uncommon for passersby to stop for the night and sleep in the lot. What had me on edge was the fact that I hadn't seen them pull up, and nobody had come in asking for permission to stay overnight, and nobody else had come in to buy anything. I decided to keep an eye on it, and if anything suspicious occurred, I'm sure I could get to the back room, lock the door, and call the authorities. It definitely wouldn't be the first time, but I hope it wouldn't come to that. I picked up a case of tea and began to set up the coolers as I heard a bell go off. I turned to the entryway, where a man in his early 30s stood, looking disheveled and confused. Welcome, sir." I kept my tone even despite being cautious, having never seen this person around here before. He didn't say anything to me, but glancing past him, I saw that car's door was now open. I realized he was the driver, and his silence was quite eerie, so I tried to start a conversation. "So, long night on the road, huh?" He kept staring for a second, before grabbing a bag of pizza combos and walking past me to the corner of the store. I assumed he just wasn't a people person, but the smell unfurling from this man was something astounding. It sent my eyes watering, and I tried to hide the look of repulsion, deciding I really needed to stay in customer service mode. Maybe this guy had fallen on hard times. "If you need any help, I'll be up by the registers." I grabbed the case of smokes, heading behind the counter to stock them. I heard the bathroom door close and the man muttering under his breath. A while had passed, I'd guess a solid half hour, and I still hadn't seen the man. I knocked on the door and heard mutterings from the other side, and I caught a few words. "Rob, steal, kill." I decided that was plenty enough for me. I bolted to the back room, locked the door firmly behind me, cursing that it was just a thin wooden door. The moment the lock clicked, I heard a thump against the door, furious yelling, continuous screams, blood-curdling and animalistic. I grabbed my phone, calling the local police who said they'd be there in 5 minutes. I prayed the door would hold up by then, as I listened to this man, yanking at the doorknob and throwing his body weight against the door. I closed my eyes firmly and backed myself against the pallets. I hid behind a stack of soda. I heard more thumping. It was quiet for a moment, before a deafening sound rang through the cement walls, making my ears ring ferociously. I screamed then, and several more loud bangs rang out through the door before I heard familiar sirens and decided to chance it. I poked my head out of the crates, and I saw the eyes of that man staring at me through the new holes now decorating that door. Police entered the store, aiming guns. What the police requested next disturbed me. "Drop the gun!" The man listened, dropping the gun, laughing and holding his hands up as they began to cuff him. He was hauled out while my statement was taken, and the police gathered evidence. Apparently, the guy had been on quite a few hard substances. He had 2 knives on him and a gun at the time of his arrest. He was apparently planning to rob me and kill me, so I couldn't identify him to the police. Needless to say, the owners hired a security guard for the night shift, and we all got firm training on how to handle these situations. I never again thought the nights were boring anymore. Lonely Roads from Foxtrot. I work as a gas station attendant, and I, unfortunately, work overnights, because during the day, I have college courses. The nights are usually slow and quiet, not much going on, so I would spend hours on my phone scrolling through Facebook and YouTube, really oblivious to the world around me. It's a sweet job. I make $16 an hour, and all I do is run a small register in this mom-and-pop gas station, out in the middle of nowhere, Georgia. The nights are humid, so humid that your clothes and hair stick to your skin, and it makes you dread leaving the air conditioning. At the time, it was the middle of August. You'd think it would start cooling off by then, but the humidity was spiking and making me want to stay in the nice cold store. I didn't even want to move from the counter, but I had things to do. I stood up from my stool, walked around the counter, glancing at the clock. I had 15 minutes left. Then I could go home. I only had a few customers that whole night, and all were familiar faces, coming in for the usual smokes or beer. I was exhausted by then. I spent most of the day running around town with my boyfriend, then rushed off to work right after. Honestly, I was looking forward to just going home and crashing. I scanned the parking lot, grumbling quietly at the truck that had been there for most of the evening. It belonged to a local drunk. Usually, he crashed in that spot when he had too much to drink and knew he couldn't make it home. He was always friendly too, so I never told him to find somewhere else to take a nap. This seemed the safest option, honestly. I ran around finishing up my shift, getting things ready for the next shift. I grabbed my keys, locking the doors and sliding the key into the key box by the door. Day shift usually didn't come in time, so we had just decided a communal key situation. But with turning in that key, I was free to go home at last. I passed by the truck. I couldn't see the man inside to see if he was okay or not, but being focused on my bed, I walked to my 2009 Mazda anyway. I sat everything in my back seat before turning and getting in, making my way slowly down the road. The way home was down the long dirt road that wove through the back roads of town. The fact there were no streetlights always forced me to take the corners more slowly. A quarter mile into the drive, I noticed headlights behind me. This was unusual. It was 4 a.m. by then. The roads were always dead at this time. Still, I tried my best not to be paranoid. But this truck, it kept getting far too close to my bumper as I took curves, causing me to speed up. It didn't matter though, because he was just as close, even when I was doing 60 in the 45. I made it to the road that branched off towards my house. I took that turn rather sharply, but it threw him off my tail. By then, he seemed to be gone. I'd hoped I was paranoid, but I was nearly home. But then, I saw that truck rolling slowly through the side streets, only to start following me again. What did they want? I drove right past my house, too scared to let this person know where I lived. I called my boyfriend in a panic, explaining what was going on. He told me to drive to his house for the night and to call the police. So I made the half-hour drive. That truck driver tailed me until the town limits, and only then did he turn the truck around. I filed a police report in the morning, but with such little information, there wasn't much they could do. Luckily, I hadn't seen that truck since. I thought it could have been the drunk's truck, but the officers found him deceased in that truck the next day, in the gas station parking lot, from alcohol poisoning. Whoever that was remained unknown, and my nights definitely have gotten more anxiety-filled. Warning: the following story contains violence against pets. Scariest night of my life. From the desert. I live in South Africa. I've been working on my aunt and uncle's farm for a few months now. This farm is located close to a very small town. Their main source of income is the sheep they breed and the wool that they shave off and sell. All the sheep gave birth about 3 months back, so we have to make sure they're all extra safe. Usually, we let them graze close to the house, where there's a pen that they go into at night. There we have cameras that detect movement. We have an Anatolian shepherd dog, which is always with the herd to protect them. He scares off any jackals that come too close, as they are the biggest threat to the sheep, besides humans that steal. A month ago, there was a wildfire that had burnt down a big part of the farm that the sheep were supposed to graze on until spring rolled around. We contacted family that have farmland close to us, asking if they had somewhere for us to let the sheep graze. Luckily, they had space, so we moved the sheep over there, making a makeshift pen for them to sleep in at night. We then borrowed an old RV for my grandfather, so that someone could sleep close to the sheep each night. The lock doesn't work, so the door can close, it just can't lock. 2 days ago, a guy who lives close by and owns lions let everyone in the area know that one of the lionesses had escaped. He asked us to be on the lookout for her and to let him know immediately if we saw her. We knew the chances of her coming to where the sheep were quite low. That was until we were proven wrong. I was the one who had to sleep in the RV by the sheep. I was relaxed, playing some games on my phone, when I noticed that the jackals were unusually quiet that night. You can always hear them making sounds in the distance each night, but I heard nothing. It was strange, but I tried not to think too much of it. I got back to playing my games. It wasn't long until I heard the sheep starting to make noises of panic and the dog starting to bark like mad. I grabbed my high-lumen flashlight and a gun loaded with blanks from the cupboard to go see what all this was about. Just as I reached the door, I heard the dog starting to fight something. If it was jackals, the dog should be fine. It usually won those fights, but I had to scare it off just in case. I flung the door open, shining the flashlight in the direction of the fighting noises. I heard my dog whimpering and go silent. What I saw scared me half to death. The lioness. It was standing over my poor dog's body, blood dripping from her mouth. I shot a few blanks, which were enough to make her run off, and I immediately shut the door. I didn't know what to do, so I called my aunt, who told me I should just stay inside. She would call the owner, who I mentioned earlier. As I was sitting there, trying to stay calm, I remembered those videos of lions opening car doors, and I prayed this one wasn't smart enough to do that. I then heard the sound of flesh being ripped from bone. I peeked out a small window, using the flashlight to see what was happening. That lioness was eating my dog. I wanted to throw up. I sat on the floor trying to drown out the noise. I didn't move until I heard the sound of vehicles pulling up. Then, a gunshot. My aunt ran up to the door and I went to hug her. The man, the owner, was now loading the tranquilized lioness into a cage on the back of his truck. She would be put into a more secure enclosure now. But that doesn't really take back the death of our dog. My aunt decided to give me a few days off to recover from the shock and not being able to sleep. But even when I do have to go back and have to sleep in that RV, I refuse to sleep in there alone. Gasping. From R. Strayer 625. I work as a plumber, and I like it. Plumbing isn't a glorified job, and most people think of it as a low-level trade. But I would say if it wasn't for us, none of you would have clean water or a home that isn't full of sewage. We do so much dirty work, and are so underpaid compared to what we provide. That being said, I love what I do, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. At least, that's what I thought, until I had something happen to me. To this day, I cannot reconcile in my own mind. I work for a huge land developer. The company had been engaged in a bidding war for who would get the contract for a housing development built at the base of a dam. Since the drought had hit California, this land had previously been considered a floodplain. But after several years of low water, it was now redrawn as a potential housing platform, and bidding was fierce and reckless. My firm got the job, but at a real cost. We had to hire so many outside contractors it was hard to keep track of who was responsible for what. In addition to that, the land itself fought back with amazing force. Landslides, sinkholes, underground caverns, and overall soil erosion had made the construction schedule a minefield of delays, unforeseeable circumstances, and in general, money pits. In short, the entire project was a show of feces. I'm a plumbing supervisor, which means I oversee the entire operation when it comes to water, gas lines, and drainage. Needless to say, the past few months of this project have been taxing. I took the job because of my disability. I worked as a plumber for several years, but it takes a toll on the body, and over time my back gave up trying. 2 herniated discs is what my doctor told me. Thanks to my company's awesome insurance, the doctors are not really going to do anything about it until it starts affecting my work. So now I work more as a supervisor instead of a hands-on laborer. This is great until you get a call in the middle of the night that a situation has arisen that demands a supervisor's level of experience. Well, one night a call awoke me from a deep sleep. Angrily, I looked at my phone, only to be disappointed that I had missed 4 calls. Yeah, I say into the phone from a rather cozy bed. I winced and pulled my phone away from my ear as a tirade of obscenities flowed painfully out of the speaker. It was Tony, a new hire that I wasn't really keen on putting on the project. He was inexperienced, and he had a very bad temper. "What's the situation?" I asked as I pulled myself out of bed and began to don my work attire. He seemed to calm himself just enough to inform me in between outpourings of colorful language. Apparently, a whole storm drain collapsed because of the rain, filling a huge chasm in the ground and breaking through a wall, flooding 2 of the 3 subfloors. And of course, the wall it broke had most of the gas lines and water lines anchored to it. The pumps could barely keep ahead of the incoming water. Another deep sigh escaped me as I resigned myself to the task at hand. I was going to have to go down there and sort that mess out. I eventually arrived at the job site, finding it in a state of disarray. As I pulled up, my headlights swept the front of the house. I spotted my 2 employees who seemed to not notice my headlights. Anthony, the new guy, was ranting and raving to the point of incoherence. This sort of jostled my brain loose from the fog of sleep that my late-night corner store coffee had failed to do. Now, at that point, we'd been working 12-hour shifts to try and meet deadlines. I really didn't need this tonight. I tried, unsuccessfully, to calm Tony down, trying to get him to explain what was going on. Rick, the guy he was working with that had the misfortune of being assigned to work with Tony, was standing off to the side by the basement entrance, apparently staring off into the distance. Rick is a stand-up guy, a good plumber, a true gentle giant of a man who largely had been assigned to Tony because of his patience with the hot-headed younger man. Tony continued his tantrum, storming off, throwing his tools into the trunk of his car, yelling the entire time about how this was my problem now. I gave a wary look at the back of his car as he sped away through the dark neighborhood. For a moment, I was grateful that all the homes were empty. At least no one was here to see one of our plumbers behaving like an absolute child. Rick had come up from the basement steps to stand beside me, watching Tony's taillights disappear into the night. For such a large man, he barely made a sound and genuinely startled me when I pulled my rain hood back and caught him in my peripheral vision. Rick was in quite a state himself, soaking wet and covered in mud. His face was pale, his eyes fixed on the last place we saw Tony's lights. He spoke with an odd inflection in his voice, something akin to sadness, or maybe shame for this job having gone as sideways as it possibly could. I put on the best professional tone I could muster through my sleep-deprived brain, directing Rick to just go on home for the evening, that I would take it from here. It was going to be a long night, no matter how good I was at the job. I went back to my truck, starting to pull out all my wet weather gear. A pair of overalls meant for this kind of work, waterproof and designed for the job. This was something I was very happy to have. I took the first step down the cellar, wading into the freezing water, relieved that I had the presence of mind to put on my thermals under my work clothes. I had just reached the bottom of the steps beginning to assess the scene, before a voice startled me again. "Rick, man, you keep scaring the heck out of me tonight," I said aloud. "Do you want me to stay?" he asked, with that same tone of sadness laden in his voice. Maybe a little too harshly, I responded. "No, Rick, go home." He didn't utter a response, and when I looked back up the stairwell, he was gone. Okay, I thought, maybe now I could have a little peace and quiet, just to focus on the task at hand. I turned my attention back to the work that needed to be done tonight. Apparently, the existing drainage system that had been installed had clogged, thus failing after the wall gave way, filling the drains with mud and debris, not allowing the water to drain out of the basement. This had filled 2 of the 3 basement levels, and at its highest, it reached my waist. Now, water was flowing out the windows of the lowest 2 levels of the basement, making them inaccessible to me until the emergency pumps had a chance to catch up with the water flow. The wall that had caved in had most of our work anchored to it, and a steady stream of water was pouring into the building from it. I decided to come back out of the flood and call local municipal agencies to see if anyone had located the collapsed drainage pipe. My initial impression was that even our emergency pumps would not really get far enough ahead of the flood if the water had nowhere else to go but into this home. I finally got a hold of an emergency services coordinator. He was able to put me in contact with a crew working on a storm drain on the other side of the hill where the collapse had taken place. His crews had been working the past few hours, but still had at least an hour before reaching the caved-in section. For me, this was a double-edged sword. It meant I couldn't just call off for the night, saying there was nothing I could do. I had to stay and start the process of getting repairs completed. This was certainly proving to be a call I should have let go to voicemail. I took a moment to feel sorry for myself, then steeled myself for the long night ahead. I started uninstalling all the previous work that couldn't be salvaged, cutting away damaged lines and fittings that had been stripped of their threads during the collapse. Sparks flew and concrete dust hung in the air as I went about my work, constantly keeping an eye on the hole in the wall, wondering when the emergency crews might get their end done, so at the very least water would stop draining in, giving the pumps a chance to get caught up. Somewhere around 2:30 a.m., the sound of the water entering through the hole in the wall began to slow. I'd been so focused on my music and work, I almost fell backwards into the water, having been subconsciously holding my body tense against the flow. Having to suddenly adjust my stance was my only clue to look up, noticing the water was slowing. As the last trickles stopped, the room felt eerily quiet. The sudden sensation of stillness overtook the room, giving a feeling of being alone in a once occupied space. I made my way toward the hole with a sense of morbid curiosity as to how bad the damage could be on the other side. I felt almost drawn to it. Wading through the water, I noticed it began to feel colder the closer I went to the breach. Cold air wafted down through the opening. I waded over to my tool bag and retrieved my industrial flashlight. I figured 100,000 lumens would be adequate to see whatever was on the other side. I grabbed a ladder so that I could reach the opening. My suspicions were confirmed. As I grew closer, the water had dropped in temperature drastically. With a sense I could only call a mix of anticipation and anxiety, I peered into the gaping maw that was the hole. Immediately, I found my own vision woefully inadequate to even begin to pierce the darkness. A click of the flashlight and 100,000 lumens flooded what proved to be a rather large opening beyond the wall, almost a cave. My first impression was that it was a large open cavern, but as I cast my light, I could make out more details of open tunnels. Several openings spotted the cavern, looking almost carved by water from the storm. The whole area began to look like a natural storm drainage, carved over time by relentless water flow. Then a small alarm began to go off in my head. Something I couldn't quite place yet, but it steadily grew as I examined the structure of the cave. I tried to force my exhausted brain to spit out the answer, but sleep deprivation and exhaustion was holding my answer at bay. I tried to focus again, only finding the extra effort akin to blowing on an ember that refused to ignite. So I just shoved the itching thought to the back of my mind, knowing there's still more work to be done before I can justify going home. I backed away from the opening, that itching thought telling me not to take my eyes off it just yet. Again, I pushed the thought away, turning away from the breach. At the same time, though, I heard the distinct sound of something large splash into the water just beyond the wall. I turned my attention quickly back to the opening, shining my light in. I saw water rippling about, but only slightly. It was then the gates opened, finally releasing the flood of dread that I had been batting away all evening. The feeling of no longer being alone, accompanied by that cold shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature of the water, finally began to leave me. I was just standing there staring into the dark opening when the music playing through my Bluetooth began to skip, snapping me out of my stupor. I turned to address the speaker, turning my back to the opening again, when the generators running the pumps began to sputter out as well. This made no sense. I'd fueled them up when I'd arrived. They should be good to go for a few more hours, even if they were running at full tilt. The cold feeling redoubled its efforts to draw another shiver out of me when the emergency light began to dim too. My mind started to race with thoughts of being alone in the dark with whatever had been in that hole. I desperately began to ascend the ladder when precisely what I didn't want to have happen, happened. My weather gear got caught on something. In my panic, I tried to overcorrect my forward momentum and only made the situation worse by adding force to my descent into the chilly water. I frantically tried to reach out and grab a bit of wall, only to bring it down on top of myself as more of the cinder block wall gave way. I was sent underwater, with a small portion of the wall driving me into the freezing cold. The initial chill of the water was dreadful, but the immediate pain from something incredibly sharp was miles worse. True palpable fear dawned on me. I struggled beneath the water as some small part of my brain told me I'd been impaled by a piece of rebar in my thrashing attempt to remain on my feet. I fought desperately to free myself from the rebar in my arm, only to find it hooked and crooked, making all my attempts futile. I nearly passed out under the water from the sheer pain. As panic set in, a dim part of my consciousness recognized the lights had finally died out, leaving me alone in the dark in agony, and I was drowning. My lungs burned with the effort of keeping the water out, but I hadn't taken a good breath before the plunge, and I knew it was only a matter of time before my will gave in to biology, forcing me to gasp for air. The freezing water burned my lungs. I could feel my innards spasm. I was now in a full-blown panic. I soon realized my efforts to free myself were beginning to slow and weaken. The only light was that of my headlamp. For a moment, I thought it too had begun to die, having been submerged in water with me. It's funny what final thought came to mind at the moment. I thought I was going to die, but what came to mind was the stupid packaging that headlamp had come in when I first bought it. The packaging had said, "Waterproof to 100 meters or your money back." I wasn't getting any money back. But maybe the light wasn't dimming. Maybe it was my vision. My brain giving me a dark last thought, reminding me that the light wasn't dying, Bob. You are. Suddenly, a pair of tremendous hands pulled me free from the rebar and above the surface of the water in a slow but deliberate motion. Breaking the surface, I gagged, my consciousness coming back, along with the searing pain in my arm. I coughed and began to exhale water from my lungs, trying not to vomit in between gasps. The iron grip pulled my arm over a well-muscled shoulder. Then a hefty arm was placed around my waist to steady me. Then someone began to carry me. I remember through the haze, wondering if whatever had pulled me free was carrying me back toward the breach, when a familiar voice said, "I got you, Bob." It was Rick. Thank God. He'd come back to check on me. Still heaving for air and trying to gain my wits, I was carried to what I assumed was the stairs leading out of the basement. I felt Ricky lift me to the bottom of the first step, then up another and another. I can't seem to put anything together in the way of coherent thought, but I recall the blast of air accompanying a mild rain when Rick opened the basement doors. He dropped me unceremoniously on the top landing, at which point I landed on my wounded arm. I tried to scream, but the sound that escaped me would probably be best described as a disgruntled moan. I vaguely recall a half-hearted attempt to lift my arm into my field of vision to examine the damage, only to fall back into the well of unconsciousness. What I remember next is a bright light shining into my eyes, being loaded into an ambulance. I assumed Rick had called EMS, and slipping in and out of consciousness, I had the thought that my injuries must have been worse than I thought, given the amount of fuss and commotion that appeared to be happening all around the job site. After that, I woke up in a hospital bed. Doctors informed me that the damage to my arm had been fairly extensive, lacerating an artery, resulting in excessive blood loss. The rebar had also severed a few tendons, which I was told would require at least a few surgeries to regain the use of my hand. As I lay there in my hospital bed, with the news that odds are my days as a plumber were most likely at an end, I began to feel sorry for myself. I started to ask about my coworkers. The doctor cut me off and froze me with a deep look of professional regret that only comes from years of delivering bad news. He told me Ricky's body had been found floating on the other side of the breach in the wall. My mind reeled, attempting to recall the events. It wasn't possible, I told them, because Ricky had carried me out of that place and pulled me from the rebar. The doctor's look of professional remorse deepened as he explained to me, as if talking to a child, that blood loss like I'd experienced could cause memory loss and hallucinations. I began to become more agitated, raising my voice, attempting to get out of the bed. Upon standing to my feet, dizziness overtook me. I couldn't balance. I fell to the floor and blacked out. When I woke up again, I was restrained in the bed. After several more rounds of being talked to like a child by nurses, doctors, and police, I resigned myself to the knowledge that if I kept this up, I would more likely end up in a psych ward than ever have them believe me. The police took reports. It was stated that Ricky's death was an accidental drowning. The new guy on our team, during his interview, said that Ricky had gone back into the other side of the breach, attempting to ascertain where the water flow was coming from, and never came back out. I tried to convince myself that maybe I did hallucinate Ricky carrying me out of the place. After some psych evaluations, I was allowed to leave on my own recognizance. I was very much ready to go home. The day I was able to get dressed and leave the hospital, I saw something which brought all the cold memories to the surface again. My whole body had been covered in ugly bruises, which had begun to heal in a variety of unpleasant colors. But one set stood out in particular. Across the bicep of my uninjured arm, a set of bruises had begun to heal, but were still very clearly visible. Perhaps it was my own mind trying to make any sense of what had happened. Maybe grief runs deeper than I thought possible. However, in my own mind, the bruising looked like a large man's hand squeezing my arm. I'll never know what happened down in that basement, but I still hold on to the belief that Rick pulled me from that nightmare, whether he was alive or not. Delivery to Hell, from Jake. I'm a pizza delivery guy in a small, sleepy town in Oregon. I'm the kind of person who tries to see the best in people and situations. I've always liked the quietness of night shifts, the way the world seems to slow down. But one night, my perspective changed completely. It was a chilly November evening, and I was working the closing shift. Business had been slow, and I was looking forward to just heading home. That's when a call came in for a delivery to an address on the outskirts of town. It was to a place I'd never been to before, an old area with a reputation for being deserted. As I drove, the familiar city lights gave way to darkness, broken only by the dim glow of my car's headlights. The road was unnervingly quiet, no other cars in sight. When I made it to the address, I was greeted by an old house, its paint peeling and windows dark. It looked like nobody had lived there for years. Feeling uneasy, I checked the order again, thinking maybe I got the address wrong. But no, it was correct. I grabbed the pizza and walked up the front door. There was no doorbell, so I had to knock. But when I did, I didn't get an answer. So I knocked louder. Still nothing. Just as I was about to leave, I heard a faint noise from inside the house. It sounded like a whisper, but it was hard to tell. My heart began to quicken its pace. Maybe someone was in there after all. I called out, "Pizza delivery!" hoping for a response. Silence followed. Then, suddenly, the faint sound again, like someone struggling to speak. It was coming from inside that house. Against my better judgment, I decided to check it out. I walked around the corner, and that's when I saw something. The basement window was open, and there was a faint light flickering inside. I peered in, and what I saw made my blood run cold. There was a person in there, tied up and gagged, frantically trying to get my attention, looking into my eyes through the window with despair. My mind reeled in a panic. I quickly fumbled out my phone to call 911, but of course, the signal out here in the outskirts was horrible. It was then that I heard the front door creak open behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, to see who had come out of the house. But there was no one there. The front door was just hanging wide open, swaying slightly in the breeze. I was torn between running away and trying to help this person in the basement. The image of them down there, I had to do something. I dashed back to my car, grabbing a flashlight. Not so much for the light, but at least to have something that felt like protection. I then made my way to the open basement window. The flickering light inside revealed a narrow, cluttered space. The person still sat there, struggling, their eyes wide with fear. "Hang on, I'm gonna help you," I whispered, trying to reassure them and myself. I looked for a way in and found that the window was just big enough for me to crawl through. Once inside, I finally noticed the person was a young woman, bound and terrified. She mouthed the words, "Be careful." I quickly worked to untie her. My hands trembled as I removed her gag. She gasped, "He's still here." Those words hit me like a ton of bricks. Her captor could return at any moment. I helped the woman to her feet, and we quietly made our way to the stairs leading up to the main floor. Every creak of the old wood under our feet sounded deafening in the silence. We reached the main floor and began to move towards the front door. And we heard it then, footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming from the back of the house. We froze, and then, acting on instinct, I pulled her into a nearby closet. We huddled together in the dark, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps grew closer, then stopped. The tension in the air was unbearable. We heard him out there, moving around and muttering to himself. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps began to move away, and the back door opened in the distance and closed. We waited just a minute more, listening closely. When it seemed safe, we crept from the closet and hurried out the front door. We didn't stop running until we reached the car, which I had parked just down the street. I drove as fast as I could back to town, calling 911 along the way. Later on, some officers met us at the hospital. The woman I'd saved, her name was Emily. She was treated for minor injuries and shock. I gave my statement, my hands shaking from the adrenaline still. Turns out that Emily had been missing for 2 days. The police later caught the captor, who was a known criminal in the area. He was also an ex-boyfriend to Emily, who basically went insane after she broke up with him, then kidnapped her. For those who are wondering who ordered that pizza, it was later found out by the police that the captor ordered it. But why didn't he answer the door? Why would he risk getting caught? I don't know. That night changed me. I was hailed a hero, but I didn't feel like one. Let's be honest. We were lucky. We both could have been killed there. I quit that delivery job soon after. It just didn't feel safe anymore. It didn't feel the same. Tales from a Housekeeper. From Cade. Warning from the author. This story contains mentions of death and self-harm. If you've ever worked or spent a lot of time in hotels, you'll be well aware that they're usually haunted. I mean, plenty of people die in hotels. I've been a housekeeper for a few years now, and the first hotel I worked at was quite run down. Most of the rooms had stained furniture, mold in the bathrooms, and we were encouraged to do a bad job at cleaning in order to clean more quickly. Once while servicing a stayover room, I found the bathroom covered in blood. Apparently, some couple had been staying there, and the wife attempted to kill herself the night before. I'm not really sure what happened to them. Another time, I walked into a room to find the curtains torn down, shower rod torn out of the wall, a huge pile of bloody towels, and the bed sheets disheveled and covered in blood. Thankfully, I didn't have to clean that room, but because we found no evidence of drug use or weapons, and no one had noticed anything suspicious with the guests, we technically didn't have a crime to report. I really hope that someone was just drunk and had an accident, and I didn't walk into a crime scene. Now, the entire first floor had fake hardwood flooring in the rooms, except for one. That was room 126. Room 126 was the only room that still had the old linoleum from before renovations that happened several years prior. More than once I saw guests asking to be moved from that particular room, or straight up leaving the hotel without spending the night. A few of them claimed the room just creeped them out. I never questioned this. I always just thought it was their excuse to not have to stay in a crappy hotel. One day I was cleaning the tub in that room. I had headphones on and my butt in the air. I was vigorously scrubbing when I clearly heard a woman's voice say, "Excuse me," in a stern tone. I jumped. It sounded like that voice came from right behind me. But I always push my cleaning cart in front of the door so that no one can enter the room and sneak up on me like that, especially while I have headphones in. I practically jumped up and peeked my head out of the bathroom to see if a guest needed something. But there was no one there. I moved my cart and looked out into the hall. No one. A few other times I would be at the table or desk, wiping it down, and out of the corner of my eye I could swear there was a person standing at the door expectantly. But when I turned my head and looked, there would be no one there. To be fair, this happens quite a bit, and it's usually just a trick of the light. But it happened way more in 126 than any other room. Close to the time I quit, I finally asked why that room had different flooring than the rest. I wasn't prepared for the answer my boss gave me. Turns out, about a year before she was hired, an older lady who was living at the hotel died in that room. But to make matters worse, she was an animal hoarder and secretly kept dozens of cats in the room with her for years. When they found her, her corpse was half eaten. They also found more than a few dead cats in the room with her too, and a few live ones, of course. I think it's likely that her and a few of her kitties never checked out. They turned room 126 into a storage room for a while after that. The rest of the hotel got new floors, but not 126. This disturbed me, and even though it has been a while since I left that place, I still think about it all the time, and how those cats and that old lady are probably stuck there, linked to the very floor they perished on. Theme Park from Absolute Unit. I've always loved Halloween. Ever since I was a kid, I would look forward to dressing up, carving pumpkins, going trick-or-treating with friends. Halloween was the one night of the year when anything could happen, and I loved the thrill of it. That's why when I saw an ad for seasonal workers at a local theme park, which was hosting a Halloween event, I jumped at the opportunity. It seemed like the perfect way to earn some extra money and have fun at the same time. The ad said they were looking for actors, makeup artists, costume designers, and other staff to help create a spooky atmosphere for guests. I applied for the actor position, hoping to scare some folks with my acting skills. I got a call back from the theme park a few days later, inviting me to audition. For the audition, we had to reenact a scene from a horror film of our choosing. I was ecstatic. I prepared a monologue from one of my favorite horror movies and practiced it in front of the mirror until I felt confident. The audition was held at the theme park itself, in one of the backstage areas. There were about a dozen other people there, all dressed in various costumes and makeup. I waited for my turn nervously, watching the others perform their scenes. Some of them were quite good, making me doubt my own chances. Others not so good. Eventually, it was my turn. I walked up to the stage, where a man with a clipboard was sitting. He introduced himself as the director of the Halloween event, and asked my name. "I'm Alex," I said. "Nice to meet you, Alex. What are you going to perform for us today?" "A scene from The Shining," I answered. "Ah, classic. Let's see what you got." I nodded, taking a deep breath. I then began to act out the scene. It felt a bit cringe, to be honest, but the director seemed really happy with what I did. And I couldn't believe it. I got hired on as an actor for the Halloween event. I thanked him profusely, and I signed some papers. He told me I would be playing one of the killers in the haunted house, called the Slaughterhouse. He said it was one of the most popular attractions in the park, and that I would have a lot of fun scaring people. He gave me my schedule and told me to report for work on Friday night. That's when the event would start. He also gave me a locker number and a code where I could store my belongings and change into my costume and makeup. I left the theme park feeling great. I couldn't wait to start working as an actor. The first night of the event was amazing. I arrived at the theme park an hour early, and I went to my locker. There I found my costume and makeup kit waiting for me. My costume consisted of a blood-stained apron, a butcher's hat, and a fake meat cleaver. My makeup kit had some fake blood, scars, and bruises that I would apply to my face and hands. I changed into my costume, and I did my makeup in front of a mirror. I actually looked pretty cool. The slaughterhouse was located at the far end of the theme park, near the woods. It was designed to look like an old abandoned factory, where people were tortured and killed by a group of sadistic killers who wore animal masks. The guests had to walk through a series of dark corridors and rooms filled with gruesome props and effects. These included severed limbs, hanging bodies, chainsaws, and of course, screams. My job was to hide in one of the rooms and jump out at unsuspecting guests with my meat cleaver, trying to get them to scream and run away. It was so much fun. One of the best parts was seeing their reactions as they saw me emerge from behind a curtain or a barrel with my weapons raised high. Some of them screamed so loud, they made me laugh. Some folks ran so fast, they tripped over themselves or bumped into other guests or props. Some even begged me not to hurt them, pleading with me to let them go. Of course, I never touched them or harmed them in any way. It was all just a show. I knew how to scare them without having to cross any lines. I was having a blast. Maybe I'd found my calling, I thought. It was nice being part of a team that created a memorable experience for other people. Plus, the whole terror aspect gave everybody an adrenaline rush, including me. I worked at the slaughterhouse for about 3 weeks, every Friday and Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight. Each night was different, each one exciting, the kind of job it's almost impossible to be bored at. I mean, I looked forward to it. Until the last night. The last night of work was supposed to be the best night, because it would be Halloween night after all. The theme park was packed with guests who wanted to celebrate the holiday in style. The atmosphere was festive and lively. The decorations were more elaborate and spooky than ever. The music was louder and more upbeat. The staff was more enthusiastic and energetic. I arrived an hour before, just as usual, heading over towards my locker. But there, I found a note from the director, along with a new costume and a different makeup kit. The note read, "Alex, happy Halloween. You've been doing a great job as an actor for the event, and we're very proud of you. As a reward for your hard work and dedication, we've decided to give you a special role for tonight. You're going to play the leader of the killers in the slaughterhouse, the one that wears a pig mask. You'll find your new costume and makeup kit in your locker. Put them on and report to the slaughterhouse as soon as possible. We've also prepared a special surprise for you and your coworkers in the slaughterhouse. We won't tell you what it is, but we're sure you'll love it. Have fun and scare 'em good." I was stunned. I'd been promoted, basically, to play the lead, the most important and scary role in that haunted house. It was an honor and a privilege that I didn't expect to get. My new costume consisted of a black leather jacket, black pants, black boots, black gloves, and a pig mask that covered my entire head. The makeup kit was some more fake blood, scars, and bruises. I changed into the new costume and did my makeup. I looked pretty wicked. I headed on into the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse was buzzing with activity when I arrived. There were about a dozen other actors there, all dressed in different costumes and masks that represented different animals: cows, chickens, sheep, and rabbits. These were my coworkers, and many now friends. Apparently, they'd also received similar notes from the director, telling them that they'd been given special roles for the night and that there was a surprise waiting for them in the slaughterhouse. They didn't know what it was either, but they were eager to find out. We chatted for a while, before we heard an announcement over the loudspeaker. "Ladies and gentlemen," a voice said, "welcome to the slaughterhouse, the most terrifying attraction in the park. Are you ready to face your worst fears? Are you ready to meet your doom? Then enter if you dare. But beware, the killers are waiting for you, and they're hungry for blood. Good luck, and happy Halloween." The announcement was followed by a loud roar of applause and cheers from guests. We knew it was almost time for the show to start. We dispersed, going to our assigned positions. I went to the final room, where I was supposed to wait for the guests to show up. I checked my fake meat cleaver. I took a deep breath and prepared myself for what was supposed to be the best night of our work. All of us killers gave it our all throughout the night. We leapt from the shadows, brandishing gruesome weapons, sending guests screaming and scrambling for the nearest exit. The surprise the director had promised remained a mystery. As we continued to terrify visitors, I couldn't help but wonder what he had in store for us. The anticipation really just added to the excitement of the night. Before long, it was nearly midnight. Still no special surprise as promised. Instead, things took an unexpected turn. The announcement over the loudspeaker had been drowned out by the frenzied screams of guests. Still, we knew the park was supposed to close at midnight, and our shift would be over. Just as I began to feel a sense of relief that the night had gone off without a hitch, a new announcement blared over the loudspeakers. This time, the voice wasn't the director's. It sounded weird. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special surprise for you. Now we invite you to witness a real slaughter. A grand finale for this unforgettable Halloween night." After that announcement, all the lights inside the place turned off. At that point, I didn't know what to think. None of the other employees did either. So far, everything went according to the script, but this had not been a part of it. Could it be the special surprise the director was talking about? After about a minute of complete silence, I started to get kind of nervous and tried to contact the director himself, but he didn't pick up. Then I tried the lighting crew. Still no answer. I grew more worried by the second. All of us did. Then it happened. I heard screams from the corner of the house. They weren't the kind of screams that would come out of you if you were simply scared. These were different. They sounded like agony and sheer terror. A few others and I ran to where we heard the screams to check it out, no idea what sort of scene might await us. But nothing could have prepared us for what we saw. Two people, dressed in similar costumes to ours, were running around, chasing guests with what appeared to be knives. In the corner of my eye, I saw a person lying on the floor, a pool of blood around them. The sight was horrifying. The real screams became louder, reverberating throughout the entire structure. Panic took over. Chaos ensued. People frantically ran to the exits, tripping and falling over one another. In the midst of all the chaos, I tried to make sense of the situation, but I just couldn't. All I could do was stand there and watch. I probably would have kept standing there, letting them kill me, if not for my coworker, who shook me out of my trance. I collected my thoughts as fast as I could, and we began to escort others through the other exits. When we reached the exit, the whole park was already swarming with police and medical staff. The scene was quickly contained, but the shock and fear lingered. Authorities took statements from us, trying to piece together what had happened. They found the director in his office unresponsive. In the aftermath, the truth unraveled. Turns out, a former employee and his two friends, for whatever reason disgruntled and seeking revenge, infiltrated the Halloween event. They donned similar costumes to ours, exploiting the chaos to inflict terror on unsuspecting guests. It was a nightmare come true. A Halloween celebration turned into real horror. The park shut down the event immediately, issuing apologies and refunds to the traumatized guests. I don't think the park ever recovered from that. I, along with my coworkers, were shaken to the core. My love for Halloween was permanently tainted after that. I don't think I'll ever be the same. Silence is louder at night. From Cerberus. I work hard during the evenings. I'm a flight attendant during our overnight flights. I'm in charge of Delta flights from Buffalo, New York, throughout all of America. As you can imagine, the nights are usually packed, and the terminals are flooded. I'm in charge of ticket acceptance or denial, which leads to long lines of people rushing to their flights and usually feeling pretty agitated, which by itself is bad, but honestly, could be so much worse. I was running late that day, which was unusual for me, but I really didn't know what was going on with how late I slept. I figured it was how many late nights I'd been pulling from stress. I woke up a full hour later than I was supposed to. I was in a rush to head out the door. I grabbed everything and sprinted to my Acura, which I'd parked in the driveway. In my rush, I had to turn around. I'd forgotten my purse. That led to another 10 minutes of searching, along with my car keys and lunch for work. By the time I got back to the car, I was 2 hours late. I had called my boss to profusely apologize, thanking her for filling in for me. This was the first time in 8 years I'd been late, so thankfully she did cut me some slack. I rushed to get out of the driveway and made it to the main road of the city. I was 20 minutes out from work then, absolutely flooring it, which, looking back, probably would have screwed me if I'd been caught by a police officer. I passed a dark blue Ford that had been swerving in front of me the last 3 miles and blared my horn as I went past. He gave me a polite flip of the bird, and so I continued on, and he tailed me for the next 5 minutes. Let's be fair, I knew I was in the wrong, but he was still swerving behind me, almost taking out a poor black car with an older woman in it, who looked petrified as he seemed to come inches from hitting her, only to swerve right in time to the far left of the lane. I watched him, trying to keep speed and distance, but he ended up running off the side of the road into a ditch after clipping into a motorcycle. I went off to the side of the road to help, only to find the motorcyclist was passed out and bleeding heavily. I called an ambulance. I gave my statement when the officers came. The ambulance whisked both drivers away, the motorcyclist being declared dead upon arrival. I'd learned that from the officers, who also told me they would be in touch if they needed any further details. I was numb by the time I walked to my desk, explaining to my boss what happened. My hands were cold. My fingers wouldn't work right, but I smiled and let the passengers into the gates. This woman, coming off the flight, answered a phone call. She seemed really excited before, but then began to break down at the desk, screaming in a way I've never heard from anyone. She was screaming about her son being dead. The husband, who was just as shocked, began to mutter to himself how he knew the motorcycle would be the end of him. Come to find out, that was the same motorcyclist, the guy who had been following me, clipped and killed. I just watched, basically paralyzed, as they rushed from the terminal. On the way home, I could have sworn I saw the lone headlight of a motorcycle following behind me. Sleeping with the Ghost, from Auntie TT. I need to start by saying, yes, this really did happen. I also have to say that this kind of ghostly incident was one of a kind. I worked in healthcare at the time, in a local emergency department. I've seen things no one would believe if they weren't there to experience it. Dealing with life and death daily, including my days off and vacations, stories for another time, there's a lot that changes how you perceive your world. I feel as if I grew up being sensitive to these kinds of events. One year, a coworker and I went to Keystone, Colorado for an emergency medicine conference. We drove up together and split a room. The lodge we were at was very cozy and comfortable, but I had a feeling of being watched from the very moment we parked. We went to the room and dropped off all our stuff. There were 2 queen beds there, and I took the one closest to the window. I put all the throw pillows on the right side of the bed so that I could be by the window and hear the babbling brook when we went to bed. My coworker was fine with that. After all, she said she was a light sleeper, and the water would probably keep her up all night. We then went to the pre-conference walkthrough to look for the best swag from the vendors. While at the swag convention, we ran into a few friends who worked at the local fire department. We finished our day off by going to dinner, having a few drinks and dancing. By then, finally, we were both so tired, we called it a night around midnight. When we made it back to our hotel room, everything appeared to be in the same place as we left it. The temperature was so perfect that we slept with the window open. We were on the second floor, so it felt safe to us. And I slept like a rock. I woke up when I felt someone crawling into the bed with me. It began at the right side foot of my bed. At the time, I was on my stomach, a bit of a pillow fort on my right side. I thought, what is my friend doing climbing into bed with me? I guess if she needs to cuddle, that's fine. I chuckled. The bed was still moving as it felt like someone crawling right up to me. Then, suddenly, I felt as if someone just laid right on top of me. I instantly became so cold, and I found it very hard to breathe. I opened my eyes and saw the hairs on my arms standing up, huge goosebumps present on my skin. With my eyes now open, I noticed there was no other person in the room. So, who was on top of me? The window was open. The sun was coming up. Once this feeling went away, I shot straight up in bed and looked over at my friend. She was sound asleep in her bed. I just stayed there, sitting and hugging my pillow until she woke up about half an hour later. I must have looked like a sight, because she looked at me and said, What? What happened?" I told her what had happened. "Dang it," she said. "Why can't the cool stuff happen to me?" I'm not gonna lie. I kind of became excited about the experience. But I would have been okay if it had happened to her instead. Shadow's Plague. From Celestial. I really have a love-hate relationship with my job. Nights are long and hardly ever boring, yet when I want some coffee, nothing's open. I work as a late-night security guard for a building under construction. I say that loosely because this project has been underway for the better part of 5 years now, without much progress. I've been here since the current owners bought the lot and began constructing. I couldn't even tell you what this building was supposed to be anymore, with how wishy-washy the owners are. I've heard it'll be a hotel, a hostel, even condos and apartments. For now, it's just a large, ugly concrete building with windows. No heating or air and barely any roofing. Electricity? Good luck. But anyway, I guard this building night after night, and I've had a large share of stories to tell. Maybe I'll share more sometime. I work by myself most nights, unless the odd hire-on comes to take my side for a few weeks, but nobody ever stays longer than that. We have vagrants almost nightly, gang members, criminals. Really, we have a menagerie of different people every night. That evening, I was on patrol. I was carefully sneaking along the second floor. Well, I say sneaking, but my flashlight flooded at least a foot in front of me in blinding light. I'd already found a sweet homeless lady I've come to befriend named Roxanne. I gave her some food and water, and I told her to have a good night. She's a sweet woman in her 60s. She's only homeless because her husband died, so I always am sweet to her. Besides, she's always out by morning anyway. I heard some noises from the far left corridor, so I headed over there slightly confused. Nobody usually took this floor, because it wasn't as warm as downstairs tended to be. I had the odd junkie, even a few corpses of junkies, but that tended to be in the summer months when the upper floors were a bit cooler. It was currently the middle of fall, and I could already see my breath. I announced myself calmly, as if comforting someone. "Hey, Whoever is there, you can come out and talk. My name's Henry. I work here as the night guard. You won't be in trouble. We can find you somewhere warm with some food and water." I was used to dealing with people by now, and it was always important to make yourself seem as helpful as possible, to ensure that, firstly, you weren't attacked, and secondly, the person or people felt like you weren't a threat to their safety. I've helped and built a rapport with a vast majority of the community this way. I suddenly heard scrambling, and I began to slowly make my way over. I held my hand tightly on the flashlight. If I was attacked, it was strong enough to defend me and stun the intruder. But when I got to the place all the noises were coming from, there was no one there. This room in particular always made me a bit sad. The concrete was cracking along the walls, and the window was rusted shut. It was a dark and solemn room, facing away from the road, so there was no light save my flashlight. I'd found many bodies in here. Junkies, many suicide victims too, even murder victims. I checked every corner of the room and the rooms adjacent, but I didn't find anyone. Then I heard crashing from the room and came running back in, only to see this shadow sliding across the wall and vanishing. I gave chase, watching the figure disappear up the 3rd floor. I paused before narrowing my eyes and carefully following. The stairs were unstable, so it was hazardous, even more so on the floor where spots of tile gave way to the beams that made the roof of the 2nd floor. I raised my voice, calling for the person to come back, warning them of how dangerous it was up on this floor. I urged them to stay the night if they needed, or if they needed help, I could call for someone. But I didn't hear a response. I reluctantly began a careful scour of the floor, finding no one. I thought maybe they slipped past me back to the 2nd floor, or even the 1st floor, so I started to descend. I paused, listening for anything, only catching the rustling of mice and my own panting. I continued to sweep the floors, finding nobody but Roxanne on the 1st floor, nestled in her usual corner. When I asked her if she had been upstairs at all, she vehemently denied it, said she hadn't left her spot or seen anyone else come down, let alone enter the building. This happens sometimes, especially as it grows colder. I usually hope it's just my tired eyes, but at this point, I doubt that. If it's a soul, may it rest in peace. If it's something explainable, I would love to hear what it could be. Hospital Terror from Lady Blue. I've been working as a nurse in hospital in my city for over 3 years now. The hospital in which I'm working is very big. It has 6 floors and there are a lot of patients in there. I really love my job, and I do enjoy helping people. But you see, I have one problem with my job. I never liked working the night shift at this hospital. I'm not really a night owl. Also, it was always too quiet, too dark, too lonely. But I needed the money, and I needed the extra pay, so it was hard to say no to. Another problem with the night shift was the lack of staff. So in order to get the job done, we would often split, so that each nurse would take 1 floor and all the patients therein. Every floor had different types of patients, so to keep work fair, we would often switch floors every week. That Saturday, I agreed to work a night shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I arrived at the hospital a few minutes before 11 p.m., and I checked in with the receptionists. One of them handed me a clipboard with a list of patients and their rooms. While checking my list, I realized I wouldn't have many patients, and most of them were elderly people. I felt a bit relieved. Fewer people usually means less work, and elderly folks usually don't make that much out of their problems as younger ones do. You see, if you act nicely around them and show them that you care, they'll listen to you, and they won't make much of a fuss. Should be an easy night, I thought. I took my list and I went to the changing room and I put on my uniform. After that, I took the elevator to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was usually full of patients with breathing problems and diseases. I walked down the hallway, checking the names and numbers on the doors, making sure everything was in order. I started to check my patients, following the list. Some patients were sleeping, but some weren't. If a patient didn't have to take his medication, I would just check them and move on. But if they were awake, I would greet each patient, introducing myself as their nurse for the night, asking them if they needed anything besides their medications. But as I said, most of them were asleep or too tired to talk. They would usually just nod. It took me some time, but eventually I managed to check every patient from my list, and just when I wanted to get some coffee, I heard noises from the last room on the floor. The room was 417. Weird, I said to myself. According to the list, room 417 should be empty. I knocked on the door and opened it slowly. The room was dark, except for a faint glow from the window. I saw an old man lying on the bed. He looked frail and pale, almost like a ghost. I walked closer to his bed. They must have forgotten to add him on the list for the night, I thought. According to the chart on his bed, he was 68 years old and had been admitted a week ago with a severe case of pneumonia, and he needed a machine to help him breathe. His condition was terminal, and he was just waiting for the inevitable. I checked his list of contacts to see if he had family or close friends. Unfortunately, the list was empty. Poor guy didn't have anyone. He would die alone. "Hello, Mr. Smith. I'm your nurse for the night. Do you need anything?" I asked. But he didn't react. He didn't open his eyes. He didn't move. He didn't even seem to breathe. I checked his vital signs on the monitor from the machine he was hooked onto. They were stable, but low. He was alive, barely. Weird thing was that from the moment I entered the room, I felt a chill run down my spine. I didn't like being in that room. I felt really uncomfortable. It's hard to explain why I felt like that, but it was the strangest feeling I'd ever felt. I decided to make it quick. I adjusted his pillows, his blankets, checked his IV drip. I also checked the catheter. I made sure everything was in order, and I turned to leave. As I was about to exit the room, I heard a voice behind me. It was faint, but it was clear. He said, "Don't go." I froze. I looked back at his bed. Mr. Smith was still lying there, motionless. His eyes were closed, his mouth was blocked by his breathing tube, and his chest was almost still. He couldn't have spoken. It was impossible. I thought I must have imagined it. I shook my head and I tried to ignore it. I walked towards the door again and reached for the handle. "Don't go," the voice repeated. It sounded louder and more urgent this time. I stopped. I felt a surge of fear and curiosity. I turned around and I walked over to his bed. I leaned over Mr. Smith and looked at his face. His eyes were still closed, but the voice wouldn't stop. I kept hearing, "Don't go, don't go, don't go." I was stunned. How was he talking? How was he conscious? What did he want from me? I tried to calm myself and speak to him. I said, "Mr. Smith, can you hear me? Do you know where you are? Do you know who I am?" He didn't answer. He just kept repeating it. Despite my disbelief and fear, I felt pity and compassion. He must be scared, I thought. He must be lonely. He must feel his life slipping away. Maybe he just wants someone to stay by his side, to comfort him, to hold his hand. But how can he talk with me? How could I hear his voice? I just couldn't understand. Despite all that, I decided to stay with him for a while. I pulled up a chair next to his bed and I sat down. I took his hand and squeezed gently. It was cold, but I didn't mind. I said to him, "It's okay, Mr. Smith. I'm here with you. You're not alone. You can rest now." I'm not sure if he heard me, but the voice in my head stopped. I didn't know what else to say, so I just sat there, holding his hand, watching his monitor. I hoped that he would find peace and relief. I knew I couldn't help him, that he was probably going to die tonight, but at least I was there with him. It seemed to be his last night. In the end, I stayed with him throughout the whole night. Around 6 a.m., when the sun started to shine, I walked out of his room to grab some coffee. There, at the coffee machine, I met with my coworker. She was worried because she hadn't seen me the whole night. We would usually drink coffee together around 2 a.m. when we'd have a little break. But this time, I hadn't been around. I explained I had been with a very sick patient from room 417. "Girl, don't mess with me," she said. "Just admit you forgot, and I'll forgive you." I looked at her confused, asking her why she thought I was messing with her. She said to me, "Room 417 has been empty for the last 2 weeks. "Empty? No, impossible. Mr. Smith is in there. I spent all night with him." When she realized I wasn't joking with her, she quickly stopped laughing and got very serious. We quickly went over to room 417 and looked inside. When we entered the room, I couldn't believe what I saw. The room was empty. The room seemed to have been cleaned from top to bottom. The bed was made. It looked like no one had been lying in it. My coworker again started to joke with me, saying that I needed to start drinking more coffee. But I was certain of what I saw that night. Later, when I was leaving the hospital, I asked one of our receptionists about Mr. Smith. I was shocked when she said to me that Mr. Smith died in room 417 just 2 weeks ago. I still can't process what happened that night. Was that just my imagination? Was I really that tired? Or was that really Mr. Smith's ghost? Maybe he wanted to have someone next to him this time. Maybe he needed someone to care about him for even one night. To this day, I feel chills while entering room 417, and I always think about Mr. Smith, and I wonder if he's still watching me. The Horror at the Library. From Mivonkik. As a college student, I really enjoyed reading books. I read a lot of stuff, related to and not related to my studies. Most of my friends call me a bookworm. I would even spend most of my free time in the library. If you found me there, I'd either be studying or just reading. During my summer break from college, I was looking for a summer job. I wanted to save up some money and buy my own car, so I could take my friends and I on small road trips. There weren't a lot of job offers in my town. It's a pretty small town. The best thing I could find was a job as a garbage man, which didn't really sound appealing to me. I almost gave up. But then, one day, when I was bringing some books back into my local library, I saw a sign saying students wanted for a summer job. For me, it was a dream come true. Immediately after I returned my books, I applied for the job without hesitation. A few days after I applied, I was invited back for a quick chat. I met with an elderly lady named Natasha, whom I knew pretty well, as she lends me books constantly. She told me the job was pretty easy, but the only downside was I would need to work night shifts. You see, the library was open until midnight, and I would be in charge of checking out books, shelving returned ones, and keeping the place tidy and quiet. Honestly, I didn't mind working during the night because I didn't have anything better to do after 7 p.m. So naturally, I was thrilled when I got the job, even though it meant working night shifts. As I said earlier, the library was open until midnight, so I would come in around 4 p.m. and start my job. Most of my colleagues would go home by then, and I would be alone with Natasha. She would usually leave around 8 p.m., which meant I would be working alone for 4 hours, which wasn't as bad as it sounded. On my first day, she showed me where she kept the keys for the main doors, how to scan books that are being taken or returned, and she gave me a lot of useful tips and tricks. Most nights were uneventful, and I enjoyed browsing the shelves, reading in my spare time. Sometimes, I would chat with regular patrons who came in late, looking for a good book or a place to study. Really though, I felt like I'd found my dream job. I mean, my college courses did focus on literature, so it wasn't crazy to think that the library could really be my permanent future career. At least, that's what I was thinking, until one night, when everything changed. You see, our library didn't really have a full-time security guard. We did have a guy called Mark. He was our security guard, but he only worked until 6 p.m. After 6, Mark would be done for the day and he would go home, which meant from then until midnight, we would be alone. Honestly, I didn't mind. Why would we need a security guard at the library? It's not like someone would rob us. We barely have any money here, I thought. Unfortunately, I learned the hard way why security guards are very useful at late hours. It was a cold and rainy night. The library was almost empty. I checked the clock, and I saw it was around 11:45 p.m. I started to close things up, so I turned off some of the lights and made an announcement that the library would close in 15 minutes. I walked around the aisles, making sure no one was left behind. As I reached the back of the library, I heard a loud bang coming from the main entrance. It sounded like someone had broken the glass doors. I jumped up and turned around, wondering what on earth it could be. The place was pretty dark by then, due to most of the lights being off now. I slowly approached the place from where the sound came, and I saw him. There was a man standing at the entrance, holding a metal pipe. He was dirty, ragged, and smelled of alcohol. He had this wild look in his eyes, and he was shouting something unintelligible. At first, he didn't really notice me, and he was just standing there at the entrance. I didn't know what to do. I thought about running away or something, but at the same moment, I thought maybe he needed my help. At the end, I decided to ask him if he was all right, a decision I regretted instantly. He looked at me dead serious, didn't say a word, and started to run towards me, swinging that pipe. I was terrified, and I ran to the nearest door, which led to the staff room. I slammed it shut behind me and locked it, hoping that he wouldn't follow me in. Luckily for me, he was very drunk, and he fell over the library chairs a few times. I heard him knocking down the shelves, throwing chairs and books around the room. He was also cursing and yelling. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. I whispered that there was an intruder in the library and that I needed help. The operator told me to stay calm. The police were on their way. She asked for my name and location, and I gave her the details. She said she would stay on the line with me until the police arrived. I thanked her and tried to breathe normally. While I was waiting for the police to come, I was constantly hearing the man smashing things and throwing books. I heard glass breaking and metal clanging. I wondered what he was doing and why he was doing it. I prayed he didn't find the doors to the staff room and start breaking in which case he would find me. My heart felt like it would jump out of my chest. My head hurt and I felt sick. Cold sweat was dripping down my forehead. I wondered if I was going to survive. I waited for what seemed like an eternity, praying that the police would come soon. Why would anyone do this? How can someone be so cruel? I thought to myself. The operator kept talking to me, but honestly, I don't remember half the things she said. I was too scared to listen to her. And then, after what seemed like an eternity, I heard them. I heard sirens in the distance, and I felt a surge of relief. In the same moment as the man too heard the sirens. He stopped his rampage and began to run towards the exit. But it was too late for him to escape. The police entered the library and started to chase him down. I heard them shouting, "Stop! Police! Drop your weapon!" I also heard them say, "You're under arrest." At first, I couldn't move. I was thinking about coming outside of the staff room, but I was still so scared. And honestly, I still feared for my life. But moments after his arrest, I heard a policeman on the door say, "Are you okay? Do you hear me?" I unlocked the door and opened it, trembling. "Are you all right? Have you been hurt?" the officer asked. "No, thanks, I'm fine," I replied. As I entered the main room, I became aware of how much damage the drunk guy had done. Most of the shelves in the main room were knocked over. Many of the books had been torn apart. Chairs, desks, lamps, almost everything had been broken. On the other side of the room, I saw 2 officers standing there, holding the man in handcuffs. He was bleeding from his head and had a bruise on his eye. He looked at me with such hatred, and he even tried to spit on me. I flinched and moved away from him. The officers asked me once again if I was hurt, and if I needed medical attention. I repeated I was fine, just shaken up. They said they would take the man to the station, and that I should come with them to file a report. I told them I couldn't come today. I was too shocked. All I wanted was to go back and tell everything to my parents. The police officers were surprisingly very understandable. They said I could come by tomorrow, or later this week. In the meantime, Natasha also came to the crime scene. I think nothing could prepare her for what she saw there. She started crying and shaking. I ran toward her and hugged her. Natasha stayed with the police officers and kept talking with them. She said she would contact me so I could explain to her what happened, and that she knew it wasn't my fault. I felt a wave of sadness and anger wash over me. I still couldn't believe it happened at all. A police officer offered to take me home, and I accepted without hesitation. By the time I got back, my parents were already sleeping. I quickly woke them up and explained what happened. You could see on their faces they were as shocked as I was. I didn't sleep much that night. The following day, Natasha called me, asking me if I wanted to meet with her so I could talk about it. My parents joined me, and together we met with Natasha, who told us that the police explained to her that the man who had broken into the library was a homeless man and that he had caused problems in the past. After our talk, we went into the police station to give our statements. Also, I needed to identify the man one more time. Then I was done. A police officer working there said to me that this time the guy isn't getting out of prison. Despite being happy that this lunatic was moved off the streets, I was still deeply disturbed. The library was closed for a certain period, but I would later quit. My love for books is still here, but I have fears of going back to that library at night. Terrifying work stories from my family and friends. From Cricket Girl 20. These stories come from my uncle, his wife, and their daughter. The first comes from his wife, my Aunt Elle. Elle worked at a group home for 2 years. She said a lot of terrifying things happened during her shifts, but 2 occasions in particular will always stand out to her. She worked the evening shift, and one night, one of the residents was being quite rowdy. 2 other staff members were trying to calm him down. Elle decided to see if she could help them. When she went to the hallway, she saw the resident running full speed at her with a screwdriver. This caught her off guard, and she couldn't move fast enough. The resident knocked her down. Other staff members pulled him off, and he was yelling, "I have to get rid of the evil." Elle just sat up and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. The cops were called, and they took him to a hospital to be evaluated. Turns out the resident was a schizophrenic, and his parents never mentioned it when they brought him to the group home. Elle was given some time off after that. She doesn't really blame the young man. Warning: this next story contains mentions of assault. The next story gives me chills when she or I tell it. It was a rainy night. Elle was covering for a fellow staff member who called in sick. It was mostly quiet, besides the rain hitting the windows and the hum of a refrigerator. She suddenly heard a knock on the front door. Now, this group home looked like a regular house, and it was on the outskirts of town. There weren't that many other houses on the road, so when Elle heard the knock, she was a little freaked out. She looked out the peephole, and she saw a man standing on the porch. She opened the inner door, leaving the screen door locked. She asked, "Hello, can I help you?" The man said, "I'm trying to sell these electronics. Would you like to buy any?" Elle had a creepy feeling about the guy and replied, "No, thank you." She closed the door, double-checked to make sure it was locked, then looked at the clock. It was 1 a.m. She got even more freaked out, asking herself, why on earth would someone come all the way out here trying to sell some electronics at 1 a.m.? She checked on the residents, then sat back down. About 7 minutes later, she began to hear noises coming from a monitor that was in one of the rooms where a resident was sleeping. This resident wasn't able to talk. He was able to make sounds whenever he wanted attention or something else. When Elle looked at the monitor, she felt her heart skip a beat. She saw on the screen a man was in the resident's room, violating the resident. Her motherly instinct kicked in, and she grabbed the baseball bat that was kept by the stairs and ran to the room. But the man was already out the window that he had come in from. The boss was already on the way once her phone got a notification from the monitor. When she arrived, Elle was comforting the resident. She told the boss what happened, but the boss's reaction was different than what she expected. The boss did not want to alert the police, but Elle said, "Screw that." She called the police anyway. Due to disobeying her boss, Elle was fired. But Elle didn't regret it. She knew she had done the right thing. She alerted the residents' parents to what happened, and they removed their son from the group home. Elle says, "I wouldn't have done it any other way." This next story comes from my uncle. I'll call him B. B worked as a repairman. One day he got a call from a man who needed his bathroom sink fixed. B drove out to the house, which was apparently out in the country. My uncle is from the city, so he was just hoping the man wouldn't look at him like he was crazy. Once he arrived at the house, he was confused. The place looked abandoned. He walked on up to the door, and before he knocked, he felt like he needed to run. He wasn't sure why, but he listened to the feeling and began to run back to his truck. The moment he shut his truck door, the door to the house swung open, and a man came running out holding a machete. B sped away and reported it to the police. The police called him back a day later. They told him that the house had been abandoned for 10 years. B gets goosebumps when he tells this story. The next story comes from my aunt and uncle's daughter, S. She works at Goodwill. She loves the job, but has had a few scary experiences there. The one that stands out to her the most was when she was walking home from work one night. She had one earbud in and was listening to music when she suddenly felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. She looked behind her, and that's when she spotted a figure walking behind her. She got a little spooked and began to walk faster, but then the figure started to yell at her. She texted her brother C, saying, "Someone is following me. Can Dad come pick me up?" C texted back, "Where are you at?" She told him what street she was on, and he and their dad began to drive to her. Suddenly, she felt a hand grab her arm and began to pull her back. She started screaming for help. Just as suddenly, a middle-aged man came out of his house holding a shotgun and yelling, "Let her go!" while his Rottweiler came running out the door, charging at the person. This person ran off, and the man asked, "Are you okay?" She shook her head. The man and his dog stayed with us until her brother and dad drove up. Her dad thanked the man, and they drove home together. S didn't walk home anymore after that. It really traumatized her, but she doesn't let it keep her down, and I'm happy she's okay. These two final stories come from two of my friends. We'll call them Jay and Kayla. Jay worked at a Wendy's for a while, and one night he had decided to walk the long way to work. As he's walking, two men began to yell homophobic slurs at him. Jay is bi, and normally he wouldn't let anyone's mean words hurt him. But these men didn't stop there. They suddenly started to chase him. Jay is no runner, but that night he found the speed he needed. He made it to work, asking his boss if she could call the cops. Oddly enough, she told him, "No, as if you're the only person that's happened to." When he told me that, my godmother and I had a meeting with his boss. We made it clear to her that Jay felt like he had been targeted, and when an employee tells you that they were chased, you call the cops when asked to. She apologized, but the damage was done. Jay quit working there the next day. Kayla's story isn't as scary as the others, but to her it was quite scary. She worked at a Brahms ice cream, and one night she called me and asked me if I could walk her home after her shift was over. She told me that a man had come in and had been asking her uncomfortable questions. He just kept staring at her. I told her, "Sure, me and my godfather Scotty will come pick you up." We drove into the parking lot, and we saw her waiting outside, and this man was trying to touch her. Scotty and I quickly walked up, telling him, "You'd better leave her alone." Scotty grabbed Kayla by her arm, saying, "Let's go." But the guy tried following, but Scotty made sure to show the man his concealed firearm. The man backed up and walked away. Kayla thanked us a lot. She spent the night at my apartment, so she didn't have to be alone. Kayla quit working there because the guy just kept coming and messing with her. She and Jay now work together at a daycare, and they enjoy it there. The Triple Tragedy, from Auntie TT. Choosing a career which places you in the hospital emergency department, you'd better expect the unexpected. Nearly 15 years in the ER and all of them on the graveyard shift, I saw some serious crap. Some stuff I wish I could unsee. I was working my normal graveyard shift when we received 2 trauma Clevelands from a multi-vehicle accident. Trauma Cleveland activations are traumas which result in death and/or severe trauma, with the likelihood of death. This incident was a husband and wife. They were older and had a grown-up son. When we got the husband and wife, it was not but a few minutes into their care when we realized that we would not be able to save the husband, and we had to pronounce his death. In the other trauma room was the wife. She was on the verge of death. She had severe head trauma and internal bleeding, and multiple chest traumas. She passed away the following day. Here's the creepy part of the story. While other members of the team were working on stabilizing the wife, the charge nurse and I went into the husband's room to prep him for the morgue. Upon entering the room, I noticed his feet were moving. And I don't mean moving like a twitch or something. I mean moving in different directions of each other rapidly, as if this dead man was trying to get our attention. I quickly pointed this out to the charge RN. She brushed it off as post-mortem electrical spasms, or something like that. I turned on the monitor to make sure that he was indeed dead. There were no signs of cardiac activity. He was flatlined. I turned it off. I got ready to place the body in a body bag. I noticed again that the feet were still moving. I advised the charge nurse that I felt as if the husband's spirit was not ready to leave his wife. I asked her to pray with me. She was an atheist, and I knew that I was asking a lot of her. But on this occasion, she humored me, and we prayed over the body, asking God to take his spirit safely to heaven, telling the man to follow the light. At the end of the prayer, I told the man that we would take care of his wife for him and let his son know of the man's death. It was at that moment his feet pointed straight up and went limp, falling towards the side. I felt like he was truly gone, and therefore I felt much better about putting him in the body bag. By the time that I got back to the room from the morgue, the wife had been transported upstairs. Their adult son was in the same vehicle, thus part of the same accident, but he was transported to another local hospital, as it would have been hard on our ER to take 3 Trauma Cleveland patients. During the time that we were helping the couple, their son called several times, asking for any updates on his parents. When our ER doctor was finally able to call the neighboring ER to let the son know of the status of his parents, he was told that the son had dropped dead. Though it appeared that the son had minor injuries, it turned out he had severe injuries to his heart. He literally dropped dead, pacing around his hospital room, awaiting news on his parents. All around, it was a tragedy of fate. 3 members from one family gone in a matter of hours. Downtown Hotel. From Jaff. This happened in 2017. I was 20 years old at the time. I worked the night shift at a hotel in Fort McMurray, Alberta. It was around 3 a.m. when a man came in to get a room. That's not really strange. We were downtown, and it was the weekend. People often come and go all hours of the night. As I was helping him in, I noticed he was staring at something behind me, and he kept mumbling to himself. I asked him what was wrong, and he said something so weird. "There's a bunch of flies flying behind you." He pointed behind me and questioned me if I saw it as well. This freaked me out a bit and confused me. When I turned around, all I saw was just a wall. I looked back at him and freaked out a bit more, because I could tell how very uncomfortable he was. Something was clearly bothering him. He kept insisting that flies were everywhere, and that they kept following me. Before long, he began to say that the fly swarm was getting bigger and bigger. I'm about done with this guy, thinking he was just crazy. I gave him the room he requested, just so I could get him out of the reception area. Once he was gone, after a couple of hours, an ambulance drove up and paramedics came in going to the guy's room. I never really did find out what went on, but when I asked security to check the room to see if there was any damage, security came back and told me that the room was spotless. In fact, it looked as if the bed hadn't been used. After the incident, every time I'm alone and go to the bathroom, it feels like someone's watching me there. The shift this happened on goes from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., and I would be working all by myself except for security, but they work separately, looking at cameras and doing their rounds. A couple of months after this, I left the job. I never could shake the feeling someone was watching me. I wonder if something that was attached to that man stuck with me. Abandoned Factory from Rio. I never thought I'd find myself working the night shift at an old abandoned factory. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and with bills piling up and a mortgage that seemed to grow larger every day, I had to take whatever job I could get. I couldn't afford to be picky. The place I found myself at had a sinister reputation among the locals. Rumors abound of accidents, disappearances, and strange occurrences. But I brushed off these stories as just the product of overactive imaginations. I was wrong. The first night there on the job was eerie. The factory was quite vast, with long, dimly lit corridors that seemed to stretch into infinity. The air was thick with a musty smell, a combination of rust, dampness, and neglect. As I walked through the echoing halls, the distant sound of dripping water seemed to follow me wherever I went, like the footsteps of an invisible companion. But I focused on my tasks, trying to drown out the creeping unease that was starting to settle in. The machines, relics of a bygone era, creaked and groaned as though they were awakening from a long slumber. Every now and then I thought I heard faint whispering, like the factory walls were trying to convey some long-forgotten secrets. As the night wore on, the darkness seemed to press in even more, making every shadow feel like it was moving. I could not shake the feeling I was being watched. On several occasions, I turned around quickly, only to find nothing but empty hallways and the occasional rat scurrying away. During one of my rounds, I reached the basement level. The air was colder down there, and an uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. As I walked past rows of old storage shelves, I noticed a faint light flickering in the distance. Curiosity got the better of me, so I followed the light through a narrow passage. What I stumbled upon will forever haunt my dreams. In a small chamber, illuminated by a single flickering bulb, I found a collection of old, dusty dolls. These dolls were arranged in a circle, their glass eyes reflecting the feeble light in an unsettling way. But what really sent a shiver down my spine was the fact that the dolls seemed to be whispering to each other, because I could hear their voices, soft and barely audible. I stumbled back, my heart racing, and fled from that chamber as though the very air around me had turned toxic. I knew I had to leave the place. There was something deeply wrong about it. As I retraced my steps through the labyrinthine corridors, I realized the factory itself seemed to be shifting, rearranging itself in a way to confound and trap me. I ran, the sound of my own footsteps echoing in my ears, a cacophony of whispers now joining in. Soon, I found my way out. I burst through the factory doors, gasping for air, and I didn't look back until I was several blocks away. I quit that job the next day, never returning to the accursed factory. But even now, as I sit in the safety of my home, I can't escape the feeling that something may have followed me from there. The doll's whispers haunt my dreams, a constant reminder that some places are best left abandoned, some stories best left untold. I learned the hard way. On Patrol from Alex. That night had been quiet, and the city I was working in, nestled in the south of Germany, was peaceful. The narrow cobblestone streets, the small historic buildings, and the black forest surrounding the city had always given the place a fairy tale-like quality. I'm a police officer. It was on a regular night patrol with my partner Clara. We were accustomed to the usual drunken disturbances, fights, traffic incidents, and so on. But as the job is, there are always new situations, and that night, we were dispatched to a case I will not forget so easily. The radio crackled, and we received a dispatch. A neighbor reported seeing lights inside a house next door, which was odd because she was sure the homeowners were away on vacation. The possibility of an ongoing break-in was high at this point. We did have break-ins around here every once in a while. Oftentimes, people found their homes ransacked when coming home from vacation or work. Clara and I exchanged a glance. We knew the neighborhood well. It was typically quiet, with low crime rates. Backup was dispatched, and before we knew it, another patrol car with officers Lucas and Lena had joined us. Our cars quietly rolled up to the dimly lit street, where the house in question stood. The building was a 3-story townhouse, old, with ivy crawling up the side. The lights inside flickered inconsistently, like someone was moving around with a flashlight. Without needing to discuss, we naturally split into 2 teams. Lucas and Lena took position outside, ensuring no one got out, while Clara and I cautiously approached the entrance. I gently tried the door handle. It was unlocked. With a slow turn, we silently stepped inside, our flashlights scanning the surroundings. The ground floor looked undisturbed, with a tidy living room and a quaint kitchen, where a window stood open. As we made our way up to the narrow staircase, we began to hear muffled noises. This sounded like soft weeping, interspersed with erratic muttering. With every step, the tension in the air grew thicker. We communicated with short, silent gestures, anticipating each other's movements. The second floor had 3 doors, 2 of which were slightly ajar. The sobbing sound seemed to be coming from behind the third, which was closed. As I approached, ready to confront whoever was behind the door, a loud crash from the top floor caught our attention. Clara signaled for me to stay put while she ascended to the 3rd floor to investigate. I stayed on the 2nd, hand on the grip of my weapon, ready for any unexpected moves from behind that closed door. I carefully pushed the door open. The bedroom was dimly lit by the city's ambient light filtering through the sheer curtains. In the center of the room was a man, probably in his mid-30s. His eyes darted all over, reflecting fear and confusion. He fidgeted with a broken toy, mumbling to himself. It became clear that he might be struggling with some sort of mental illness or drugs. I called to him softly. "I'm with the police. We're here to help." I kept my voice calm, trying to diffuse the situation. His head snapped towards me, and for a moment, his eyes locked onto mine. The vulnerability and terror in them was palpable. It was in that silent exchange that I felt an overwhelming sadness. Suddenly, I heard a loud shout from above, breaking the silence. The man in front of me grew agitated, and I could hear Clara's voice calling for backup. The situation was escalating. The man's gaze darted from me to the ceiling, clearly unnerved by the noise above. His fingers clenched the broken toy lighter, his knuckles white. I took a deep, silent breath. With a sense of urgency, I yelled down for Lena and Lucas to come inside and watch this man. As they rushed in, I dashed up the stairs, fearing for Clara's safety. Reaching the 3rd floor, I found Clara in a struggle with another man. The dude was taller, wiry, and surprisingly strong. His eyes had the same distant, terrified look as the man downstairs. Clara was trying to restrain him, but the guy was frantic, pulling and twisting. Just as they fell to the floor, I jumped into the fray, helping Clara to pin the man down. As we struggled, he was screaming something incomprehensible at the top of his lungs. With combined effort, we managed to restrain him, ensuring he was neither a threat to us nor to himself. Catching our breaths, Clara and I traded worried glances, realizing that we were dealing with two individuals who seemed to be in throes of a severe mental health crisis. Downstairs, Lucas and Lena had managed to calm the first man down, talking to him gently and ensuring he felt safe. The contrast of the tense atmosphere upstairs and the semblance of calm downstairs was surreal. With the situation under control, we began the task of escorting both of the handcuffed men outside. The night was quiet, the streets empty, the black forest looming in the distance, silently watching the drama unfold. The man from upstairs had turned quiet, not uttering another word. The man from the bedroom was still murmuring something incomprehensible to himself. Once outside, before the transport, we searched the men. I was briefly in a trance as I pulled up the pant leg of the man with whom Clara and I had fought a few minutes earlier. I found a long, sharp kitchen knife hidden in the long sock he was wearing. It hit me like a blow how lucky the two of us had been. That situation could have ended quite differently. The drive back to the station was quiet. The weight of the night's events bore heavily on all of us, reminding us of the danger the job entails. Later that night, we were able to identify these two men, bringing them back to a psychiatric facility where they hopefully got the help they needed. But we never did find out the reason they broke into that house. Nishi. From Ravana. I work for an IT company in Chennai, India. Recently, one of my coworkers got engaged to another colleague in our office. This man hailed from North India, specifically Bengali, and his birthplace was a rural village in West Bengal. He extended an invitation to everyone in the office, including me. However, most of my coworkers couldn't attend, so my branch manager and I decided to represent our office at the wedding. He booked our tickets, and we planned to arrive at the wedding destination 5 days before the event. We opted for an early arrival because neither of us was familiar with the state. As we reached our destination, it was a rural village, but it had all the necessities. His house was vast, offering guest rooms for us to settle into comfortably. My friend was engrossed in wedding preparations, leaving us with little to do. On the third night, my manager and I found ourselves bored, so we decided to embark on a small adventure, a visit to a nearby famous cave, which was apparently renowned for being haunted. We planned to head over there in the evening after 4 p.m. Our friend's father, who was the village leader, issued us a stern warning, stating we should return before 10 p.m. The cave itself was only a 30-minute drive away, so that part posed no problems. We visited the cave and the surrounding lake, but there was nothing particularly eerie about the place. That cave lacked the haunted atmosphere we had expected, so before long, we decided to leave. As we drove along the highway, we were stopped by a police patrol. They informed us of a major accident on that road and suggested an alternate route back to the village. With no other options, we followed their directions. This new path led us to a remote village where phone services were unreliable. Our car suddenly sputtered to a stop, the engine smoking. We were now stranded in the middle of the road, darkness encroaching and dense forest on either side. The main village was just a 20-minute walk away, so we decided to make the journey on foot. As we walked, we chatted about various mundane topics when an inexplicable chill swept over me. It felt as though someone was watching the two of us. I dismissed it as my imagination until I heard someone clearly calling my name, and the voice actually sounded like my office crush. That couldn't be right. She wouldn't be attending the wedding due to a medical condition which prohibited her from traveling. Startled, I attempted to turn back, but my manager stopped me abruptly, and now his face was a mask of pure terror. There was no doubt he had heard a voice too, possibly the same one. He motioned for me to keep walking forward, and we continued. The voice persisted, growing louder and more desperate as we approached the village. Finally, we spotted the light emanating from a shop at the village's far end, and all at once the voice stopped. We sought help from the locals, and after the wedding, my manager and our friend's dad explained what had occurred. We had encountered Nishi, a famous urban legend in the area. Nishi is said to call out your name when you travel alone at night, mimicking the voices of your loved ones. If you were to look back, Nishi would instantly attack, killing you, or at least driving you to madness. My manager had prior knowledge of this legend through books and podcasts, which is why he knew how dangerous it could be. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't been accompanied by my manager that night. If he never stopped me from looking back, I may not be here today. My godfather's job as an Uber driver. From Cricket Girl 20. My godfather Scotty used to work as an Uber driver back in 2018. He only started doing Uber to bring in extra money. He drove at night. He's not really a daytime person. On his first night, he took a request to pick someone up from a club. He got to the club and saw a young lady waving him down. He asked, "Did you order an Uber?" She said yes, and got into the front seat. Then he saw a man running out of the club, screaming something along the lines of, "Get back here." Panicked, the lady screamed, "Go, please, now!" Scotty pressed the gas and drove out of the parking lot, while the man fell flat on his face because of how drunk he was. As he drove, Scotty asked her, "Are you okay?" The young lady explained, "That was my ex-boyfriend. He thinks he owns me. He's violent and an alcoholic." The address she gave him was apparently her cousin's place. She gave Scotty a generous $100 tip, telling him thank you and God bless. Scotty was obviously freaked out. Once he got home, he called and told me about it. Fast forward a week, I was riding with him to keep him company on the job. My godfather and I are close, so we joked around. Suddenly, a request popped up on his phone that someone needed to be picked up. We drove over to the location, which was apparently a closed gas station. A young man stood there and smiled when he saw us pull up. The address he had put in to be dropped off at was a farmhouse on a dirt road. We struck up conversation with him. He was a fairly good-looking guy, and he had a country accent. I asked him, "So is your accent natural, or did you just pick it up?" "Yes, ma'am," he said. "All natural." He had gorgeous blue eyes and spiky brown hair. As we pulled up to the address, my godfather and I both looked in the back seat, and he was gone. And I mean completely gone. Scotty slammed on the brakes. We looked at each other then, and I asked him, "Scotty, you saw him, right? You saw him get in the car, right?" Scotty replied, "Yeah, I did. The back door never opened either. So how on earth did he get out?" I then said, "Even if he did get out, the car was moving. He would have hurt himself." We were freaked out, and as we looked up at the destination, the farmhouse, it was completely in ruins. The roof had caved in long ago. I looked over at Scotty and said, "I think we picked up a ghost." Scotty is not easy to scare, but the look on his face spoke for itself. He was absolutely creeped out. Scotty turned his Uber app off, and we drove back to his house in silence. When we got back, he grabbed a beer and gave me some soda, as I was 16 at the time. He asked, "Cricket, have you ever seen a ghost before?" I replied, I think so, but having one disappear from a moving car is something new to me. Eventually, when Scotty drove me back home, I jokingly told him, "Watch out for ghosts." A month after that, I was riding with Scotty again, this time in the daytime. He accepted a request at one point, and right away the person texted Scotty, asking if he could put his powder in the trunk. Now we knew what he meant by powder, from experiences we both had seeing our relatives buzzed on the powder. Scotty canceled the ride and said, "That's it, I'm done with Uber. My main job is enough for me." He drove me home that day, and he still works at his main job as an eyeglass seller. Be careful when you drive for Uber. Strange and scary things can often happen. Hospital haunting. From Paranormal Nurse. I had a couple of experiences at a hospital that I used to work at. Hospitals can be very active and have tons of potential for ghost activity. About 7 years ago, I was working in a small rural hospital as a registered nurse. The hospital was fairly new back then, built only about 4 years prior. It had a wing for regular patients and a wing for prisoners who would be brought in from the prison that was located in the town. The prison wing would only be opened and used if there were 5 or more prisoners admitted. This way, the non-prisoner wing would not fill up with prisoners, making the other patients and their families uncomfortable. I worked the night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and because this hospital was small and rural, there weren't really people or family members walking around the hospital during the night, as you might see in larger, busier hospitals. A lab was located in the hospital that blood samples and the like were taken to. If I had time during my shifts, I would run stuff to the lab between downtime to help out our CNAs. There had been times that I had to run to the prisoner wing alone to get some supplies or meds, and the first few times I had to, I was super creeped out. There's something about the air and the feel in there that would freak me out. I got the feeling like I was being watched, so I would hurry so I could get in and get the heck out ASAP. After the first few times going there alone, I always made someone come with me if I had to grab anything. One night while walking to the lab alone, I passed by the prisoner wing entrance, which was dark and empty. The doors had been left open, which consisted of a sliding barred door that locked in front of a thick solid metal locking door, just like you would see in an actual prison. You could always feel a creepy feeling in and near the unit. No big deal, just walk fast like one of those mall walkers and get past it quickly. On my way back to my unit from the lab, again, I passed by the entrance to the prisoner wing. This time as I passed by, I heard someone whistling a tune. I slowed down and did a quick 2-second peek through the doorway. Like before, it was dark and empty. No staff inside. So who would be in there, in the dark, and whistling like that? I know who, I thought. Nobody. So I hauled tail back to my unit and told a couple of my coworkers, who believed me but hadn't experienced anything themselves there. Fast forward a couple of months. It was during the summertime, when our patient load decreased significantly to mostly just locals. Wintertime is a lot busier because of all these snowbirds. Our unit has 20 beds, but on this night, we had only about half that many patients. When you walk into the unit, which has an oval shape floor plan, the nurse's station is directly in front of you, and you have the patient rooms on your right and left sides, with each side being a hallway with 10 rooms going down it, with a nurse's station in the back. Each patient room had a glass front, like an ICU room, so you could see inside the room if the curtain was open. Empty rooms have the curtains open, and most patients' rooms have them closed, for the patient's privacy. This night, the patients were placed in the rooms towards the front of the unit, where the entrance was, for patient safety. And most of the staff, the nurses and CNAs, stayed at the nurse's station in the front. One of my CNAs, who was assigned to my patients, ended up sitting in the back nurse's station because she needed a computer to chart on. I went to the back where she was sitting, and I was standing on the outside of the counter so I could face her directly and speak to her while she was sitting in front of me. As I stood there talking to her, I looked over her head at the empty patient rooms behind her. As we chatted, I had to stop. I'm pretty sure I stopped mid-sentence, and my mouth just stayed open. I saw a man with a patient gown on walk from one side of an empty room to the other. I saw him, a full apparition, go from one end to the other, and I knew that those rooms were all empty. The CNA, watching my face, started loudly saying, "What? What's going on?" And she jumped up thinking that someone was behind her trying to spook her. I then told her, not so calmly, that I saw a man in room 113. I went to tell the other nurses. One of them checked to see if a patient had died in that room, but there was no record of that. The beds in all the rooms are ICU beds and used for ICU and non-ICU patients. We wondered if maybe it was the bed. Maybe a patient had died on it, but there was no way to check that. That was the topic of the night, and it really amped all of us up. A few hours later, the little old house-cleaning lady came in to clean some stuff and overheard us talking about the apparition I saw. She wanted to share her story and began to tell us what she experiences when she cleans the prison wing. She told us that when she cleans the prison wing by herself, she often hears whistling. I was like, holy crap, I heard the whistling coming from in there a few months back. This completely validated my experience. When I first started, there was one particular room that was up by the front nurse's station that would catch my eye. There were times that I would be charting at one of the computers that faced that room, or walking by that room, and out of the corner of my eye, I would see what looked to be a man standing in the doorway. When I would look right at it, it would be gone. But it was there, in my peripheral. I told one of the nurses who had worked there for a while, and she told me that a male patient had recently passed away in that room. These experiences were not my first experiences with ghosts or the paranormal. I'm still working as a nurse, and I've definitely worked in many other places where there are ghosts and paranormal happenings. Every elder care facility has ghosts. From Bree. I've experienced supernatural happenings in several places of employment over the years. My first job was at a haunted museum, where the founder and his faithful dog were regular visitors to the gallery. But you don't need to spend your days immersed in the artifacts of the past to encounter ghosts and spirits. Few know this more intimately, or more certainly, than those who work in healthcare, particularly those who provide aid to the elderly as they approach the end of their earthly tenure. When I was in my mid-20s, I worked in dining services at a long-term assisted living facility for several years. The hours were pretty beastly, as breakfast service started at 7 a.m., and we had plenty of early risers, a trait I most decidedly did not share. But the pay was decent, and it came with a free meal on shift. For a 20-something struggling to make ends meet in the middle of the real estate market crash of the early 2000s, it was a godsend. 5 to 6 days a week, I would get up, throw on my polo and khakis, chug down 16 ounces of Wawa's strongest coffee, and head into work with a bottle of energy drink in one apron pocket and a tiny flask of something decidedly stronger in the other. The kitchen staff generally followed a pretty set routine for breakfast shifts. There was no assigned seating, but the residents usually sat in the same places for each meal. Every server had a preferred section of the dining room and would usually stick to it. This made things easier on us, and on the residents we waited on, since it allowed us to anticipate their needs and give them a sense of stability in their day-to-day lives. This was especially important for residents with memory issues. We had quite a few residents in varying stages of Alzheimer's or dementia, and it helped them to see a familiar face most mornings, especially when that face was attached to someone who greeted them by name and remembered that they liked 2 eggs over easy, wheat toast with marmalade, and a cup of hot tea on mornings when their own recollection wasn't cooperating. All these years later, I can still remember some of those orders by heart. Pretty quickly, I discovered that I had a knack for both dealing with and disarming all but the most cantankerous of the residents. As anyone who's ever worked with the elderly or had grumpy grandparents will tell you, old folks can get very grouchy, and some of them do not hesitate to take it out on the people around them, especially service staff. Whether they're not feeling well, having a bad week, suffering from depression, or just foul-tempered in general, if you're in their line of sight when something goes wrong, you're likely to get an earful. When I started, we had 2 tables with a particular reputation for being picky, argumentative, contrary, and just rude in general to the waitstaff. Within 6 months, I'd managed to make myself the favorite of both tables, to the point that we reordered the section chart so that they were included in my usual section. I find that the trick with any grumpy customer is to acknowledge their complaints, address them as quickly as possible, and try to get them to laugh. It helps to break the tension, and it's hard to stay mad at someone who catches you off guard with a giggle or starts singing along with the old-timey tunes on the overhead speaker. Like I said, I'm nothing even resembling a morning person, but a bit of fake it till you make it goes a long way on a breakfast shift, and it's much easier to deal with your tables when everyone is in a good mood. Plus, the smile does become infectious after a while. If ducking into the walk-in for a nip from that little bottle of something stronger helped me shore up my determination once in a while, no one was any the wiser. Inevitably, there would be mornings when one resident or another would be absent from their usual chair in the morning, and we would hear later in the day that they'd been taken to the hospital or that their family had removed them to hospice care. Sometimes we would be told that they passed away overnight. Whenever this happened, we usually tried to be extra nice to their table mates. It was a toss-up as to whether the residents would be emotional about the passing or completely oblivious to it. But every once in a while, they seemed to know ahead of time that something was about to happen. My second year at the facility, Ellen, one of my regulars, came into the dining room one morning, looking a bit glum. I brought her the usual favorites, cereal with bananas and decaf coffee, and tried to make small talk to help cheer her up. As she was finishing her meal, she sighed and reached over to pat my hand as I cleared away someone else's dishes. "I'm gonna miss you," she said with a wistful smile. "Miss me? Are you finally moving to that big penthouse in Florida? Gonna light up the Miami party scene and show the young kids how it's done, huh?" This had been a running joke with us for many months, since Ellen had lived on the Florida coast in her younger days and had always wanted to move back and be a proper snowbird. She shook her head. "I think I'm going away soon. Not to Florida. The man was in my hallway last night. I heard him outside my door, so I guess my time is just about up." The other residents at the table turned solemn. It seemed as if a chill had entered the dining room. I fought down a wave of goosebumps. "The man? What man, Ellen? Was somebody bothering you?" It wasn't out of the question, since some of the residents had been known to leave their rooms, wandering around at night if they got confused or couldn't sleep. But Ellen just shook her head. "No," she said. "He's just around." I was about to ask for more details, but right at that moment her aide came to take her down to morning bingo, and another of my tables began to fill up. So I forgot about the whole thing, until I was in the break room having my own breakfast. I mentioned the incident to one of my senior coworkers. She got a weird look on her face. "Ah, yeah, that's a thing," she told me. Sometimes the residents say they saw a man in the hall late at night or hear him walking around. It's never anyone they actually know, and apparently it's never a staff member. They won't say what he looks like. He's just the man. But every time someone says they see him or hear him outside the door, they usually pass away within a week. I almost choked on my bagel. Oh, seriously? This place has a ghost story and you didn't tell me? Honey, every place like this has ghost stories by the bucket load. We just don't talk about them much. Too depressing. Plus, it makes the residents nervous and scares the new hires. There was an overnight aide a couple years back who said she saw someone in the hall late one night, but when she went to see if they needed help, there was no one there. Unable to restrain my skepticism, I asked, "And did she die afterward?" "Not that we know of, but she did quit the next day, and she never came back." I wasn't sure what to believe, so I continued on with my day. Ellen was back for supper that night, and when she asked me to sing that funny four-leaf clover song while I cleared the table, well, who was I to say no? I had the next couple of days off, so I wasn't aware of anything going on at work till I got back. Sure enough, Ellen had passed away the day after she told me about hearing the man outside her door. From what I heard, she laid down for a nap after lunch, and when the aide went to fetch her for dinner, she was already gone. For what it's worth, she was a sweet old gal, and I hope there's a Miami penthouse in whatever afterlife she went to. That was my first encounter with the supernatural in that place, but it was far from the last. I learned to take sightings of the man seriously, and even took to letting the nurses and aides know if someone mentioned something during mealtime gossip. On more than one occasion, another resident that I heard mention hearing or seeing the man would pass away soon after. I don't know if all end-of-life care facilities have their own resident death omen specter, but that one certainly did. Thankfully, I never saw or heard him myself. As creepy as the man was, there was also more poignant moments, where death came not as ominous footsteps in the night, but as the face of an old friend. Many aides told stories of residents who would talk about seeing their parents or siblings or deceased spouses in the days before their passing. It was such a common occurrence that the on-site medical staff took to marking it in file notes, taking it as a sign to contact family members if they weren't already on standby. One particularly heart-wrenching episode involved a man with advanced dementia, whose wife had passed some weeks prior, and he just couldn't remember that she was gone. That would have been hard enough on its own, but the family had decided not to tell him and had forbidden the staff to do so. Even though I could understand the concern for his health and his already fragile mental state, it still felt cruel to leave him confused and wondering. She had been his rock, his touchstone, his whole world, and he couldn't understand why she wasn't there. Every day he'd ask when she was getting back from the hospital, and I would have to smile and take his order and hold back my tears until I was sitting behind the wheel of my ancient, uncooperative sedan after my shift. 15 days after his wife's passing, the staff found him out of his wheelchair, stretched full length on the floor of his room. He wasn't badly hurt, just some bumps and bruises, but they took him to the hospital anyway. When asked what had happened, he said very simply, "I was reaching for her." We all exchanged grim looks of understanding in the kitchen, passing a flask around. A few days later, he was gone, and we passed the flask again, knowing his darling wife had been there to show him the way. Despite being surrounded by these otherworldly happenings and experiencing them second or third hand through residents and coworkers, there's only one event that I can point to that happened solely to me. And much like the other brushes with the supernatural I've had on the job, it was much more unnerving than frightening. but it left me shaken for a good week afterward. It was a pretty ordinary day, one of those winter mornings where the sun is even more reluctant to get up than a breakfast shift waitress, and everything stays cold and dark well after you'd think the sky ought to be brightening. On such mornings, the residents tended to sleep late, but we sorry few, in this case the band of waitstaff, had no such option. So there I was, 2 cups of coffee deep, puttering around my section of the dining room, when Morris came around the corner. Morris was one of my regulars, a hale and hearty fellow despite being in his 80s, and generally very pleasant to be around. He liked detective movies and big band music, and a steaming cup of coffee before a bowl of raisin bran with bananas. Like me, he tended to move through his morning routine on autopilot, and wouldn't be properly awake until the caffeine finally hit. I gave him a little wave as he shuffled toward his usual table and turned to get the carafe. "Morning, Morris. 1 Java, 2 sugars coming up. You want your usual today, or are we switching things up?" There was no immediate answer, but that didn't surprise me. Morris was a little hard of hearing, and sometimes he forgot to put his hearing aids in first thing in the morning. I was used to repeating myself, or making sure he could see my face when I spoke. I turned around, pitcher in hand, only to be greeted by an empty dining room. No Morris. His chair was still pushed in and the coffee cup was still upside down on its saucer. But I had seen him come in. I'd heard the sound of his feet on the floor and the rustle of clothing and the familiar sound of breath whistling through a nose that always accompanied him. But he was not in the dining room, and I didn't see him when I stuck my head out into the hallway. Another resident came in a moment later, so I shrugged it off and went on with my morning. Maybe Morris had gone into the sitting room or down to the nurse's station. Maybe he had an early appointment and was headed for the lobby to meet his ride. Not really my business, but I made a mental note to check on him later. As it turned out, I wouldn't see Morris the rest of that day, or ever again. As I was clearing away the lunch dishes, I asked the nurse who usually attended to his wing how Morris was doing, since I hadn't seen him since breakfast. She gave me an odd look. "Honey, Morris didn't come to breakfast today." "Oh, I know," I prattled on. "He came in for a second, but he didn't sit down or ask for his coffee. Guess he had an appointment." "No, honey, Morris passed away last night. The funeral home came to pick him up right after breakfast started." I just about dropped the stack of plates I was putting onto the serving cart. My whole body went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the dreary day outside, and a little pang went through me. Morris was one of my favorite people to wait on, and I was gonna miss him. Still, I couldn't help but wonder if his spirit had continued that morning routine on autopilot, heading down to the dining room for a bowl of cereal and his morning cup of joe. I just hoped they served good coffee at his wake. North Pole Nightmare, from Lord of PTT. The story I'm going to tell you happened to me 10 years ago, and it changed my life forever. I'm a retired marine biologist. I retired about 10 years ago, in fact, and that's about when this story was happening. You see, as a marine biologist, you first need to pass standard Army education and camps. And then, if you're good enough to be chosen, you can pick what you want to specialize in. I liked nature. I would often go mountain climbing, exploring forests, photographing wildlife, and so on. So, when I got the chance to choose my field of work, I chose to be a marine biologist. Over the years, I visited a lot of countries and researched their ecosystems. My team consisted of 4 people. Me, of course, my best friend John, and 2 close friends Michael and Gabe. Throughout the years, we've been on a lot of missions and grew really close. But everything changed on what would be our last mission. We were going to the North Pole. Until that point, the hardest mission we'd been on was in the Amazon forest. We were taking some samples from the forest, and we needed to stay for a couple of days, and I can say with all honesty it was a very unpleasant experience. The rain almost never stops, so you're wet 99% of the time. The bugs crawl all over you and you're constantly surrounded by predators. But that mission, no matter how hard it was, could not prepare me for what would happen at the North Pole. One day we came into the conference room for a meeting. Our boss debriefed us, saying we'd be heading to the North Pole soon, taking samples of ice for a study related to climate change. Ah, interesting, I said to myself. Never been to the North Pole. Never thought I'd go. Our boss told us we would be staying there for about 3 weeks. We would be located at some military base. You can work in peace there. There's no one there at this time of year, he added. After our duties were explained, Michael, Gabe, John, and I went for lunch, discussing the things and equipment we needed to take for the mission. A few days later, we said goodbye to our families and off we were to the North Pole. I can tell you that the person who left for the North Pole that day isn't the same person who returned home from there. Things weren't going right from the start. The original plan was that the helicopter that would fly us there would leave us next to the military base, but as we came closer to the base, a nasty storm started to form. Our pilot told us that he would need to leave us further from the base. Just our luck, I jokingly said to my group. Man, I hate the cold, Gabe said. Stop complaining, Gabe, you chose this job, John added. After we landed and took our stuff and equipment, we decided to make shelter. We would just have to reach the base tomorrow. It's hard to explore the North Pole in the summer because of the thin ice, so our mission was happening in the late winter. So besides extraordinarily low temperatures, we were surrounded by constant night. We set up 2 tents, one for John and I and the other for Gabe and Michael. After dinner in our tents, we prepared for sleep. Maybe an hour after falling asleep, John woke me up in a panic. Hey, wake up. There's something outside the tents, he whispered to me while shaking me. I quickly came to, pulling a gun from my nearby bag. What do you mean? What is it, John? Some animal? I asked. I don't really know for sure, but be ready, it sounds big. As the time passed, we heard it walking around the tents. I decided to take out the flashlight to better see what it was. As I turned it on, I quickly regretted my decision. By the noises we heard, we expected it to be a polar bear at worst. But the shadow I saw was nowhere near a polar bear. What John and I saw was standing on 2 legs and neared 7 feet tall. I quickly turned off the flashlight. John and I began to pray under our breaths, hoping that it would not attack. We both had our guns ready. I felt a cold sweat developing on my forehead, my heart pounding like mad. I'd been on plenty of missions, but I had never seen anything like that. After maybe 10 minutes, the sounds stopped. John and I quickly but quietly got out of the tent and entered Michael's and Gabe's. After we woke them up and explained what happened, they weren't too convinced by our story. It's just a polar bear. There's some of them around here, Michael said. I know what I saw, and we need to be careful, Michael, John replied. Arguing isn't going to help. We can rest for a couple more hours, but then we need to get to the base, I said. But I want you all to be extremely careful. Everyone quickly agreed. We rested for a few hours. It took us maybe 2 hours of a cold and hard walk through the snow and ice to make it to the military base. This base wasn't anything special. It was a medium-sized camp with 2 rooms for sleeping, a small kitchen, a small toilet, and the main room. When we arrived, we quickly turned on the generator to get the power and heat going. Then we started to unpack our gear. We had a lot of lab equipment, drills, gadgets, and computers. As we finished setting up, Michael notified our superiors via radio that we'd arrived. And after a quick meal of canned food, we decided to start work. Our first goal was to find a bigger crack in the ice surface, so we could go down it and take deeper pieces of ice for our study. Luckily, we found a crack about 10 minutes away from the base. We set up 2 ropes to climb down. The whole thing wasn't that deep, but because it was dark, we couldn't see too well. Gabe and John were in charge of rope management, and Michael and I were sent down to take the samples. After a 20-foot descent, Michael and I reached a small platform. "All right, Michael, you take ice samples from this platform and I'll try to reach the bottom," I told Michael as I headed down. As I reached the bottom, I noticed there was some kind of cave system. There were multiple holes around me. "Place is bigger than I thought," I thought to myself. I quickly took my equipment and began to break the ice. It didn't take long for me to get this strange feeling that I was being watched. I began to constantly look around to see if I was safe, but one flashlight doesn't give you that much vision. As I began to finish up the job, I heard massive footsteps, and then I heard growling. I quickly looked in the direction of one of the cave entrances. I saw something. It wasn't a polar bear. It wasn't any other creature known to live in the North Pole. This was something different. It was huge, walking on 2 legs, covered in white fur. I could make out big red eyes and impossibly long teeth. I froze for a moment. I had no idea what to do. My mind tried to figure out what this thing was, but it came up empty. I stood there for a few moments just frozen, like everything else around me. It felt as if my heart was going to explode. I then decided to take a few steps back, signaling John and Gabe to pull me out of the crack. As I took one step backwards, the ice under me made a little cracking sound. In that moment, the creature began to run right at me. Then I started to scream, calling for John and Gabe to pull me out. I could tell they were probably confused, but they quickly did what I said. Luckily for me, Michael was already done with his part of the job, so all 3 of them were there to quickly pull me out as I barely escaped this thing. By the time I reached the platform where Michael and I had split up, it was gone. After the guys pulled me out, they started to ask what happened. "Guys, give me 5 minutes, man. I gotta catch my breath," I told them. After a moment, I swallowed hard. "We're not alone here. To be honest, I don't know what I saw down there, but some kind of creature tried to attack me," I explained. "What kind of creature?" Gabe asked. As I described it to them, I could see their faces becoming more and more serious. They knew me. We'd worked together for a while. They knew I wasn't making things up. "We're probably dealing with some kind of Yeti-like thing," Gabe said. John chimed in. "Gabe, you always act like you know everything. Do you really think that's a Yeti? Or don't you think that idea's a bit stupid?" "Well, no matter what it is, we need to be careful. From now on, we'll always take our guns with us, understand?" Michael said. We all agreed. Thankfully, we had all the samples we needed for the day, so we went back to the base. During dinner, we discussed our options. One thing was clear. Our mission had just begun. Even if we wanted to cancel it, it would be a while before help could come get us. And that would be very expensive, leading to very upset superiors. "All right then, we'll do our jobs as quickly as possible and get the heck out of here," I said to the guys. The next few days were pretty stressful. We were always paranoid and afraid. We didn't know what to expect. I was always holding on to my gun just to feel extra safe. To our luck, in those few days, all we saw were a few Arctic foxes. One night, maybe a couple of weeks later, as we slept, we heard a loud banging on the main base door. We were all quickly awake, turning on the lights. "What's going on?" Michael said. "It's that creature. I think it's back," I told him. We were all terrified. There's nothing we could really do. We just prayed that the doors would hold. All of a sudden, I felt a rush of adrenaline. "Guys, come on. We need to support that door." We all rushed over, barricading the doors, pushing ourselves against it too. It felt as if that thing on the other side was about to get in. I don't remember ever being that scared before. I'd been in perilous situations before, but this was different. Eventually, the thing on the other side relented. It gave up, and we could finally let go of the doors. By then, we were all trembling. After the attack, or near attack, we further barricaded the door and decided to sleep in shifts, so there was always one person awake. The next morning, I said to Michael, "Man, we have the radio. We can call for a helicopter and get out of here." "I know, but we have a bit of a job left. 5 days at most." "We guard the doors, do the job, and we get out," Michael said. And I had to agree. One day after that, we were crossing over a little mountain near the base. The terrain was awful there, so we needed to walk very carefully. Just as we reached the top, I missed a step and began to fall. But I didn't fall all the way. Even so, I managed to break my leg. "You all right?" John called out. "I've been better, guys. Think my leg is broken," I said. We canceled our plans for the day, going back to the base so we could take a closer look at my injury. "That's pretty bad. We need to call for help. Worst case scenario, he dies from this," Gabe explained after looking at my leg. Michael quickly took out our radio, calling for an emergency helicopter. You see, the emergency helicopter is a lot smaller than the one in which we came. It couldn't hold our equipment and all 4 of us. After a quick chat, we decided that John would leave with me and that Gabe and Michael would stay here for a few more days to finish up the job. To be honest, I wasn't too sure about that deal. I didn't want to leave Gabe and Michael out here alone with that creature. The helicopter arrived the very next day, and as John and I were leaving, I told Michael and Gabe to be extremely careful. "Will do. See you soon," they said to us. "Yeah, see you soon," I called out. Little did I know then, that was the last I'd ever see of them. When the emergency helicopter made it to its destination, I was quickly sent to surgery. Turned out to be a broken femur. If I didn't come back, I'd probably have lost my leg. As I rested in the army hospital, I anxiously waited for Gabe and Michael to come back. Then the day arrived, the day I would remember for the rest of my life. I was eating some lunch. John was with me because he came to check up on me. Our boss entered the room with the most serious look on his face I'd ever seen. He closed the door, and in his hands he had some kind of file. "Is everything all right, sir? Have Gabe and Michael come back?" I asked. "Gentlemen, I don't know how to say this to you, but Gabe and Michael, they're no longer with us." As our boss said that, I felt a cold sweat coming on. "What? How? Are you sure? What happened?" John began to ask, but our boss repeated, "Gentlemen, I do not know what to say." He then handed us a file, explaining that when the pickup team arrived to pick up Michael and Gabe, they found the main doors beaten inwards, and the inside of the base was completely trashed. The file contained pictures that shocked me. The base, our equipment, our things, everything had been destroyed, and there was what appeared to be bloodstains. In one of these pictures, I saw something. On the floor next to a broken mess of things was a tuft of white fur. After recovering from my injury, I quickly left that job. A funeral was held for my friends, and people were asking us questions, but I didn't know what to tell them. I felt responsible for their deaths. If I hadn't been so clumsy, if I hadn't broken my leg, the four of us could have kept that thing at bay, or even killed it. But I had messed up and abandoned them. I have no idea what it was we saw, and I don't know why it wanted us dead. But of one thing I am certain. It is real, and it's still out there, somewhere in the North Pole. Little Ball of Fur. From Double D. The story I'm about to share happened quite a while back, but to this day, it's the strangest thing I've ever experienced. Back then, I worked for a company that was doing all sorts of field maintenance, from mowing public parks to clearing overgrown government land and cleaning private plots. At the time, this company had a contract with a big local factory, for which we had to maintain electrical posts. This meant that most of the time we were working in the middle of nowhere, since most of the posts were passing through a forest. That morning, just like every other, I loaded the company's dilapidated Land Rover Defender with saws, trimmers, and other necessary equipment. My colleague Marco accompanied me as we headed into the heart of the wilderness. I loved that particular job because there were no bosses breathing down our necks, and I really liked Marco. He was a cool guy with whom you could talk about anything, from local gossip to secrets of the universe and even astral projection. Marco and I had our own work strategy, which was, as soon as we arrive in the morning, we hit work hard and work like maniacs for several hours. Then we'd have an extra long lunch break, after which we would slowly finish the rest of the work and clean everything up. That day by 1 p.m., we'd done a fair amount of work and decided it was break time. We sat in the open back of the Defender, eating our food and discussing the day's subject. Our philosophical conversations were interrupted by the sound of a bell. Just as I was about to say, "Sounds like someone's cat," a cat indeed came out of the thick bushes surrounding us. What a cat it was, too. A chubby black and white cat with a bright red collar with a small golden bell on it. Surprised, to say the least, we tried to figure out what such an animal was doing all the way out here. I know there are all kinds of messed up people, and that unfortunately, many of them do not hesitate to abandon their pets in secluded places. But Marco and I immediately agreed this animal simply did not belong out here. First of all, it was fat, not at all scared or wild. On the contrary, it seemed very tame and friendly. Strangest of all, it was completely clean and dry, despite it being a dewy morning, and it had these extremely noticeable snow-white, perfectly clean paws. Secondly, as I said, I've seen many times people abandoning their pets, but this location just seemed an unlikely one to drop off a cat. I mean, it took us the better part of an hour on an almost non-existent road with a huge 4x4 vehicle. So, someone going through this much effort just to abandon a cat was just against all logic. And yet, there it was. When Marco tore off a piece of his sandwich and threw it on the ground, that's when weird things kicked off. The meowing cat slowly approached the piece of food Marco generously wanted to share, and as soon as its snout touched the bits of bread and salami, an inexplicable show began to unfold in front of our dumbfounded faces. Imagine a cheap battery-powered toy, then imagine that those batteries are almost dead. That is the best and closest description I can give you. Its meowing sounded like it was coming from very cheap speakers, not a living cat, and this animal was now twitching, repeating the same movements over and over again, just like a toy struggling against a dead battery. The cat, if I can call it that, suddenly changed direction in a very robotic manner, all the while meowing like a toy, before disappearing into the bushes from which it came minutes ago. Due to the density of the bushes, it was quickly out of our sights, but we could clearly hear all the sounds it continued to make. Now it sounded like one of those old-school radios while you're trying to find a station, like white noise and crackling, with weird, unrelated, and random sentences in between in different voices and parts of songs and children's tunes. When we could no longer hear it, we just sat there in silence. I think neither of us could find the right words to say about this unreal, unexpected, and unearthly encounter. We spent the rest of the shift looking over our shoulders, expecting this thing to come back, but it never did. Not that day nor any other time we were there. I can't say we were afraid, but we were confused and even shocked, without a doubt. Like, what even was that? A cat with rabies? An alien? A demon? Some kind of shapeshifter? A shared hallucination? To this day, I have no idea, but there are some seriously weird things out there, hiding in places where people don't often venture. Of that, I am certain. Illuminate, from Shadow Dweller. I work at a graveyard as a security officer. I've been at this job for the past 5 years. It's a rather large graveyard in western New York and contains several thousand bodies, with new ones being added every day. I've seen it all out here. Junkies, drunkards, teens looking for places to party. Needless to say, there are stories of the paranormal with my coworkers, but I've personally never seen such things. This was my first graveyard shift of the year, so I had all my gear as well as extra batteries for the flashlight on my hip. I looked around my office for anything I could have missed, picking up the golf cart keys and a small bag of Halloween chocolates. My kid had snuck it into my lunchbox, so I happily munched on them throughout the evening. I went section by section, flashing my lights around the spots we usually find people, and it seemed like it would be a quiet night so far. I put the cart in neutral and listened for anyone and anything. I was currently in the oldest section, which was usually the most common spot. It was unusual not to even hear a rustle around me. Deer usually ran rampantly around the graveyard, several herds making the grounds their home. I fixed my hair, which had been whipped around by the wind on the drive. I then got out of the cart, making my usual path through fallen tombstones, older above-ground graves, and beautiful stone angels. Honestly, I don't know what I expected, but it absolutely was not my radio bursting to life. It was my coworker in the World War II section coming over the radio. He sounded frantic.
"Seth, there's people, a person, I don't know, man."
"Copy that. Hang on, I'm around the corner. I'll join you soon. Keep non-lethal and we can meet up and find them. You got a description for me?" He paused a second, seeming to be thinking.
Dark, fast, dude looked like a shadow, you know?"
"Zay, my guy, are you trying to tell me you saw a ghost?" I couldn't help but tease Xavier. I was really just trying to lighten things up.
"Oh man, I don't know. This is so messed up though. I was doing a walk towards the back, and this thing just jumped out."
I'd made it back to the cart by then, and I made a quick dash towards the soldiers' section. There was Xavier with his taser drawn, gawking around the dark, doing small circles, his eyes wide open. "Zay, you take the back, I'll take the front. Keep your eyes open and radio me if you see anything." I got out, put a cartridge in my taser, and began to circle around the front of the few thousand stones. Now, he must have been freaking me out at least a little bit, because I saw movement in the older section, and I jumped slightly. I put my flashlight steadily in the holster on my hip, angling it so I could see around me. I felt eyes intensely on me, and my skin began to crawl. "WNY security, come out where I can see ya. As long as you leave now, we can go without an issue." There was no response, other than slight shuffling from the rows on the left. so I swung that way and began a slow-paced march, radioing Xavier. "Hey, on me. I found him."
"Seth, I'm on my way. 2 rows behind you."
We met up in a few moments, and the rustling only got louder as we aimed our tasers, proceeding towards the noise. "Come on out. You're trespassing at this hour." Suddenly, a shadow sprinted from the grave markers and took off full force down the row. The two of us gave chase, frustration building at how fast this figure seemed to be. After a sharp left, we lost sight amongst older and larger headstones. We did a sharp formation creeping between stones, and all we heard or saw were several deer in the older sections. They stared at us before fleeing, and we'd reached the main road through the graveyard. "Zay, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up claiming this was a deer." I wasn't sure what the heck it was. I'd never seen a person move so fast, but we definitely hadn't seen footsteps yet, or anything of a person. "Look, man, I don't care what you slap on the paperwork, but we both know it was something else." "Whatever, I'm sitting in the office and staring at the cameras." I gave him a nod, not looking forward to the paperwork that would come out of this. But I sighed, watching Zay as he loaded up into his own cart. "I'll be patrolling the children's section, then the newer. I'll call if I see anything," I told him. He patted my shoulder. "Better you than me, bud." And he drove away. Personally, I don't know what led us around the graves that night. I really wanted to label it as a deer. We never saw a person or anyone else that evening. But come morning, I made sure that report said a deer had broken from the herd and led us around. But to be honest with you, I didn't and still don't believe it was a deer. Last I heard, deer don't run on 2 legs. Like father, like son. From Sandra Kirpin. This may not be the scariest story, but it is completely true. And if you ask me, it is quite disturbing. The story doesn't include aliens, cryptids, or any creatures, but a family tragedy, which, although it happened long before I was born, is still often mentioned among my family members. It was the cold winter of 1940. John was my grandmother's older brother, and just like 80% of the male local population at the time, he worked in a coal mine. It was a job that he allegedly hated more than anything. And could you really blame him? Imagine crawling deep into the womb of the earth every single day, breathing in black, sticky dust, which creeps into every millimeter of your lungs and every pore of your skin, carrying with you nothing else but courage, a pickaxe, and a headlamp that illuminated nothing more than a sad picture of a harsh reality. Unfortunately, John could not change his job, because A, it wasn't easy to find a job, as there weren't that many at the time, and B, like most folks back then, he was uneducated and only knew how to read and write. But perhaps the most important reason was that as a young boy, John had lost his father, and as the oldest male child, had to take on the burden of taking care of his family. What makes all of this even sadder is that his father was killed in an accident doing the very same job which John was now doing to support his mother and siblings. Life really used to be hard and merciless back in the day. On that fateful day, John slept late in the afternoon like always whenever he worked night shifts, and when his mother entered the room to wake him up, she found him already awake and upset. Hesitant at first, John told her about a dream he had. He dreamt that his late father came to wake him up and told him not to go to work because if he did, he would die. Although John was not easily frightened, this dream disturbed him a lot. It was so realistic that for a moment he thought that his father was really alive and with him in his room. His mom, who never got over the death of her husband, was terrified and told him to stay at home that night. She offered him a plate of warm soup, a sincere hug, and sent him back to bed, That night, a horrible accident really did happen in the mine. 185 miners lost their lives on the spot due to an explosion of coal dust caused by improper mine blasting, and another 90 died later on due to the effects of carbon monoxide inhalation. With the first rays of the weak winter sun, news of the accident reached the small sleepy town. The news went door to door, making new widows, leaving children without brothers and fathers. When John's mother heard what happened, she was shocked and happy at the same time. Shaken because she herself was a widow and she knew what kind of sorrow and struggle awaited all those poor women, and happy because her beloved son miraculously escaped death. She ran into the bedroom to wake John up, to wrap her arms around him, then inform him about the sad fate of his colleagues. He had to know that he was right. But when she opened the door, her joy evaporated in a split second. Although he had stayed home just like his father told him in his dream, her son was now lying dead in a still warm bed. Above his bed, a huge painting with a massive heavy frame and thick glass, which fell during the night, had somehow crushed John's skull. What was on the painting, you ask? Well, no more and no less than a portrait of his late father. Sadly, it looked like that day was destined for him, because he wasn't getting out alive either way. What an awful way to go. And what's even more strange is that my grandmother, John's sister, kept that painting, and it's still somewhere in the attic of the house where she lived. It's always remained broken and damaged from that very day that it killed her big brother, the breadwinner of the family, whose death pushed them even deeper into the jaws of severe poverty. It was the only existing picture of her father, and she didn't want to forget his face. When I first found out about this story, I remember that I used to look at the gentle face behind the broken glass for hours, wondering if John really had dreamt of his dad that night, and if it was possible that his dad's spirit knew that it was the day that his little boy would die. So he wanted him to die in his sleep instead of being caught in some explosion, even though I don't know which is worse between the two. I only know that even after all these years, this story is just as sad and disturbing to me. I'm not overly religious, but I really hope that John is happy and in a better place, because his difficult, short life was anything but happy. Spirits versus Marines, from Pengu Winds. I'd enlisted in the Marine Corps Reserve right out of high school, back during the height of the war in Iraq. Boot camp was grueling, but I eventually got through it and graduated. From there, I had to go to MOS training to learn my job. I went into the infantry and passed the assaultman course to be an 0351. This means I specialized in demolitions for urban operations, as well as using rocket launchers for anti-tank or anti-fortification operations. It was extremely fun getting to blow everything up. But those are stories for another time. Upon completing the course, I had to report to my unit to get my paperwork filed, and figure out which platoon I'll report to on first drill weekend. My first drill was in September, and of course, being the new guy, I immediately screwed up. I told myself come next month, I'll do better. When I arrived for October's drill, we were told we were busing out to a new training ground recently acquired for military and police use. It was an old abandoned hospital and asylum the government was in the process of converting to a large training center. Just the place a bunch of rowdy Marines would love to be at for Halloween. The first day we were there, we had an hour or two of free time in the afternoon. So, being the inquisitive bunch, some guys from my platoon and I decided to explore the hospital building next door to our sleeping quarters, which was one of the asylum buildings, complete with pads on a lot of the room's walls. The hospital looked as if everyone had just vanished in a single day. Supplies and equipment were still in place in every room. It was unsettling from the stark contrast of dried leaves, twigs, and various debris in the halls, versus the clean organization of the rooms and offices. We all decided to scatter and explore on our own, some guys going up to the top floor, some going down to the basement, and a few stragglers like me just wandering the ground floor. After a while, we all collected together in the lobby. We were greeted by a sight we'll never forget. One of our corporals and another Marine came back wearing full scrubs over their camis. I don't know where or how they found those, but they looked pristine. We all had a good laugh when another Marine came back from the basement, almost out of breath. He managed to blast out in a rushed tone, "You guys gotta come see this." We all followed him down to the basement, down a series of hallways. Near the end of the building, he stopped and pointed to a sign. It was a dusty sign, but you could still easily read the printing. In large black letters, it read, "Morgue." Everyone's eyes lit up, and we all rushed in, though I guess I was the most apprehensive about it. I've seen spirits and ghosts since I was a small child, and this just didn't seem right to me. Inside, it was a smallish concrete room, with one wall covered in those refrigeration trays for the bodies, and large double doors on one side that led to the docking ramp for the ambulances. One of the guys pulled out a morgue tray, and we could all see the stains lining the edge of it. The reddish residue looked like blood, but could easily have been rust. For the sake of my own mind, I chose to think it was just rust. Surely the staff would have kept better care of the morgue than that. We all dared each other to lie in the tray and see who could stand to be locked in there for the longest time. I stood back and just watched. I could not bring myself to entertain such a morbid game. Soon we all left and returned to the platoon to see what they had for us next on the training schedule. Turns out, that night, we had a night raid to plan for. The scenario was this. Our company gunnery sergeant was acting the role of a high-value target. We received intel that the HVT was holed up in one of the buildings across the campus. We were tasked with raiding said building, snatching up the HVT, then exfil back to the base, while keeping an eye out for possible counterattacks. The plan was to set out just before midnight, so we would have the full cover of night to reach the target. This involved the whole platoon, so we wanted as much shadow cover as possible to mask our movements. We set out without issue, and after a bit, we made it to the target building. It was a medium-sized 4-story office building. Every window was dark. There were absolutely no lights on in the entire structure, which added to the already tense atmosphere. One squad was left outside to set a cordon while everyone else rushed into the building. We quickly filtered in and cleared the first floor. No sign of Gunny here on this floor, so the plan was to clear the rest of the building one floor at a time going up. A few of us were left to guard the stairwells on each end of the building. I was put on the stairwell closest to our entry point, with a couple of other Marines. The rest of the platoon went up using the opposite stairs, and as soon as the last one went up, the oppressive silence entered. We could occasionally hear muffled shouts and bangs of doors opening and closing, but those sounded miles away. The crackle of our radio shattered the quiet so unexpectedly it made us all jump, and we heard our platoon sergeant saying, "Second floor clear, heading up to third." We replied with a "copy that," as did the other stairwell team. I thought it was quiet before, but now it was as silent as the grave. I swear I could hear my own heartbeat, loud as a drum. The shifting of one's feet sounded like a bomb in the quiet night. Bang, bang, bang! We heard the unmistakable sounds of boot steps down in the basement. Each step echoed from below like gunshots. We hopped on the radio and relayed that he may be in the basement. A fire team was detached and sent down to clear it. I could hear the confused shouts and shuffling feet of the Marines in the basement. Sounded like they found nothing. And the radio soon crackled to life, telling us that exact thing. No sign of the high-value target at all down there. The fire team left the basement to rejoin the main force as they made their way up to the top floor. The now familiar silence set in once more as we resumed our vigil. All three of us were on edge from hearing those boot steps earlier. Then, bang, bang, bang. We all stared at each other with wide eyes. The boot steps were there again, and we knew there was no mistaking that for anything else. We radioed it in, and once again a team was dispatched to inspect. And once again, they found no sign of the HVT at all. We were admonished for believing every little sound, but we stood firm on what we heard. The main force returned to the ground floor soon after. There was no sign of Gunny anywhere, so we decided to exfil and debrief the situation. During the debrief, First Sergeant filled us in that the intel was false, and Gunny was never in that building. In fact, we were the only ones in the building. The two Marines I was on guard duty with looked at me, and we all had the realization that we hadn't heard a person, or at least someone that wasn't a person anymore. The next day went without incident, but as we were waiting around for the buses to arrive, I heard the latest story working its way through the Lance Corporal underground. Apparently, when Company Command did the recon for the training scenarios, they had an incident of their own. They'd been in the same office building we'd raided, and upon entering, they had to turn the lights on to inspect everything. First Sergeant had been the last to leave each room, ensuring the lights were turned off. They did this on every floor going up, but found lights turned on in some of the rooms on the lower floors. First Sergeant said this creeped him out, because he knew he had turned off all the lights as they exited each room. That's the part that gave me chills. Our company First Sergeant was an old, hardened Marine who could stare hell in the eyes and giggle about it. The fact he was at all creeped out definitely had me scared. Overnight shifts. From Hibiji. I work the overnight shift, and for the purpose of anonymity, I'll just say that the place I work at has clientele that lives on the property 24/7. My job is basically to watch over them while they sleep, in case of emergency or if they need medication or try to leave the property, and to make sure the buildings don't burn down. There are 4 buildings on 11 acres of land. While all of these buildings are fairly close together, I still have to walk from building to building in the dark to do bed checks. The majority of the 11 acres are woods with walking trails. It is very creepy in there at night. Thankfully, that's not where my story takes place. This story takes place between 2 of the 4 buildings. One building is an office with 3 rooms, the other building a 3-bed, 2-bath house. This house is where some of the clients slept. I spent much of my time in the office, doing whatever I wanted to do, specifically watching anime and making art. There is a short path between the office and that house. I'm talking about 40 feet long. I would go into the house to check on the clients, use the restroom, there's not one in the office, and prepare any food I brought to eat. This property has been rumored to have ghosts. Clients and staff alike had seen them. Usually a woman and a young boy. They were only seen on this side of the property. The other 2 buildings do not seem to have any activity. There's also a rumor that clients that sleep in a specific bedroom in the house begin to change. They grow irritable, depressed, and just altogether unhappy. Change the room and voila, they feel better. Not sure how true that part is. Next to the office building is a beautiful garden. It has a big log fence around it, but it's the kind that is wood and wire, so you can easily see into it when standing outside. It's mainly used to keep out the deer, as they love to munch on the veggies. The wildlife in the area is abundant. Now that I've set up the scene, I'll tell you about the 3 specific things I have experienced while working on that side of the property. They're not the only 3. However, they are definitely the most interesting and terrifying. One night, I was in the house gathering my food to take back over to the office. I was quite excited to eat my snacks and watch this new anime movie that had recently come out. I'll say without shame that as I left the house, my arms were full of snacks. I was balancing bags of chips, fruit, and other things at the same time. I stepped out onto the short path between the buildings and began to make my way to the office. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over me. I am not unfamiliar with the paranormal, nor am I unfamiliar with the fight or flight or freeze reaction. In this moment, I felt fear ripple through my body. I stopped in the middle of the path and couldn't move anymore. I remember looking all around me, trying to figure out why I was feeling the way I did. That's when I saw it, or him, standing in the middle of the garden, behind the fence. It was a man. He was illuminated by a couple of floodlights we have on the property, and despite being illuminated, he was completely black. I could not make out any features, except that he was wearing a hat, like a top hat or maybe a cowboy hat. As soon as my eyes landed on this figure, my heart dropped past my stomach and into my knees. The feeling that came from this figure was anger, rage. Fight or flight kicked in within an instant, and the only thing my brain could process was the instinct to run. So that's what I did. I sprinted the last 20 feet to the door, where I actually slammed into it because I had locked it when I left earlier. I don't remember getting out my keys or unlocking the door. I don't remember if I dropped my snacks or brought them in. What I do remember is being inside and slamming the door shut. Then I locked it. I was panting, covered in sweat and goosebumps. I inwardly laughed at myself. Lock the door, really? If that was a ghost, he would just get in somehow. I leaned on the door, breathing hard, when I suddenly thought, my God, the clients. Isn't it my job to ensure their safety? I'd left them alone sleeping in that house with that thing in the garden. It's in the garden, and it's bad. I could not deny that feeling. After briefly mulling over my options, which were slim, I decided I needed to go back into the house. I gathered myself mentally, unlocking the office door and sprinting down the path to the house. I opened the front door and practically threw myself inside. I locked the door behind me and immediately went to the window. After peering out, looking into the garden, I didn't see anything. I sat in the middle of the couch, facing the front door and waiting. The front door was thick wood, but it did have a large glass cutout in the middle. I spent the entire night staring out that glass, too paranoid to move. Nothing else happened that night. Only when the sun began to rise did I start to ease up. I haven't felt fear like that since. The next incident also took place near and around the garden. It was a typical quiet night. I was in the office that sits adjacent to the garden. One room has a window that looks out partially into the garden, then partially outside of it. I was having a snack and watching a show on my laptop when I thought I heard something coming from outside. My first thought was it was a client who needed something. I paused my show and stood up. That's when I realized what I heard was singing. It was quiet, soft, and even childlike. This gave me pause, as we certainly do not have child clients around here. I listened for a few more seconds before I decided to peer out the window. Nothing. The floodlights were on and I saw nothing out of the ordinary. But I could still hear the singing. Like a typical idiot in a scary movie, I went outside to investigate. After all, it was my responsibility to keep the residents safe. Poking my head out the door and looking both ways, I gingerly stepped out the door I made a short loop in front of the building and garden, but I saw nothing, and the singing was gone. I made my way into the house down the short path to make sure everyone was accounted for. Yep, all there. Once I returned to the building, I sat back down to continue snacking and watching my show. However, as soon as I sat down, the singing started back up. I didn't move for some time, maybe just a minute or two, but it felt much longer than that. At one point, I realized I was crying. There were tears streaming down my face, and initially, I was not conscious of it. I sat there crying silently, again probably for only a minute or two, but it felt way longer. It was a bizarre cry, as it didn't feel like I was the one doing it, but clearly I was. My face was soaked with tears, and the tears were obscuring my vision. I don't really recall how that night ended. The final incident worth recounting took place in the house where the residents live, across from the garden and office. I was training a new girl for the overnight shift, joking with the other staff about not telling her about the ghosts in hopes she wouldn't immediately quit. Well, turns out I didn't have to tell her anything about them. They made themselves quite clear. We were doing a property walkthrough and bed checks like normal. There was a stuffed animal on the floor of the living room that a client gave to the resident dog. I was used to seeing that stuffed squirrel tossed everywhere and anywhere, so I barely registered it as we walked to the client rooms. We checked beds, then went back outside, so I could show her more of the property. We were gone for maybe 3 minutes before returning to the house. When we walked back in, I realized the stuffed squirrel was not in the same place. Now it was by the dining room table. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, I thought. I hesitated before asking my new coworker, "Hey, did that stuffed animal move?" She was quiet for a moment before responding, "Yeah." We looked at each other and I felt goosebumps race up on my skin. Acknowledging what happened but trying to move on, we sat at the living room couch so I could show her some work on the computer. I briefly went to the kitchen to get a drink. The kitchen has a little counter, and if standing by the counter, you can see over the living room couch and into the living room itself. I looked down to pour my drink when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. The trainee gasped, shouting, "It moved! Oh my God, it just moved!" I looked up, and sure enough, that stuffed squirrel was now about 10 feet away from its last position. My coworker had not gotten up from the couch, and while I didn't directly see it, I did catch something moving in my peripheral. She luckily didn't quit that night, but she didn't really last long. Haunting at the Children's Shelter, from Billy Towers. A warning to the faint of heart. This story involves the topic of child abuse. The story takes place when I used to work the night shift at a children's shelter. This shelter was a large 3-floor, 4-bedroom house. The upstairs area was where the bedrooms were, with the kitchen and living room on the first floor and a basement. The shelter functioned as a safe house for kids in foster care, children who were taken from their guardians for one reason or another. They would be sent here until their parents got custody back or the child was situated with a foster parent. The story of each of the kids there was enough horror on its own. They ranged from being neglected for days on end because their guardians were on substances to children who were abused in every imaginable way with no one to protect them. Each child had been through their own version of hell, and because of this, each had their own behavioral problems. As if the horrible stories and scary actions of each child weren't enough, it was a long-held belief that the shelter itself was haunted. What exactly haunted the shelter was and still is up for debate. The children claimed there was a shadow monster that stalked the halls and watched to see if you were bad. The staff had their own theory, however, that the children brought the dark energy of their lives and experiences along with them, and the energy just stayed. Either way, the shelter, more often than not, was an unnerving place. As I said before, I worked the night shift at the shelter. This meant coming in around 10 at night and leaving at 6 a.m. During this shift, it was my responsibility to deep clean the common areas, make breakfast and lunch for the next day, as well as make sure the kids were safe and sleeping. If I finished early enough, I spent the rest of my shift in the upstairs lounge, playing on my phone and checking on the kids every 15 to 20 minutes. During one of these shifts, I was texting my friend about our shelter ghost, making a joke of it. He warned me that such entities should be taken seriously, and making light of them can have consequences. I laughed it off and made another joke. This would be the last mistake I made that night. As soon as I sent the text, suddenly my phone lost service. I knew it wasn't a payment issue. I had just gotten paid the day before, and my phone bill was always the first thing I paid. I made a test call to my mom to see what the issue was. Instead of the normal dial tone or sending me straight to the service line, I got static on the other end. I hung up, and before I could try again, I got a call from a number that looked nothing like anything I've seen before. I went ahead and answered it. There was a strange, static-filled voice on the other end. I tried to speak to whoever it was, only to receive whispers. "Hello?" I said in a hushed tone. Then an abrupt and angry voice came back.
"Get out!"
Being screamed at by whoever or whatever was on the call, I immediately dropped my phone. When I finally caught my breath and my heart stopped beating out of my chest, I reached down and grabbed my phone to see that I had my service back. Right away, I texted my friend to tell them of the experience and to say that I would be more careful. From what I heard on the news the next day, there was a series of solar flares that week, which were said to interfere with cell reception and cause strange signals. Whether that was the case or not, I was much more respectful of the energy of the shelter from that day forward. I continued to work at the shelter for another 6 months, until it eventually was shut down. I wonder whether the uneasy energy of that shelter still clings to the walls. But to this day, I'm too unnerved by my experiences to go back and find out. Live Wire from Chai. I was working at a plant in the spring of 2010, manufacturing car parts at the time, from the carpets to the wiring. I was a carpet tech for the Honda section, and a close friend of mine was an electrical engineer in the same section. We worked closely together most days. The production lines were often nearly back-to-back in the cramped area. Austin, who was working on the wiring for the window panels at the time, was telling me what had happened to one of the line workers who had been gone for a week by then, and why he had a massive safety meeting later that day. Now, I had just come back from vacation from the lovely Carolinas, so I had not witnessed this firsthand, but it was an absolutely massive issue in the plant. So, a younger line worker named Felix had just started 2 months prior, and he was very friendly and helpful. He quickly became liked by our coworkers. He was in charge of testing the wires, and often used a car battery to power the wires and give them a test. Most days he was following OSHA standards: rubber gloves, rubber overcoat, eyeglasses, the whole 9 yards. Unfortunately, he had forgone most of that one day because the plant had reached a humid 98 degrees Fahrenheit. And honestly, when it gets like that, it feels even hotter, what with all the bodies around you. so it made sense when he ditched the protection to save himself from overheating, and he'd always been careful up to that point. Something must have made sense to him about that. He'd went to plug in the wires to the battery setup, and his hands were slick with sweat. He apparently went up in sparks and had been unable to let go of the wires. It took my friend and some other coworkers to shut off the battery and move him from the station. At that time, paramedics had been called, and it was very evident he was no longer breathing. Austin performed CPR the full 10 minutes until they made it to the plant, and he watched over him until he was loaded into the ambulance. He had to fill out all the forms on what happened, and apparently even had to tell the higher-ups. Well, his quick work ended up saving Felix. It took a full half hour of working on him to get everything started again, but the doctors said he was massively brain damaged, and it was unlikely he would ever be the same afterwards. He had severe burns covering most of his body, and he had to have his right eye replaced. Honestly, he was a mess, but he was alive. Our supervisor arranged a fund for his family to cover expenses, and while they did raise $21,000, it was a startling reminder of how important it is to follow protocol. It attacked me. From Garner. I don't think I'll ever forget those 2 nights working the graveyard shift at a McDonald's in Maine. I won't say exactly where, for the sake of privacy. It was back in 2009, my junior year of high school. I was working part-time as a cashier to save up for a car. The overnight crew was small, just me, the manager Reggie, and one line cook named Steve. The place was kept open 24/7 since we got a good bit of business from truckers and late-night partiers. One of my duties was cleaning the bathrooms at the start and end of my shifts. Being the only girl, I usually just tidied up the women's room. But that particular night, Steve was swamped on the line, and Reggie asked me to take care of the men's room too. Now, our men's room was just this tiny closet of a space, a single toilet, and a sink. I didn't think much of it at first. I grabbed the mop bucket and went in to clean. I had my back to the door, scrubbing the toilet, when, clear as day, I heard a voice right behind me, a masculine one. It said, "Don't turn around." I froze, my heart racing. That voice was low and rough, nearly a growl. There was no one else in the room with me, I was sure of it. I would have had to squeeze past them to even get to the toilet. Should I run out the door? Turn and confront whoever this was? Before I could decide, I heard the creak of the bathroom door opening. I whipped around, expecting to see some freak sneaking up on me. But no one was there. I told Reggie what happened, and he checked our security tapes. But of course, they showed zilch. He offered to finish cleaning the men's room for me. No way was I going back in there. I didn't scare easy, but that voice was way too real. Almost like the person was standing right behind me. Ugh, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Reggie teased me for weeks about the bathroom ghost, but I knew what I heard. As creepy as that was, things got way worse a couple of weeks later. This brings me to the second night in question. It was another slow night, around 2 a.m. Steve had gone home sick, so it was just me and Reggie. As I restocked the napkins, Reggie asked if I'd grab some more burger patties from the freezer. I was happy to get away from boredom, so I snagged up my jacket and headed to the back. The freezer was basically a giant walk-in fridge that we kept meat and produce in. I stepped inside, fumbling for the light switch, instantly hit by a blast of cold air. I went looking for the burger patties, when the heavy metal door suddenly slammed shut behind me. I jumped, confused as to how the door had shut. I tried the interior handle, and I realized there was something wrong. Something was holding that door shut tight. I pounded on the door and yelled out, but Reggie must not have heard me over the kitchen noise. It was so cold, my breath was fogging. It was then that I felt it. A powerful, unseen pressure shoved me hard against the wall, nearly crushing my windpipe. I clawed at my neck, but I didn't feel anything there, not with my hands or fingers, and yet something was pushing against my throat, like a pair of icy hands strangling the life out of me. Before long, spots swam before my eyes. I was certain then I was going to die alone in that freezer. Suddenly, the pressure let up, just as Reggie threw open the freezer door, eyes wide with alarm. I stumbled out, choking and sputtering. Reggie steadied me, demanding to know what happened. Through chattering teeth, I gasped out something along the lines of, "It choked me. Something had attacked me." But one look at his face told me he didn't believe it. He searched the freezer himself, then looked around the restaurant. But there was no one there but us. However, Reggie made me sit in his office, sipping hot tea, until my parents came to get me. I quit the next day, and I told everyone I got a better gig hostessing at the diner downtown. Truthfully, I was terrified of setting foot back inside that Mickey D's. Something sinister lurked there that none of us could explain, and it clearly had a bone to pick with the overnight staff, particularly me. I still have to drive past that McDonald's sometimes, late at night, for my current job. The glow of the sign draws my attention, like a beacon through the dark, and I always peer into the shadows of the parking lot, half expecting to glimpse the dark figure who spoke to me. Other times I imagine the freezer door swinging slowly open, the icy unseen force beckoning me, reminding me that I know what's out there when no one else does. I'm scared it's just waiting for someone else unlucky enough to wander into its grasp in those small, eerie hours between midnight and dawn. 2 McDonald's Scares from Tragic Toby. I have 2 stories for you today. The first one takes place in 2022 in a small city in Arkansas, located about an hour north from Little Rock. I had just moved to Arkansas in March of 2022 with my fiancée. My brother-in-law-to-be had some connections at a McDonald's there, where he said he could possibly get me a management job, since I had previously worked for a McDonald's 2 years ago and was on the line to becoming a manager at the other store before I left. After I completed the interview, I became a manager, and it wasn't long before I would start running shifts with other managers, or on my own when I closed. This story happened around 5:00 p.m., just before I was supposed to clock out and go home. The manager on duty with me, that night's closing manager, Little Andrew, we called him Little Andrew because we had someone else named Andrew, and he was 6 feet tall and 270 pounds, whereas Little Andrew was about 5'3" and 190 pounds. Anyway, Little Andrew was there as well. It was an hour or two before I was supposed to clock out when a customer came through the drive-thru. He ordered a large fry. Remember that for later, as well as a double quarter-pound cheeseburger and a select few items. As he pulled up to the window, he was a very average guy. He was nice to our employees and didn't even put up a fight when we asked him to pull into a spot where he could wait for his fries to cook, which in itself is usually rare, since people get very mad when that happens. So after we run out his food and come back in, all was well. But before long, About an hour and a half later, little Andrew gets a call and goes into the back office where we counted the money so we could hear better. I followed him since I was still learning how to properly answer the phone and what to do when certain types of people call about certain things. The phone call was going well until the person on the other line said something that made little Andrew scream into the phone. Now, let me remind you that little Andrew is similar to me in the sense that neither of us like confrontation with angered people, nor do we yell unless it's absolutely necessary. So when he screamed into the phone, "Hey, you don't talk about my employees like that, or I'll have you arrested. That's sick." Well, I had to ask what happened. He explained that the person who called said they had come through a while before and ordered 2 large fries, a double quarter pounder, and a few other things. According to little Andrew, they had said that our employee working the front window had been incredibly rude and refused to give them the fry he was missing, which he allegedly ordered. He then proceeded to tell little Andrew that he was going to drag the aforementioned employee through the window, beat her to a bloody pulp, and leave her for dead in our drive-thru. Obviously pretty shaken, I was confused, wondering about every side of the story. So I went up front to ask the employee her side. She pulled up his receipt, which only listed 1 large fry. She was extremely nice and had let the man know that he had only ordered 1 large fry. She claims after that the man simply smiled and drove off. Hours later, I was walking out the door to wait for my ride home when a car sped into the parking lot. I immediately had a feeling that this was the guy who had called earlier. Right away, I pulled out my phone, pressing record on the camera, discreetly pointing it at little Andrew and the man, who now stood in front of the counter, screaming at little Andrew. Little Andrew had his arms crossed. After he noticed me recording and watching, he looked at me and simply said, "Call Andrew," meaning the other manager. I did so, and I told Andrew what was going on, mentioning we needed some help or advice. He told me to calmly wait for the police to get there, as one of my coworkers had called them while the confrontation was happening. Eventually, the police came up, and everyone who was near or witnessed the situation had to give a statement. The guy was driven to the station for questioning. Now, that one may not be very scary, but the next one truly scared me enough to have me call my fiancé and mother to tell them that I loved them. This story happened around May of 2021, a few months after I started working at McDonald's for the very first time. That night we had 3 people closing: me, my friend D, and my manager C. Another important person in the story is K. K was in an abusive relationship and was beginning to get in a relationship with C so she could escape the abusive one. She was also supposed to be closing with us, but she had called in and said she wouldn't be able to come in because she was in a holding cell at the jail for fighting back against her boyfriend. A little note to add is that Kay and her abusive boyfriend shared a car, and he didn't go to jail for hitting her since she was the only one that made a mark. For 2 weeks leading up to what I'm going to tell you, the abusive boyfriend had been hacking into C's messenger to send messages to the work group chat, saying things like, "I'm a stupid C word," "I'm such a big P word," and things like that, as well as threats like, "He's going to come shoot up the store," "saving C for last," and other such things. But he never followed up on them, so we decided to just let it be, removing both K and C from the chat so nothing else happened. The night we closed, it was about an hour and a half until 11 p.m., so about 9:30 p.m. I was cleaning my stuff early when I saw Kay's car pull into the drive-thru. When I realized she said she wouldn't come in that day, my heart sank. I ran to the back to see, asking him to clarify if Kay was still in jail, not coming in, and if her boyfriend had her car. He said yes. My heart sank even further. When he asked why, I had to explain that I just saw their car pull in, meaning something we did not want to believe. He was here. His threats could be coming true. Upon hearing this, C grabbed D and I, rushing us to the crew room in the back of the store. He took off his work shirt, telling us to stay put and stay quiet. He told us if I don't come back in 10 minutes, call the police. This is where the fear really set in. I called my fiancé and my mother, apologizing for everything I'd ever done and telling them I loved them as I cried. D did the same. After about 5 minutes, he came back, Kay in his arms, explaining they had let her go because someone paid her bail. I was so grateful nothing happened and that I'm still alive to this day. But something inside me still wonders what would have happened if it was him. Would I have been able to escape out the back door with D? Or would I have died that night? Warning. The following story contains depictions of harm against children. The Disturbing Stranger's Gift. From Messy Bethany. I was working the late shift at a McDonald's back in 2017. I'll say it was in Oklahoma, but I won't say exactly where. It was around 11 at night, and the usual slow buzz of the restaurant had settled in. You know, the quiet hum of the fryer, the occasional beep from the cash register. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was at the front counter, dealing with the occasional customer who wandered in for a late-night snack. The place was almost empty, just a few lingering souls scattered about, munching on fries or sipping soda. That's when it happened. This strange guy walks in, wearing an old, worn-out overcoat. It wasn't exactly cold outside, but I guess people had their reasons to dress the way they do. He just strolls in, doesn't even bother looking at the menu. I'm thinking maybe he's waiting for someone, so I give him a happy nod and get back to taking orders. But the guy just goes straight for one of the booths and sits down. Now, it's not unusual for folks to hang out, maybe wait for a friend or enjoy the free Wi-Fi. But something about the guy seemed very off. As I continue serving customers or cleaning the front counter, I notice he's been sitting there for a good hour, still not ordering a thing. My curiosity is piqued, so I glance over at him. He's just staring into space, like he's in some sort of trance. That's when one of my coworkers, the one that had been cleaning the lobby, comes rushing over, looking all wide-eyed and spooked. He leans in and whispers, "Dude, that guy in the booth, he's got something under his coat, and I swear there's blood on it." Now, I'm not one to jump to conclusions, but that's not the kind of news you want to hear when you're stuck behind a cash register at a McDonald's. I look back over at the strange guy, trying to take a closer look. Sure enough, I think I can see it. A weird bulge under his coat. Our manager catches wind of the situation and decides to handle it. She walks over, trying to be subtle about it, and asks if everything's okay. But this man doesn't even acknowledge her. Instead, he just gets up and leaves, not saying a word to the manager. At this point, I'm thinking maybe he's just a bit off, mentally troubled or something. But the story doesn't end there. The guy walks through the exit, goes through the parking lot, then sort of stops, looks around, and heads right over to one of my coworkers' cars. The guy reaches into his coat, and I can see him leaving something through the open window of that car. My coworker, who's still cleaning the lobby, notices it too. He mutters something like, "Are you kidding me? Why my car?" The manager, sensing something fishy, dials the police while we all keep an eye on the guy from the window. The tension in the air is palpable. The manager warns the coworker not to go out, but he's having none of it. The strange guy leaves, and the coworker who owns the car bolts right outside to see what the strange man had left there. We're all watching him from inside as he leans into his car. It doesn't take long for him to react. His eyes widen and he clutches his mouth, stepping back in shock. He half stumbles, half runs back into the restaurant, looking pale as a ghost. The manager is on the phone with the police, and my coworker is practically hyperventilating as he tells us what he found. He left a baby in my car, man, a freaking baby. It's dead. Now, you can imagine the chaos that followed. The manager was telling this all to the police, trying to give them as much information as possible. The rest of the staff is ushered into the back, away from the unfolding madness. It felt like time had come to a standstill. The police arrive, they're piecing everything together, taking statements before everyone else clocks out. Before long, it's just the manager, that coworker who found the baby, and the police. I remember leaving and looking back, trying to wrap my head around the fact that someone had left a dead baby in a car in our parking lot. The next day, everyone was talking about it, and I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the man had been carrying a dead baby under his coat the entire time he sat in that booth. It sends shivers down my spine, thinking about it. You never expect something like that to happen in your own backyard, you know? The whole thing messed with our heads for a while. We couldn't shake off the feeling of dread that hung over the place. I mean, it's the kind of stuff you see on the news, not something you expect to witness during a late-night shift at McDonald's. That poor baby, and the coworker who found it. I'll never forget the look on his face. And honestly, I'm glad it wasn't me that had to see it. To this day, I wonder what happened to the poor thing. Did that man kill the baby? Take it from someone? Or was his mind broken from the death of his own child? I don't know. That's the messed up night I had at McDonald's and our town in Oklahoma. Sometimes reality hits you like a ton of bricks when you least expect it. Parking lot. From J. Lee. It was the summer of 1992 when that thing first showed up behind our McDonald's. I was working the night shift as a manager at the time. It was me, Tanya, and Jamie closing up shop those nights. Business was pretty slow, given it was a small town. Just a handful of folks coming through the drive-thru on their way home from the bar. I remember the first night I saw it. I was taking the trash out back to the dumpster. It was pitch dark out there, except for the one street lamp we kept on, which lit up the parking lot somewhat. I was hauling the bag to the dumpster when I spotted something move out of the corner of my eye. I turned and saw this large, dark figure crouched down on the other side of the dumpster, digging through a pile of trash that had either spilled over or had been pulled out. My first thought was a bear. We'd have them wander into town sometimes, looking for food. But as I stared at it, I realized this wasn't a bear. It was way too skinny, missing hair and patches. And when it turned its head towards me, I saw its face plain as day. It looked human, almost, because where the eyes should have been, there was only skin. And the mouth was weird, too. It had these thick lips curled back over little jagged teeth. I stared at it for a few seconds, and I guess you could say that it stared at me, too, because it had stopped what it was doing, keeping its head turned towards me. Finally, I got my wits about me. I dropped the trash bag I was carrying and booked it back inside, nearly bowling over Tanya as I barreled through the back door. I was white as a sheet, and she took one look at me and asked what was wrong. I was shaking something fierce as I told her and Jamie what I'd seen. Tanya, of course, didn't believe me. insisting I must have seen a raccoon or something of the sort. But Jamie got real quiet. I think he could tell I was not joking around. The rest of the night, I kept peeking out the back window, terrified that thing was going to try to break in and get inside. But I didn't see it again that night. Tanya teased me for being so freaked out, but I couldn't just laugh it off. The image of that freaky face was burned into my brain. I knew what I saw, even if I couldn't explain it. And Jamie believed me, I think, though that night we didn't talk about it. Over the next couple of weeks, the others started to see it too. It would rummage through the trash at odd hours, even come up and scratch at the back door a few times, like it could smell the food inside. Tanya changed her tune real quick when she saw it face to face one night while taking out the trash herself. She came running back in, shrieking at the top of her lungs. After that, none of us went outside alone at night. We would take the trash out in pairs, or all three of us together, keeping a wary eye out for whatever that thing was lurking. The creepiest encounter was about 3 weeks after I first spotted it. Jamie and I were closing up when we saw the thing wandering around the edge of the parking lot. There was a street lamp nearby that lit it up real good. That was the best look we got at it yet, and I tell you what, it made my stomach churn. The thing was even more human-looking than I first thought. It would go between walking on 2 legs and 4, but when on 4 it was crouched over more like an ape. In the patches where it had no hair, there was just mottled pinkish flesh, with well-defined muscles underneath. The proportions were all wrong, with dangling long arms and short bowed legs. And the face, the head, was the worst of all. That flat, lifeless face peering around sightlessly. We watched, paralyzed, as it shuffled around the lot, sniffing trash cans and drainage grates. Then suddenly, it stopped, and it turned its head towards the building, nostrils flared. I swear it knew we were watching it somehow. It let out this weird gurgling cry, then loped over in our direction. The sight of the thing, almost charging at us, finally broke me from my trance. I screamed at Jamie to get inside, and we bolted back through the rear entrance, slamming the metal door shut behind us. We stood there panting, terrified it was going to force its way in. But after a few minutes, I worked up the nerve to peek through the window. The lot was empty again. That thing was gone. We never could figure out what it was or where it came from. Folks sometimes reported seeing a wild man passing through the woods outside town, but most dismissed those as crazy rumors. As the weeks went on, Jamie, Tanya, and I adjusted to our unsettling nighttime companion, though we would remain vigilant, as ever, when taking out trash or leaving late at night. Then, one night, it just stopped showing up. After maybe 3 months of lurking around our McDonald's, the thing vanished without a trace. Part of me wonders if someone finally shot the thing, sick of having it dig through their garbage. Another part thinks maybe it moved on, trying to find better hunting or scavenging grounds, maybe even a mate, or whatever. I know chances are no one would believe me if I told them what I saw, but I have 2 witnesses to back me up. That thing was real, all right, and there are nights even these decades later that I still have nightmares of peering out the back window and seeing that weird, eyeless face staring back at me through the glass, looking almost human, but ultimately something much more sinister. Something I truly can't explain, nor want to understand. The Bunny Beneath Colchester Overpass, from Jason R. I don't know how anyone can truly retire. For myself, retirement only lasted a few weeks. My home got a fresh coat of paint. I scrubbed the outside of it completely clean. I manicured the yard. My God, I was losing my mind. Rather than listen to me whine, my wife told me to find something to do with my time, or she would strangle me. Since retiring, I became a self-employed cryptid hunter. Obviously, it doesn't pay much, and the hours suck, but you get to spend endless hours on the road, only to see nothing. When you're trying to write a book about bizarre creatures, it helps to actually be able to find said creatures. But let's be honest, how many cryptids have actually been found? Whenever my wife and I would go anywhere, we'd bring along video equipment and go on little cryptid hunts. By and large, they were exactly what one would expect. You'd go out, find nothing, or find the terrifying stomping grounds of these elusive creatures to be patches of boring forest, muddy ponds, and little else. The closest we've come to finding some mysterious creature is getting a rotten log tossed at us down in the Everglades. So, in my infinite wisdom, I decided to go after something a bit more substantial. A phantom. The spirit of a madman who has haunted the Virginia countryside for over a century. The Bunny Man. I thought it was a joke. I mean, who in their right mind would fear the Bunny Man? I do, now. Whenever we go out on our little voyages, I do a deep dive on all the lore of whichever entity we're hunting. In terms of the Bunny Man, there's a ton of records and information. Most of it is confusing, and in more than a few cases, it's contradictory. I'm going to try to separate the different origins and backgrounds as best I can. There are different aspects of these variations that pop in and out of new sightings and reports. Long story short, it's a muddled, historical mess. If you look up the Bunny Man on Wikipedia, you'll be told that his story began in 1970. Well, so much for Wikipedia. The first reports of a Bunny Man stretch all the way back to the early 1900s. That's right, his story is over 120 years old. To most people of Fairfax County, Virginia, the Bunny Man is less a cryptid and more an urban legend. As I would later find out, it's much more than just a folktale. The first report of this creature or person is as ridiculous as the name suggests. Either a person or people claim to have seen a giant, vaguely man-shaped bunny rabbit, or a man in a rabbit costume. Things become a lot less funny when you discover that this entity was spotted holding a large knife. The foundation of the Bunny Man legend starts with the most classic of classic horror tropes, an escaped mental patient. You see, once upon a time, an insane asylum existed in Clifton, Virginia. The area's population had boomed after the close of the Civil War. As you can imagine, these people didn't want to raise their kids next to what they perceived was a threat. Residents started a petition asking for the inmates to be moved to Lorton Prison. As so often is the case in these legends, one of the vehicles transporting the inmates wrecked. 10 inmates were able to escape. After an exhaustive search, all but 2 of the men were found and captured. That left Marcus Walster and Douglas Griffin. In a rather depressing indictment of law enforcement of the area, after a while, the search for these men was called off. But then one day, Walster was found. Or at least, his body was. It was discovered hanging from the Colchester overpass. As is the case with most myths and legends, there are parts which just don't pass the smell test. In this case, it was what was found near his body that raises some red flags. According to legend, a footprint was found near his corpse. Inside the footprint was a message. "You will never find me, and you know it too. Signed, the Bunny Man." The more I looked into it, the more disturbing things got. In 1905, some teens decided to pay a visit to Colchester Overpass. It was a horrifically bad idea. Since the discovery of Walster's body, it had been nicknamed Bunnyman's Bridge. I say horrifically because according to the legend, the kids' mutilated bodies were found hanging from that bridge, just as Marcus Walster's had, half a decade earlier. The overpass became a local boogeyman. Parents forbade their kids from going anywhere near the place. Who could blame them? Anytime a kid got out of line, their parents would warn them that the Bunny Man was coming for them, so they'd better behave or they'd find their body hanging from the bridge. Now, let me stop right there and say that is one of the most jacked up things I saw while doing my research. Whichever parent said that to their kid needs to receive regular visits from Child Protective Services. Fast forward a few decades. In 1970, a report came out about a lunatic running around in a bunny costume wielding a hatchet. Needless to say, he was not out chopping wood. But in this chapter of the Bunnyman saga, things veered more toward the plausible. On a cold night in October of 1970, U.S. Air Force Academy cadet Robert Bennett and his fiancée were traveling along Guinea Road in the small town of Burke. They parked and got ready to visit Bennett's uncle. Something outside their car moved, catching their eyes. Before they could react, the front passenger window was smashed in. Terrified, they looked out the gaping hole and saw a man standing outside. He began to scream at them about how they were trespassing on private property and that he had their license number. Looking down, they found the hatchet that the madman had lobbed at them lying on the floor of the car. When you look into these accounts, it's critical to just report the facts. And the fact is, the two witnesses didn't agree as to what they saw. Bennett said he had seen a man in a bunny suit. His fiancée said the man was dressed in a white robe and tall pointed hat. Make of that what you will. Maybe it's just me, but the strangest thing about this story was what the police did with the hatchet after they completed their investigation. They gave it back to Bennett. 10 days later, on October 29th, the Bunny Man struck again. A security guard named Paul Phillips saw someone standing on the porch of a home undergoing construction. The house was located in Kings Park West on Guinea Road, the same road that Bennett and his fiancée had parked on just a week and a half earlier. Phillips' description is similar to the Air Force cadets in several ways. He claimed to see a man dressed in a bunny suit, although he said the costume was black, gray, and white, not just white. Another commonality between the two reports is the theme that Bunnyman didn't appreciate people wandering into his territory, with shouts of, "You are trespassing," and "If you come any closer, I'll chop off your head." To prove he meant business, Bunnyman began chopping at the porch with an axe. Phillips provided a more detailed description of this loon. The guard said he was about 20 years old, a little over 5.5 feet tall, weighing about 175 pounds. How he could gauge the weight of a man dressed in a bunny suit is both impressive and dubious. Try as I might, I couldn't find anything that suggested Phillips had heard about Bennett's encounter. If he had been aware, it would have explained what happened next. In the weeks after Bennett and Phillips' alleged encounters, the police received more than 50 reports from citizens claiming they too had encountered a madman dressed as a giant bunny rabbit. I'm sure you can imagine that when a sensational story comes out about a monster, UFO, or whatnot, everyone and their brother claims they too had a similar experience. As for me, at the time, I was having a hard time buying into this cryptid. Apparently, the Fairfax County Police had felt the same way. With little to no evidence, they closed both cases without making an arrest. One notable newspaper, at least it was back then, published an article claiming that Bunnyman had eaten somebody's cat. As I drove my way toward the center of the Bunnyman legend, I tried to wrap my head around over a century's worth of reports. One thing I could say with certainty was that the Bunnyman defies classification. Each generation has added its own layer to the myth, or mangled what has come before. When you do what I do, you live a life reading between the lines. You hunt down articles hoping to find a few words that would help you pinpoint a specific location, or maybe an address, something about the description, anything. Allow me to say from experience, more than a few cryptid hunters out there are fueled more by emotion and passion, rather than a dedication to the facts and science. After trolling through some of the sites with information about the Bunnyman, I wanted to cry. Some are plagiarism personified. Others not only contradicted other sources, but themselves as well. As the years passed, the legends devolved. Claims began circulating that on midnight on Halloween, you could see a flash of light at the bridge. Now, the legend of the Bunnyman has escaped its Virginia confines and has spread across the nation. There's a series of Bunnyman movies, and you can even get a Bunnyman t-shirt or get hammered on Bunnyman beer. Is it any wonder that most people don't take reports like these seriously? Anyway, there's one thing that appears in almost all tellings of the Bunnyman story: Colchester Overpass. Packing my Hyundai Elantra with food and sodas and donning my warmest coat, I headed to Virginia in search of a monster. For this particular excursion, I was going it alone. The wife had put her foot down when I suggested we go hunting for a homicidal maniac dressed in a rabbit costume. I nearly got knocked out by a skunk ape. I don't want my tombstone to read, "Here lies Alice, killed by a moron dressed like Bugs Bunny." With a kiss and a shake of her head, she wished me the best of luck as I started out on my voyage. During my research, I discovered that it's all but illegal to stake the bridge out on Halloween. Local law enforcement has been known to go as far as to block off the bridge during the spooky holiday. Just to be safe, I decided not to visit the disturbing landmark on Halloween. I didn't want to get arrested for trespassing, but I also knew treading on his domain was the one thing I could do that would draw the Bunnyman's attention. I didn't think there was much chance I'd see much of anything. The main reason I went was to do some research and to be able to say that I'd actually been there. After checking in at my hotel, I spent the day traveling around the local area. It's less than 6 miles between Bunnyman Bridge and Kings Park West. It didn't take me long to get a general lay of the land. I stopped at stores and drove up and down the streets. Everywhere I went, things felt off. The people, the buildings, everything seemed to be under the influence of something. I scolded myself. Dude, stop. You just got here. The bridge itself is about as boring as one would imagine, well, during the day. When it got dark, everything changed. The faded whites and muted grays became deeper, darker. I don't know how to describe it, but deeper fits the best. It felt like the whole area sank into itself, falling into the dark. Everything in the surrounding area just started steeping into the growing blackness as the sun dipped below the horizon. In a lot of the stories you hear on this channel, there are always statements that things just got quiet, or the sounds of animals in the wind disappeared. That's sort of what happened on my first night there, but not really. The environment made me feel like sounds of joy never existed at all. The whole area around the bridge felt as if it was detached from the rest of the world. It was almost like I couldn't hear, or that I was underwater, or something else. And then I got cold, bone-achingly cold. I felt like I was suffering from hypothermia, despite being completely warm and dry. I'm not easily unnerved, Most of the places I visit don't so much as elicit a yawn, but it felt like this bridge was swallowing the world around me. There were no flashes of light on the night I was there. If anything, things just seemed to get darker and harder. When I say harder, I mean difficult to move. It's like when you try to run when you're dreaming, and no matter how hard you try, you can't exceed a slow crawl. That's when I heard them, the voices. There were definitely voices in the dark. At first, they seemed to be coming from a great distance away, so distant that I couldn't quite make them out. As they grew nearer, I was able to pick out words amongst all the gibberish. "Not here," and "You can't find me," were the ones that I heard the clearest. Something was out there, but it didn't appear focused or coherent. I think Colchester Overpass is a wrinkle of unresolved horrors and tragedies that pull pain in towards itself. It might have always been that way, and the Bunny Man stories just gave the dark energy a form. Or maybe the entity is just a touchstone that the locals internalized as a symbol of the dark presence that lurks there. I didn't consider any of this at the time. The closer the voices became, the more my rational mind screamed at me to run. I got back in my car and drove to the hotel as fast as I could. I prayed that whatever lurked out there hadn't followed me. To my horror, it did. On the way back, I encountered several people who seemed out of place, given how late it was. Entering the hotel lobby, I nearly bumped into a worn-looking man in his mid-30s. He seemed to come alive as soon as he caught sight of me. "Did you have fun out there tonight?" That was the final straw. I packed my bags and left that night. On the way back, I had lots of time to think. I started to develop a theory. What if, all those years ago, something happened there? What if the fabric of the region had become unsettled somehow? When I'd been there, it had felt like I was walking through Stephen King's It. It was as if some force had taken over the area, smothering it in its dark embrace. Poetic license aside, there was something about the region that made me glad to head home. On the way back, I found myself wondering, did the Bunny Man murders create a paranormal scar that impacts the area to this very day? Is that why the entity has appeared in so many different incarnations throughout the decades? I don't think the Bunny Man is a cryptid, or even an urban legend. I think it's an influence. Something there causes bad things to happen. It brings out the worst in people, and I'm very happy to declare that I will never be going back there again. In fact, after my experiences at Bunny Man Bridge, I'm not sure I'll be doing any more field research for my book. Last Contact from Trenchcoat Badger. Back in 2018, I was coming home from a shift at my day job as a manager to get right to work on my remote job. It's important to the story to note that I live next to a fire station with an ambulance. It wasn't uncommon to see the ambulance out front during the day, but on this day, the back was open. I could see paramedics talking with someone in the back of it. It was a woman who appeared to be quite agitated. I slowed down because, unfortunately, my town has something of a drug problem. So I've learned to assume that any pedestrian may just dart across the road at any moment in an attempt to get hit by your vehicle. Why attempt to get hit on purpose? The simple answer boils down to painkillers. This gal wasn't looking that flighty just yet, and this wasn't my business anyway. So I wasn't about to be a nosy Nora about it as I turned down the lane to my place. The station was in view from where I parked, and the spot the ambulance was parked left a line of sight right down my lane. Still in my car, I answered a call for my remote job. It couldn't have taken more than just a minute or two. When I got out, I was on edge, seeing as the gal who had been attended by the paramedics was now walking in my direction as I exited my car. I could see the paramedics standing by the ambulance and watching her. I know enough about first response that she had likely refused their service. But that was leaving a lot of questions in my mind. Questions I didn't have time to consider as she approached in a quick shamble, looking a hair short of frenzied. She'd been at the station, so she had clearly either wandered there or had been dropped off. It wasn't uncommon in the drug crowd up there, unfortunately, dropping someone off at the station if it looked like they were having an overdose or possibly dying. "Hey, can you give me a ride?" she asked. Her speech was a little slow, but not slurred. I knew she was on something, though. I knew it in my gut from working at a restaurant where it was common to see people on whatever drug was trending. She'd probably been beautiful once, with blonde hair growing out brown, but the drugs left her pupils too wide to determine what color her eyes were. Her skin was so pale, she almost looked blue. Her lips were thin, chapped, a little burnt looking, and teeth yellowed. "Oh, I'm sorry, I just got home," I told her. "Where are you wanting to go? Maybe I can phone a friend to take you there." My plan, if she said yes, was to call the sheriff's office directly, knowing they were likely keen to this situation already to some degree, since dispatch in a small town like this meant all the emergency services went through them anyway. "Just outside of the next town over. I could give you directions." She stepped closer as I closed my car door, locking it with the fob, keeping a finger on the panic button. There were only two real options as to which town she was talking about. One north and one south of where we were. Like, town? I pointed north to the closer of the two. Or like, town? I pointed south. "Town." She pointed south. "Sorry, I just came from that direction," I answered with as much sympathy as I could. "I'm only stopping in here to grab something before I head north. I have business up there in about half an hour." I was lying out my rear there, but I didn't want her to stick around my place and wait. I looked to the paramedics down the lane as subtly as I could. I could see them fretting to one another, one on the radio. "Oh." The gal scratched at her arm. I'd maneuvered myself towards my front door, now in the tiny front porch. I wasn't taking my eyes off of her as I unlocked my front door. She had shambled along after me, and I was not comfortable with how close she'd gotten. But I was out of her arm's reach at least. "Well, good luck and safe travels," I told her, as I slipped quickly inside, so glad the window on my front door had the blinds down, as did all my windows, due to some peeping toms in the past. I peeked through the blinds of my living room window to watch her. She stood there for a moment, looked around, and my blood went cold when she went over to my locked car and tried to open the back driver's side door. Thank God I was paranoid about locking it after catching someone rummaging through it before. I'd never been paranoid about checking my back seats, but now I would be. The whole encounter lasted maybe 2 minutes, 3 tops. She moved on though, on unsteady feet, down the lane. I debated calling it in, but then I got a message from my remote job. I was late for a phone call with my boss. The incident faded from my mind quickly during the call, and before long, I was back on the clock, this time for the remote job. I was working the at-home hustle in my pajama pants with a cat in my lap, well before COVID made it cool. 2 hours had passed when I heard a knock on my front door. Then the whole thing came rushing back into my mind. Had she come back? I peered out a crack in the living room blinds. There was a younger deputy from the town north of me. His car was parked next to mine. I can't say how, but the pit that opened up in my stomach told me that it was about that woman I'd spoken to earlier. One moment, I called out, letting my remote boss know via text that I had to step away. I opened the door with my cat on his walking harness and leash. Normal for me because, yes, I am that weirdo who walks their cat sometimes. Evening, sir. Hey, Badger, he sighed. Small towns, man. Everybody knows everyone. You're not in trouble. We're just hoping you can answer some questions. Guys at the station, he indicated the fire station at the end of the lane, said you were talking to someone who refused ambulance services earlier. Yes, sir. I remember scooping up my cat so the deputy could pet him. He did look haggard and sad, but it was just as much for my own comfort. The pit in my stomach was growing into an abyss that only foreshadowed bad news. Can you tell me what happened from the beginning? So I did, from seeing the ambulance and the agitated woman to my conversation with her. He took down some notes as I spoke, asking me how she had looked, how she acted, which direction she had gone after she left. During one lull in the conversation, the deputy was taking a moment as if to calm himself a bit by petting my cat, who now perched on the porch railing. Did you guys pick her up? Is she okay? I asked. Strung out on drugs or not, she was a human being, and she needed help. He couldn't meet my eyes while petting the cat. We found her in the wooded area by the train tracks. You were the last person to see her alive. None of it is your fault, he assured me. They think she, expired only 20 minutes after she left the station. I'd been on the phone in my car for only 5 minutes, 2 minutes talking to her, a minute watching her. I learned later that she had been dumped at the station in her state out of a moving car that was never found, and had succumbed to whatever drug she was on after getting lost in the woods only a stone's throw away. I still beat myself up for not calling it in, even though I've since spoken to the same deputy and a therapist. What chills me most about the whole encounter, though, more than speaking to someone so close to death, more than being the last person to see them alive, is the fact that if I hadn't locked my car door, she'd have died in my back seat, waiting for me to take her into town. The Lady in the Oil Plantation, from Sanguine Sea. My grandfather often told us he was one of those people blessed with a third eye. As a child, I wasn't too sure what he meant by that, but he was always too happy to explain. My family started out as immigrants coming over from South India to what was then known as Malaya. My grandfather was a teenager then in the 40s and worked as a night guard alongside his father in an oil palm plantation in Malacca, a coastal town in southwestern Malaysia. This story is about an encounter he had, which has always stayed with me. My grandfather was about 14 or 15 years old back then. He was in the prime of his youth, hanging around the oil palm plantation where his father, my great-grandfather, worked as a night guard. On paper, his job was simple: ensure that no one enters the plantation without permission, and keep straying animals away from the trees. All that kind of stuff. On most nights, nothing much happens because everyone knows that bothering the plantation owner was far too heavy a price to pay for any attempt made to trespass. So my great-grandfather often took this as a time to bond with his son, chatting with him about the happenings in Malaya, including things about the ongoing war. One fine night, my grandfather would emphasize it was a crescent moon night, he decided he was growing a little bored and took a short walk from his father's post towards the clearing in front of them. This was a clearing a short distance away from the plantation gates, before the first line of trees started, covered mostly in hard sand, caked in by years and years of walking during the day. The chilly night air was very welcome in the light of the day's humidity, and my grandfather, being an introverted man, enjoyed the moments of serenity for himself. But then, he would often stop when he told us this part, as if to gather himself. He saw her. It was a woman, young, maybe in her early 20s, dressed in a long white dress, held at her waist by a red sash, and her long black hair in a long braid hanging in front of her. She was standing, her hands hanging limply by her side, her chin tilted slightly upwards, and her lips drawn into a soft smile. Her eyes seemed dazed, as if she was distracted by something, and at first, she seemed to not notice my grandfather. The dress reached all the way down past her ankles, and my grandfather could not see her feet. The air about her was pierced by a faint floral scent, which my grandfather assumed was the perfume she wore, or at least coming from the pair of plumeria flowers she had tucked in her hair. "Excuse me, ma'am," my grandfather called over to her, feeling indignant at the possibility of being the first to track a trespasser before his father got to it. "I think, you might be in the wrong place. You'll need to leave and return tomorrow. I can escort you to the gate." The woman just looked at him, and my grandfather decided not to repeat his request, in case it came across as impolite. After all, she was a young lady, and he was a young man, and they were alone out there at night. If pressed, he worried that she might land him and by extension his father in trouble with the boss come morning. And so my grandfather had turned and hoped that the lady would follow as he walked back quickly to his father's post. As he marched, he heard the soft footfall of the lady behind him, who said not a word, so he grinned to himself, proud of having completed a task without being asked. But the moment he arrived and prepared to explain himself, he turned around and saw that the lady was gone. Where she would have stood, there was nothing but still air, and when he squinted, he saw a rat that scurried quickly past his vision and scampered into the nearby bushes. "The snakes will take care of it," my great-grandfather noticed and chipped in. "That's why we always tell visitors to never step into the plantations. There's always cobras around, and we let them be as natural pest control." He then walked to his post and took out his thermoflask, pouring out some hot chai in the cup, then handing it to my grandfather. "Here, to keep you awake for the next few hours." "Oh," my grandfather nodded, forcing a smile as he accepted the tea. He felt the hairs on his nape stand on end, and not from the chilly night air. He fought the urge to look back once again where the white-clad woman once stood. "I thought it was urgent and wanted to let you know." His father just shook his head and smiled. My grandfather decided not to think about the strange woman any further, as the rest of the night passed, and his father filled him with more gossip about his boss and his boss's wife. The next night, when they returned to their post, my grandfather saw her again. Driven by a sudden urge of curiosity, my grandfather left his father's post and walked down the same path as the night before. This time, he kept a deliberate eye out. His ears picked away at the natural sounds of the plantation in the nighttime. The screaming crickets, the steady cries of toads, the occasional screech of a passing bat. Then he saw her again. This time, her hair was loose, and the wind was blowing strands about her face. In the light of the moon, her face looked almost inhumanly white, though her eyes were nearly charcoal black, which were now fixed on my grandfather. She didn't move, and her hands were at her side, but her palms were held out as if she were calling something. A gust of wind blew, and her hair rose behind her, like a pair of dark wings fluttering as they did. She still didn't move, and her lips were curled into the same smile, but stretched just a little too far to be human. My grandfather stood where he was, terrified and transfixed as he stared at her, unblinking until his eyes began to tear up. His heart screamed against his ribcage, clattering like a prisoner whose insanity had been ripped away. And in spite of the continued cold of the night and the fact that he wore just a thin cotton shirt, my grandfather began to sweat. Blood screeched in his ears. He opened his mouth to scream as the woman suddenly launched herself towards him, her limbs jerkily moving with her body. Her mouth opened wide, and her blackened saw-like teeth glistened in the moonlight. Though every fiber of his being wailed at him to run, my grandfather couldn't move. And then, screeching like a pig sent to slaughter, the woman disappeared into thin air, just 2 feet before she reached him. A gust of wind sent my grandfather stumbling backwards into the waiting arms of his father. Just as he gathered himself, a sudden strong scent of frangipani filled the air, followed immediately by the rancid stench of dead rats. My grandfather stood, shivering in his father's arms, as the older man recited verses from the Quran over him. The very next day, my grandfather recounted that he and his father visited a holy man in a Muslim shrine, who gave them each a talisman containing the same Quranic verses, and afterwards, every night since, returned to its usual uneventfulness. Though so many years have passed, it seemed that the woman never quite left my grandfather's mind. She seems to live on through his stories, told to us, like the story I just told you. Whisper from Room 7. From Emily P. I'm a 32-year-old woman with a past as tangled as the winding roads of rural Maine, where I ended up. Life had not been kind to me, and my choices hadn't always been the best. After a series of dead-end jobs and a failed marriage, I found myself gravitating towards this part of the country, seeking a fresh start. The quaint, somewhat isolated towns here had a way of either healing you or swallowing you whole. I was determined to be in the former category. I landed a job at a small motel, a place that seemed to have seen better days, much like myself. It was run by a gruff middle-aged man named Hank, who didn't ask too many questions about my past. The motel was rarely full, catering more to lone travelers and the occasional local looking for a night away from home. It wasn't much, but it was enough for me to keep a low profile and earn my keep. The job was simple: check guests in and out, ensure the rooms were clean, and manage the front desk, which mostly involved reading old magazines and watching the clock. I lived in a small room at the back of the motel, which Hank let me have for free as part of my employment. It wasn't luxurious, but it was more than I'd had in a long time. One late evening in autumn, a few weeks before Halloween, things took a turn. A storm was brewing outside, the kind that made you glad to be indoors. The motel was particularly quiet that night, with only a few guests checked in. I was settling in for a long night of reading when the bell at the front desk rang. Standing there was a man, soaked from the rain. He looked haggard and uneasy. He requested a room for the night, nothing unusual there, but there was something about his demeanor that put me on edge. He paid in cash, avoiding eye contact, and asked for a room at the far end of the motel. I gave him room 7, the last room in the corridor, handing him his key. The night wore on and the storm intensified. The wind howled like a chorus of lost souls, and the rain battered against the windows relentlessly. Around midnight, as I was about to turn in myself, I heard a sound that did not belong to the storm. It was a muffled scream, coming from the direction of room 7. My heart raced as I approached the room, my mind reeling with possibilities. I knocked tentatively, calling out to the guest, but there was no response. In the case of an emergency, I grabbed the master key and creaked open the door. I didn't see anything through the creak. The room was completely dark, and I couldn't see anyone. So I called out into the room. "Sir, are you all right? Do you need help?" I heard nothing but silence and the storm raging outside. I opened the door and stepped inside. The bed was untouched, and the only sign that anyone had been in there was the wet floor from the rainwater the man had brought in. I searched the motel and the surrounding area, but there was no sign of the man. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the echo of that scream and a growing sense of unease in my mind. The next day, Hank dismissed my concerns, suggesting that the man had probably left due to the storm, or that I had imagined the scream in my half-asleep state. But I couldn't shake off the feeling that something terrible had occurred. As the days passed, I began to feel like I was being watched, and strange occurrences began to happen around the motel. One evening, as I was closing up the front desk, the lights in the hallway flickered erratically, even though the weather was calm and there was no logical reason for it. Another time, I found the door to room 7 ajar in the morning, though I distinctly remember locking it the night before. I tried to convince myself it was just stress and isolation getting to me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. Despite Hank's dismissive attitude, I couldn't shake off my unease. My nights at the front desk became a time of vigilance, with every shadow and sound causing me to startle. Then, as autumn deepened and the trees lost their leaves, another unsettling guest arrived. It was a rainy evening, much like the night of the first incident. A woman, looking wary and troubled, checked in. She specifically requested room 7, her voice barely above a whisper. I saw her eyes darting around nervously. That request sent a shiver down my spine, but I obliged, handing her the key with a trembling hand. As night cloaked the motel, I found myself straining to listen for any sound that might come from room 7. The hours ticked by slowly, filled with an oppressive silence. Then again, sometime after midnight, the silence was shattered by a scream. It was coming from room 7 again. Heart racing, I rushed to the room. The door was already open, swaying gently. I pushed it open, half expecting to find another empty room. But this time, the woman was there, sitting on the bed, her face buried in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. When I cautiously entered room 7, I found the woman crouched in a corner, her body trembling and her eyes wide with fear. She was at first incoherent, her words muffled by sobs and quick, fearful glances around the room. Gradually, as she calmed down, her fragmented sentences painted a disturbing picture, though she avoided going into explicit details. She said that when she entered the room, she had an unnerving sensation of being watched. She began to hear things too, like someone was in the room with her. Before I could get much else out of her, she was adamant about leaving the motel right away, insisting that staying any longer was unthinkable. Her urgency scared me, and I found myself glancing nervously around the room too, helping her gather her belongings. As she quickly left the motel afterwards, her car disappearing into the rainy night, I was left with a deepening sense of unease. Whatever had happened in room 7, it had disturbed that woman. Yet the mystery of what it was remained that, a mystery. I tried to investigate the motel's past, digging through local news archives and online forums. There were apparently some rumors, unsettling stories people wrote in their reviews about the motel. Former guests spoke of feeling watched, hearing strange noises in the night. But there was nothing concrete, nothing that might explain what was happening in room 7. I even began to keep a journal, documenting everything unusual that happened at the motel, especially anything related to that room. One night, I decided to spend the night in room 7 myself. Call me crazy. The room was especially cold, and as the night progressed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched myself. But nothing happened. No screams, no mysterious disappearances, just a growing sense of paranoia. Maybe I should consider myself lucky. As the sun rose, I left the room feeling more confused than ever. Was it all in my head? Were the incidents with the guests just coincidences, amplified by my own fears? Or was there truly something sinister about room 7? Something that lurked just beyond the grasp of understanding? In the end, I left the motel, leaving the mystery of that room unsolved. I moved on with my life, but the memories of those events still lingered. Every now and then I wonder about it, and I can't help but feel maybe it's better not to know. The Man. From Expert 333. Hey, have you ever had one of those nights that just doesn't seem real? Like you're not sure if you're dreaming, or if the universe is just playing some twisted joke on you. Well, I had one of those nights a few months back, and I swear I'll never forget it. I was working the night shift at this 24-hour gas station. You know, one of those old places right off the middle of nowhere part of a highway, right next to the woods. It was around 3 a.m. I was just trying to stay awake at that point, hoping my shift would end without any trouble. It was a slow night. I hadn't seen a customer in hours. Suddenly, the lights in the building began to flicker, and the security cameras went all haywire, before shutting off completely. I checked the breakers, but I couldn't get the cameras back online. I figured it was some kind of glitch. I would have to call someone to fix it in the morning. About an hour after that, this guy walks in. He looked a bit off. His clothes were dirty and disheveled, like he'd been wandering around the forest for days. But that wasn't the weirdest part. The weirdest part was his face. He had this big smile plastered on his face. But it was odd, like it was stuck that way. And his eyes, man, they didn't blink once during this whole story. I'm not kidding you, not even once. He walked up to the counter, and I got a closer look at him. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and there were dark circles under his eyes. It looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. "Can I get a pack of cigarettes?" he asked, his voice flat and emotionless. I nodded, trying to keep my cool. Sure. Which brand?" He pointed to a pack of Marlboros, and I rang him up. As I was getting his change, he just stared at me, that creepy smile never wavering. "You know, they're out there," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I frowned, not sure what he was talking about. Excuse me? Who's out there?" He leaned in closer, and I could smell the stale cigarette smoke on his breath. "The ones in the woods. They're watching us. Always watching." I felt a chill run down my spine, but I tried to laugh it off. "Right. Okay. Here's your change." But he didn't take it. He just kept staring at me with those unblinking eyes. "You'll see. They'll come here for you, just like they came for me." And with that, having not blinked nor changed his expression in any way whatsoever, he turned and walked out of the store, his change still in my outstretched hand. I watched him cross the road, heading straight into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. I'd had my fair share of weird customers, but this guy, he was on a whole other level. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something seriously wrong with him, like he was not entirely human. I looked down at the change he'd left on the counter. That's when I noticed it. The $20 bill he'd paid with looked old and faded, like it had been printed decades ago. Unfortunately, I couldn't make out the year. However, there in the corner of the bill was a symbol I'd never seen before. It looked like an eye, but not quite. More like a spiral, with a single dot in the center. I picked up the bill and held it closer, trying to make sense of it. But the longer I looked at it, the more unsettled I felt. It was like the symbol was staring back at me, boring into my soul. I shoved the bill into the register, trying to push the whole thing out of my mind. But I couldn't help but glance at the woods every few minutes, half expecting to see the guy emerge from the trees, that eerie smile still on his face. A few minutes afterwards, the lights started acting up again, flickering like mad. After a bit, they went back to normal. I tried to shake off the weird feeling, thinking maybe I was just tired, just seeing things. Lo and behold, a little while after that, I saw the guy come out of the woods and head back into the store. He looked even worse than before, like he went out there and rolled around in the dirt. And that smile, it was still there, creepier than ever. I backed away from the counter, trying to put some distance between me and that guy. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my palms were sweaty. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with the guy, like he wasn't entirely human. "Hey, man," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you okay? Let's take it easy, all right? I don't want any trouble." But he kept coming closer to me, his movements jerky and unnatural. "Trouble?" he said, his voice barely above a whisper again. "Oh, there's no trouble here. Not for me. But for you." He trailed off, his smile widening, stretching across his face like a gash. I fumbled for my phone, thinking I could call for help. But when I looked at the screen, there was no signal. It was like this guy was emitting some kind of interference, blocking all the wireless signals in the area. Or maybe I was so freaked out I was reading too much into it. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Money? More cigarettes? Just take what you need and go." He laughed then, a harsh grating sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "I don't want money. I don't want cigarettes. Something more valuable." He reached out a hand towards me, and I saw fingers that were long and spindly, with all too sharp nails. I flinched back, but he was just coming closer, until he was right in front of me. "Nothing left of you. Nothing left of you. Nothing left of you." He repeated over and over. I was frozen in terror, unable to move, unable to speak. I could feel this darkness closing in around me, like the shadows themselves were reaching out to grab me. And then the lights flickered off and suddenly came back on. This time, the security cameras whirred back to life, and the guy, he was gone. Vanished into thin air like he had never been there at all. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. My heart was still racing, and my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I looked around the store, half expecting to see the guy lurking in the shadows, ready to jump out at me. But there was no sign of him. I ran to the door and looked outside, scanning the parking lot for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the sound of crickets chirping in the woods and the distant hum of traffic on the highway. Part of me told me to call the police, report what had happened. But then I thought, what would I say? A creepy man with unblinking eyes and a demonic smile came into my store and just disappeared? They'd think I was crazy. So I just locked the door and tried to finish my shift, jumping at every sound and shadow. When the sun finally came up and my replacement arrived, I practically ran out of the store, eager to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. I tried to convince myself it was all just a crazy dream, that maybe I had dozed off during my shift, imagining the whole thing. But deep down, I know it was real. I could still feel the goosebumps on my skin, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something unnatural had happened. Though I had managed to finish my shift, I was a wreck. I couldn't stop replaying the events in my head, trying to make sense of it. The following day, when my boss asked if I could cover another night shift, I told him I couldn't do it. I made up some excuse about having to focus on my studies, but the truth is, I was too scared to go back. I couldn't go through another shift alone at night. Not there. I still drive by that gas station sometimes, and every time I do, I can't help but glance at those woods across the road. I keep thinking I'll see that guy again, his unblinking eyes, his unmoving smile. But so far, I haven't, and honestly, I hope I never do. So yeah, that's my story. I know it sounds crazy, like something out of a horror film, but I swear every word of it is true. And if you ever find yourself working the night shift at a gas station in the middle of nowhere, just be careful. You never know what kind of weird stuff might happen when the rest of the world is sleeping. Dead End. From Brian M. At the time this happened, I was working as a cleaner. I hated it. Some people might say I should have been grateful to have a job, any job. But they've probably never had to get up at 5 a.m. 6 days a week to go and clean the toilets at some office. On that particular day, after cleaning said toilets, it was on to emptying the bins, then cleaning the floor. I finished up at the office as the first of the suits were arriving, sipping fancy coffees and tapping away at their latest generation phones. I worked for an agency. They had contracts for cleaning hotels, multiplex cinemas, concert arenas, and hospitals. I could put on a resume that I had experience working with a wide range of crap, not that I would ever write a resume. After all, I had dropped out of school and sleepwalked through a series of soul-destroying jobs. The cleaning job I'm talking about was just the latest. I was almost 30. I was broke, living on my own in a disgusting apartment complex, and felt trapped. Anyway, the next morning I was sitting on a bus, trundling away from the city center. It was hideously early. I had dozed off and had a dream where I was being lowered into my grave, holding a mop. I woke up with my face pressed against the bus window and drool on my chin. I yawned and rubbed my eyes, and I saw that the bus had reached the end of the line, a stop across the road from a large, bleak-looking building. It was the first time I'd been to this place. My supervisor never told me what goes on there, but as I stood shivering in the cold morning air and looked up at the concrete walls and small windows with steel bars over them, I thought it must have been some kind of secure facility, a prison of some kind or an old asylum. Feeling apprehensive, I followed the sign saying, "Visitors this way." These led me inside to a security guard, who printed out a pass and escorted me first to a small room where the cleaning supplies were kept. The corridors he led me along had bare walls and strip lights in the ceilings that buzzed like dozens of trapped flies. Finally, we reached a door that the guard opened by punching numbers into a keypad on the wall. Then he told me to press the buzzer on the intercom inside the room when I was finished. Then he would be able to let me out. I grinned at him nervously and went through the door. It clanged shut behind me, making me jump. I really wished I'd asked if I could use the restroom, which I'd seen in the corridor on the way to the door, but was too intimidated to buzz to ask to be let out. So I told myself to hold it in and get busy. I mean, the sooner I finished cleaning, the sooner I could leave. The room I was in was a long, gloomy space. Rows of workstations, each with a desktop computer, chair, and landline, stretched out into the distance. Each of the desks also had a piece of laminated paper propped in a stand next to the phones. I read the shiny piece of paper nearest to me. It seemed to be a script for what to say during a conversation with a customer, who the caller was apparently trying to sell life insurance to. It was clear from the script that the customers were being cold called, and most of the lines were aimed at stopping them from hanging up. I actually felt sorry for the people whose job it was to make phone calls like this, and then had to converse mindlessly using a script. Though maybe I shouldn't feel too bad for them. Maybe they deserved to have such a dreadful job. I remembered listening to a radio show where they were talking about prisoners selling holidays over the phone. The people who were booking their vacations had no idea they were giving their credit card details to murderers and thieves. It could be that the setup I was looking at was very much the same. Not that it made much of a difference to me. I sighed and told myself I needed to stop putting off starting work. I decided to begin by dusting the desks and equipment. They certainly needed it. The cloth I used was coated in gray specks after just a few wipes, and there was a long, dirty fingernail on one of the keyboards. The floor felt sticky underfoot in places as I moved from workstation to workstation, and there was a strange smell there. I hadn't noticed it at first, but now that I had, I couldn't block it out. It was something sickly sweet, something disgusting. Whoever was working here had some serious personal hygiene issues. Trying to breathe through my nose, I worked as quickly as I could, even more keen to be done and back out in the open air than before. Then something happened which put a whole new complexion on the day. I was half-heartedly pushing a broom along the floor when I noticed something bright among the grime. I leaned over and picked it up. I gasped, even swore quietly to myself. I was holding a gold tooth. A smile spread across my face as I tucked the tooth into the lapel pocket of my overalls. I finished the rest of the cleaning double quick and pressed the intercom to be let out. The guard buzzed the door open from his office and told me over the intercom to make my own way to the exit, where he would collect my pass. I went to the restroom first, and after I'd washed my hands, I looked in the mirror and checked my poker face. I didn't want the guard to think anything unusual was going on, and I made it out with my little treasure still safely hidden in my pocket. The bus back to the city center seemed to take forever, but finally, I was back on familiar territory. There was a pawnbroker I knew who paid for goods with no questions asked, and a couple of hours after finding the gold tooth, I was walking down the street with cash in my wallet. In hindsight, I should have used some of the money to buy groceries or pay off one of the many bills I owed. But I did neither of those things. I went into the first bar I saw and got blind drunk. When my alarm shocked me awake at 5 a.m. the next day, the only thing I could remember was walking into the bar. I had no idea how much I'd drank or how I'd gotten home. I dragged myself out of bed. My head throbbed, and I felt very unsteady. I felt worse when I went through my pockets and realized I'd spent most of the windfall I'd gotten from the gold tooth, which meant I could not afford to call in sick to work, losing a day's wages. Feeling very sorry for myself, I staggered out of the apartment and headed for the bus. Every bump in the road on the journey that followed made my headache worse. By the time I was back among the workstations and cleaning up grime, I could have cried. The only thing that kept me going was the faint possibility I might find another valuable object, the proceeds from which I would spend on more booze to get rid of my hangover. I should have known better, though. People like me are rarely, if ever, lucky, and there was no good fortune waiting for me among the dirt. The dirt and the stench. It had been bad enough the morning before, but with a hangover, it was cruel. The room and its equipment cleaned, I pressed the intercom and was buzzed out. I then sprinted for the restroom and made it just in time to be violently sick. My stomach now emptied, and feeling lightheaded, I staggered out of the restroom. Before I could hand in my pass, I heard a noise nearby. I should not still have been there, and didn't have the strength for any kind of confrontation, so I retreated back into the restroom and held the door closed. The sound I'd heard grew louder on the other side of the door. It was strange, puzzling. Intrigued, I pressed my ear against the door and heard groaning. A lot of groaning. It sounded like dozens of voices out there. It must be the workers going to their desks to do their dead-end jobs, I thought. I could understand them not being happy, but it was unsettling to hear the noise they were making. That wasn't the most disturbing thing, though. The sickly sweet smell which lingered in their workplace drifted in through the gaps in the doorframe. It was foul. A fresh wave of nausea rose up inside me, and I put my hand over my mouth and nose, trying to breathe steadily. It was horrible, but the groaning sounds started to grow quieter. However, the smell lingered, but it wasn't getting any worse. Hopefully, whoever was outside had almost passed. I cracked the door open an inch and peered out to check. I couldn't see anything, so I opened the door a little more, tentatively sticking my head out into the corridor. There they were, the groaning workers, going into the room I'd cleaned. They were escorted by a uniformed guard carrying a baton. Their arms hung limply at their sides, and they shuffled along unsteadily. They wore faded orange jumpsuits, and where the fabric ended, their skin was gray, and it had fallen away in patches. I could swear I could see muscles twisting below, and I glimpsed bone. I was horrified, transfixed. The last man was heading for the open door by now. Just before he reached it, something fell from his hand and landed on the ground. He didn't appear to notice and shuffled on into the room. The door closed behind him and the others. It locked with a loud clang. I was alone once more. I could finally leave. But first, there was one more thing to clean up. The thing which had fallen from the man's hand. I moved forward, taking a deep breath, and picked up a finger. It was cold and gray and stank of decay. The stump where the finger had broken off from the rest of the hand was rotted through. I swallowed down a fresh wave of bile and focused on the object which had drawn me to retrieve the finger. I removed a silver ring, placing it into my pocket. Then I got the heck out of there. After all, I had a date with a pawnbroker and a bar to prop up. Why I Don't Drive Uber After 8 p.m. From Mystery Driver. I never thought I'd end up being an Uber driver. I started this job a few months back, after I lost my previous one. You see, before I took a job as an Uber driver, I was working in a local beer factory, but the company was in a bad financial situation, and they needed to lay off some employees. Too bad for me, I was among those who were laid off. I was shocked, even a bit depressed for a while, but I knew what I had to do. I needed a stable job to pay the bills and support my family. I have a lovely wife and 2 beautiful kids, and all of them depend on me. My wife worked too, but her pay alone was not enough for our family. So I had to find a job, quick. After searching and applying in different places, I decided to go with being an Uber for a while. I thought driving for Uber would be easy and flexible, just picking up and dropping off people around the city. Also, I was counting on the fact that some good people would leave some tips if I was polite and friendly, driving them to their destination quickly. My first week as an Uber driver just flew by. The job was dynamic and interesting, but the pay wasn't crazy. However, it was just barely enough. Also, sometimes people would leave some nice tips. I would also meet a lot of new people. Those that were up for it, I would have a conversation with. You would be surprised at how much you can learn from just talking and listening to people around you. I knew my city pretty well, but because of this job, I quickly improved my knowledge about locations in our city to near perfection. After a month or two of working as an Uber driver, I managed to get some regulars. They either liked me as a person or they liked my knowledge of the city infrastructure. Either way, I didn't mind the familiar faces. One of those regular customers was a strange lady named Anna. She was actually an elderly lady, probably in her 70s or 80s. She had gray hair, heavily wrinkled skin, and a very frail body. She wore a black dress and a black veil, like she was going to a funeral. That being her regular outfit, I wondered how many funerals she was going to. For some reason, she always requested that I be her Uber driver. She probably likes me, I thought. I'm usually good with old folks. She would request that I pick her up at the same address, a run-down apartment building in a shady neighborhood. It was a dark and dirty place with graffiti on the walls and garbage on the streets. I always wondered how she lived there and why she didn't move somewhere else. She always wanted me to take her to the same destination, a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. It was a large old place with hundreds of graves and monuments. The place was really badly illuminated, as it had only a few of those old lamps that barely shone at all. It was also surrounded by a high fence. I wondered what she was doing there and why she went there every night. I thought that maybe she had a dead husband, that she missed him so much she would visit him that often. Maybe she was just that lonely without him. I tried asking her and learning something more about her, but she never spoke much to me. She really only talked to confirm her name and destination. She would speak a few extra words occasionally if she was in a good mood. I didn't want to be rude or unprofessional, so after trying for some time to find out something about her private life, I gave up. The other interesting thing was that she always booked me at the same time, around 10 p.m. She would always sit in the back seat, holding her small black purse in her lap. She never looked at me or at anything outside the window. Instead, she simply stared straight ahead with a blank expression on her face. She paid me in cash, exact change every time. She would even tip generously. But she never thanked me, nor did she smile at me. I would, of course, thank her and wish her a good night after each drive, but I would not get a response. Anna always requested from me to stay and wait for her in front of the cemetery until she came back. I'd always agree with her. I mean, how could I say no to an old lady like Anna? Plus, the idea of abandoning an elderly person in a cemetery at night? No thanks. And again, the tips were nice, so it was a way for me to pay her back by waiting. Each night, she would slowly and carefully get out of the car and walk into the cemetery, disappearing among the tombstones. She would stay there for about half an hour and then request that I drive her back to her home. I didn't know what she was doing there, and I didn't really need to know. As I said, I didn't ask her any more questions because I didn't want to be a bother. I just did my job and waited for her to come back. To be honest, that half an hour could be a pretty long time sometimes. I would get bored pretty fast. Then I wouldn't know what to do. All I could do was listen to some music and watch something on my phone. If my wife was free at the moment, I could call her and talk with her. But one night, everything changed. That night, Anna was out in the cemetery for nearly an hour. It was a cold, windy, and rainy night, and the cemetery looked more terrible than ever. I started to worry about her. Look at this weather. Poor lady. Maybe she slipped and fell during the heavy rain, I thought to myself. I felt responsible for Anna. Though we didn't talk much, I still cared about her. I didn't want to take any chances, so ultimately, I decided to get out and go look for her. In the end, I was hoping I would finally find out what she was doing out there all alone in the cemetery during the late hours. I grabbed a flashlight from the back of my trunk first. I walked into the cemetery, following the main path. I then scanned the area with the flashlight, looking for any sign of her. But I saw nothing. No trace of her, no movement, no sound. I tried calling out her name, but got no response. I felt a chill run down my spine and a sense of fear filling my chest. I wondered if I should call the police or an ambulance. In the end, I decided to call for help. I quickly rushed to my car because I'd left my phone in there. I sat down inside and started to call the police. Just as I began to call them, I heard a knocking on my back door. It was Anna. She was signaling me to open the doors to let her back in. I quickly hung up the phone and opened the door for her. I was instantly relieved to see her okay. Thank God, I thought. I considered asking her where she was for so long, but in the end, I decided to stay quiet and not bother her. Later on, after I left Anna at her home, I started to think about the mystery behind her constantly visiting that cemetery. I was more curious than ever, having not found her when I was searching the cemetery. Just where could she have gone? By then, I had to know what she was doing there during the night. By the time I made it back home, I decided I would follow her and find out what she was doing. The next day, everything was going as usual. That night, I picked up Anna at her place, and we drove to the cemetery. She asked me to wait for her, and I simply nodded. After she left the car, I waited for maybe 5 minutes, giving her enough time to make some distance. Then I grabbed my flashlight again and entered the cemetery. I began looking around the cemetery, but to my surprise, once again I could not find Anna. She was an old lady, and only 5 minutes had passed. She couldn't have gotten far. I didn't want to call out her name because I didn't really have a reason to be there, unlike yesterday. I walked around the cemetery for another 15 minutes, trying to locate Anna, but I had no luck. I was ready to give up and go back. It was a cold night, and I just didn't know where to look for her anymore. But then I heard something. It was a crunching sound, like someone or something was chewing on something really hard. It came from behind a large memorial, a few yards away from me. I followed the sound, hoping it was Anna and hoping she was okay. As I slowly approached the memorial, I saw an open grave behind it. I made a few more steps and looked inside the hole in the ground, lighting it up with the flashlight. But what I saw made me wish I never left the car. There was Anna, kneeling on the ground in front of an open grave. She had a bone in her hand and was gnawing on it like a dog. She had a pile of bones next to her and a skull on her lap. She was chewing on the remains of the dead. I felt a surge of horror and a wave of nausea. I couldn't believe what I was looking at, and I couldn't understand what was happening. I wanted to scream and run and get away from her, but I froze up, paralyzed. As I pointed my flashlight at her, she looked up and she saw me. She dropped the bone from her mouth, and for the first time, she smiled at me. And that was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. She quickly got up and started to run towards me. She had a crazy look in her eyes and a hungry expression on her face. She lunged at me, knocking me down. Keep in mind, this woman was 70 or 80 years old. Still confused and in shock, I didn't move. Now she was yelling at me, but I couldn't understand the words coming from her mouth. Not because I was freaked out, but because she was speaking a language I didn't recognize. Whatever it was, it sounded demonic. Then she wouldn't stop screaming. Then, when she suddenly stopped, she bit my hand. That was what I needed to really wake up to the situation. I felt a rush of adrenaline, and with all my strength, I pushed Anna off of me and began to run back to the entrance of the cemetery. As I ran back to my car, I heard footsteps behind me. They were getting closer and closer. I still heard her screaming at me, repeating those strange words over and over. I managed to reach my car, and I quickly unlocked it with my keys. I threw myself in and locked the doors. After starting the engine, I began to drive away quickly. As I looked back to the entrance of the cemetery, I saw her there, smiling at me. But I didn't care. I just had to get away from that insane woman, that terrifying cemetery. I never wanted to see either of them again. I arrived home that night covered in sweat and quickly told the whole story to my wife. We had known each other since high school, so she would instantly know when I was telling the truth or when I was lying. She was, logically, as shocked and terrified as I was. Luckily, the wound from Anna's bite wasn't that bad, and my wife bandaged it up really nice. But questions remained, of course. Should we call the police? And what should we tell them? Would they believe us? In the end, we didn't call anyone. I just didn't know what to say or do. I still had a hard time believing what I saw out there myself. And I just knew it wasn't normal. I mean, an old lady chewing on bones of people. What kind of person does that? I knew she was a little strange, sure, but that was just sick. Is she even human, I wondered? And what about the words she kept yelling at me? After this event, I stopped driving anyone after 8 p.m. I was just too scared, too traumatized. And I never did get another request from Anna again. I hope she didn't find some other Uber to be her victim. As I said, I don't know what in the world I saw in that cemetery. But one thing is for sure. I'm gonna have nightmares about that old lady for the rest of my life. Old Lady in the Middle of the Night, from Lindor. For 5 years, I was a taxi driver in South Africa. I've had a few encounters that made my blood run cold. Sometimes you see things that aren't quite right, like people in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night hitchhiking, 2 children playing around at midnight. One night, I was going home from a long-distance drive. Since it was late, I didn't have time to stay at the taxi station, which we call a taxi rank here in South Africa. This is because I promised my girlfriend I would attend her graduation ceremony the following day. So I had to get myself back home. I picked up a guy, let's call him K, who was short of money and was going where I was going. So I went ahead and took him with me, as it would be boring traveling a 352-kilometer distance alone at night. I didn't have a problem with him tagging along, so as I was driving, we were chatting. Kay was a very talkative person, after all. I was enjoying having him aboard. Nothing unusual happened during that time. After about 150 kilometers, we went to fill up on gas at a gas station after the first toll gate. When we were at the exit of the filling station, we found an elderly woman with 2 big bags. We almost passed her since there are no lights at the exit of the filling station. She waved us down and requested a ride, saying a taxi had dropped her there, refusing to take her further as she was short of money. We decided to take her. As soon as she got on the taxi, I had this strange feeling about her, but I still let her climb aboard. As I was about to turn on the lights to make sure she was okay, she told me there was no need for lights and that she was fine. So we drove with the old lady, and I kept looking back through the rearview mirror, and she kept smiling. Ugh, that smile sends chills down my spine. I wasn't sure why I had that strange feeling about her. Kay saw me sweating buckets and asked, "Bro, you're sweating. It's cold. Is everything okay?" I gave him a side glance since the radio was on, and the lady at the back didn't hear our conversation. I told him, "Look, ever since that woman got in the car, I've been feeling weird. I don't know why." He looked back at the lady to find her smiling at him. He turned back to me and said, "Focus on the road. Nothing's gonna happen. You have me with you." After 270 kilometers, we had to switch to another highway. Just as we were about to approach the traffic lights to take our turn to the next highway, the lady just said, "There. Yes, that's the spot." I was confused. I looked at the rearview mirror and asked, "What's there?" She replied in a low voice, "That's where everything happened." I was very confused. As soon as I stopped at the red light, I switched off the radio, turning around, shaking and sweating as the unease grew stronger. I asked, "What happened?" But what I got was no response, because the lady was no longer in the taxi. I poked Kay, saying, "Dude, are you seeing this?" He asked, "Seeing what?" I pointed at the back seat where the lady had been sitting, and where her two large bags were. The back seat was now entirely empty. I didn't know if I should have been laughing or crying. I just stepped on the gas as soon as the light turned green. I stuttered as I said, "I'm never picking up any hitchhiker at night again." We didn't talk for about 30 minutes. Then Kay said, "Did she really just, disappear?" I replied, "There's no other explanation." We drove until we reached our destination. My mind was still on that old lady. I got home and went to bed. The following day, I told my girlfriend about the encounter, but she didn't believe me. Later on that day, I told one of my fellow taxi drivers about the encounter. He looked at me, then asked me if I picked up the lady at the exit of the gas station. I said yeah. He said he and other drivers had encountered her before. Apparently, that lady was left there due to short money. Someone gave her a lift, and along the drive, she was involved in a car accident just before those traffic lights, where she disappeared from my back seat. I wish it was a skinwalker. From Clarissa Explains. I wish I had ghost stories to tell about on here, but working overnight at a gas station as a young woman, I soon realized people are as scary as an encounter with any night-dwelling creature that could be produced from your nightmares. Let me start by telling you that I'm 21 and roughly average height for a woman my age. I've been working at this gas station over a year now, and I'll soon be quitting because it's gotten too much for me to mentally handle. And I know these stories aren't exactly the scariest, but they are the 3 scariest experiences I've endured while working. When I first started working at this gas station, I did my makeup almost every night I'd have to work, and I was single, so I enjoyed the attention on occasion. But there's been attention granted to me by creeps which I didn't in fact enjoy, asking me if I was married or obviously looking longer than necessary at the name tag on my chest. Then there was this one night. Our restroom needed some attention. The toilet wasn't flushing properly. So I tried to let people know if they were headed towards the bathroom, the handle was malfunctioning. There was this Hispanic guy who didn't understand English very well. So I walked with him to the restroom to point out the handle to him, and I should have known better, because soon after, he began to give me these crude hand gestures, trying to corner me into the small single-use bathroom. I let out a fearful yelp and ran to the safety of the space behind the counter. Thankfully, he only tried to ask me out 3 times before leaving. I don't think I could have said no faster or louder. The next scary experience happened on a day shift. I was covering for a coworker who quit. It was morning around 10:30 a.m., maybe closer to 11. I was notified by a coworker that a man left a $20 bill along with 2 packs of cigarettes earlier that morning. Cigarette transactions are pretty frequent, so when a woman came in for the same cigarettes, I didn't pay much mind. 20 minutes later, this capital D bag parked right in front of our doors. The guy comes in and my coworker asks him to move his truck. He's polite about it and does so, but he comes back inside and goes straight to accusing me of stealing his $20, probably because I was the only one behind the counter. I said to him, "I'm sorry, sir, but I haven't seen you before." This sets him off. He got on my face and began to yell, spitting insults and comments about me being either an idiot or a thief. I kept explaining to him as calmly as possible that I had no idea what he was talking about. His tone and closeness to me made me feel very unsafe, as if he could reach over and get physical at any point. It was difficult to not break down right there. Once he mentioned the woman and the cigarettes from earlier, I told him how should I have known that she was with him? After all, she had come in by herself in a different vehicle. Though he wasn't relenting, I handed the cash over just so he'd leave. He left, yelling back that he was never coming back to this store with a bunch of dumb B-words working here. I'm glad to say he kept his word and never came back. The third and scariest of my stories I saved for last. This one is the most recent, the experience that cemented my need to switch to a day job somewhere else. It started off small enough to trigger no worries. A homeless man coming in a couple times to use facilities, getting food and water. Fairly harmless, except for the fact that it meant he was hanging around often, but he never stayed long inside, so it didn't ring many alarms for myself or anyone else quite yet. But I also often work alone at night. Luckily, my boyfriend of a year now lives basically right behind the gas station, so I felt a bit safer at the time. One day, he's there during the day trying to bum off our customers for cigarettes or cash. This scared off a couple of people, so my manager had some words taken up with him, and she asked for his ID, which caused him to become aggressive and angry. He lashed out at her, as well as at the few day staff that were there working at the time. They didn't call the police after that, which turned out to be something that would fall onto me. The same night, I'd caught news about the guy, so I wasn't taking any chances. He came in that night, 3 times, and on the 3rd visit I ended up calling the cops because he was stirring up my anxiety. All morning I had to talk to cops, giving a description of the man, telling them that he didn't do anything to me personally, but they understood that I just didn't want a man who had shown aggression previously to keep coming around while I was unprotected at night. So he'd be trespassed if they caught up to him. Let me tell you, even in a very small town with 5 police officers patrolling and searching for him, they didn't find him until mid-afternoon. Once they caught up to him, they relayed that he was trespassed, but that didn't stop him from staring into the gas station from across the street, like he was going to shoot the place up any day. Then it got personal. Now, I don't live very far from the gas station, so I usually walk to and from work. But I do sometimes get rides from my housemate if the weather is terrible. I'm planning on moving in with my boyfriend this next month, so I've been over at his place most nights before I work. The path I walk to and from is pretty regular. I do usually have my pepper spray on me while I walk, just to let you know I'm not a complete idiot. But with a regular path, this man must have watched me to figure out where I live, because he stands outside my door around 9:30 at night, roughly the time I'd leave for my overnight shift. Luckily, I was at my boyfriend's house. When I got the call from my housemate that he was stalking our front door, I was in tears. I had to go in that night, and he was obviously targeting me for something. But there is a happy ending. I was told to stay at my boyfriend's for the night while my shift was covered, and within a week or so, this guy gets arrested for being aggressive with the staff at a 7-Eleven across the street. So, creepy dude, I hope I never see your face again, because I'm buying a taser with your name on it. Be safe if you work late nights, and if you ever have to walk, make sure you have protection and are aware of your surroundings. The Trooper, from MR. I've got to be somewhat vague here, as I can't risk being identified, or I might lose my job, or maybe my sanity would be questioned. In my profession, you have to undergo a psych evaluation every 6 months to ensure you are mentally fit, due to the trauma you endure on a daily basis. I am a state trooper, also known as AAA car service but with guns. State troopers are like any other cop, except they tend to mostly work on highways. And also, other cops tend to not like state troopers, as they are Boy Scouts, known to adhere to the rules in a very strict fashion, and, admittedly, tend to be a tiny bit cocky. Troopers are a bit uptight, taking special care of their uniform and vehicle. With all this said, I do all I can to be as laid back as I can in the profession, and be kind whenever possible. I work in a very rural county, where the major interstate is only 2 lanes wide. With that said, this particular highway connects Las Vegas to Salt Lake City, and any major city north of there. As such, a lot of drugs travel through, and it's my job to determine which vehicles may be transporting them. Typically, smugglers are a little bit anxious, and tend to commit small moving violations, which permit us to pull them over and check for suspicious activity. If I find nothing of concern, I'm happy to let people go without a ticket. This story begins on an evening shift in the winter. I was working an overtime shift so that I could save up for a bunk bed for my kids. My wife was expecting our 3rd baby, and our other 2 kids were forced to share a room. This particular shift was a DUI-specific shift, where I'm specifically obligated to attempt to find people driving under the influence, and I have to report my attempts, successful or unsuccessful, to the state. This rural county has a pretty large canyon that leads up to a reservoir, with some pretty serious gains in elevation. In the winter, it's illegal to enter this canyon after 10 p.m., due to the severe driving hazards. It is very dangerous. I tend to patrol there as I can pull anyone over for any reason, as it would be illegal for them to be there at all. Typically, I just find kids doing the dirty or finding a place for a campfire, or even stealth camping, which has become common lately. I'm just after individuals driving under the influence, or other nefarious activities, so I let most folks go without any hassle. Given the higher elevation, it had begun snowing heavily in this canyon, and I was concerned some teenagers in their 1998 Corolla would be stranded up there and freeze to death. That's not an oddly specific example. It's specific because that actually happened up there. I was issued a 4x4 Chevy Tahoe with a 2-inch lift, as I patrol in a rural county and can't rely on people getting me unstuck. My journey up the canyon was relaxing and enjoyable. I was taking in the first snowfall of the year, and it was absolutely breathtaking. Times like this, I enjoy my job. I made it to the top of the canyon, by the reservoir, and I never ran into a soul. This is a positive thing. I decided to take a moment, get out of the truck, and enjoy the tranquility that comes from heavy snowfall. Behind me was the reservoir, now completely frozen over. Ahead of me is a large hill people like to go sledding on. Aside from that, there's nothing but trees for thousands of acres. Only one road up to the top of the canyon, and it was the road I was on, and my tracks were the only ones that could be seen. That's when I heard it. A woman screaming. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it was this blood-curdling and horrific cry, the kind that makes your skin crawl instantly. I began to look around. I shone my spotlights on the reservoir. Surely someone fell through the ice. But it was completely undisturbed. Nothing to be seen. Yet that screaming continued. I decided to turn on my thermal camera. Yes, troopers have thermal imaging equipment. I even do a ton of search and rescue. From time to time, I'm the only emergency professional for 30 to 50 miles. Anyway, there was absolutely no heat signature to be found. In the tree line, up the sled hill, nor on the frozen reservoir. Anxious, I decided I needed to radio this in. Someone needed help, and I couldn't find them. I was notified that some county deputies would be there to help, hopefully soon. The screaming continued. When they arrived, I endured their not-so-friendly greetings. One of the deputies, previously working in predator management, told me, "Nah, man, that's just a fox. When they're ticked off, they sound a lot like a woman in distress. Nothing to be worried about." They laughed at me a bit and carried on their way. I got in my vehicle and headed down the canyon after them, finding a driver on their way up the canyon, drunk and high on meth. I ended up spending the rest of my shift trying to book them in jail. To this day, they call me Fox Boy because of this story. Sorry if you don't think it's spooky. Maybe it really was a light-hearted experience, given the profession. But maybe it was something more. That didn't sound like any fox I've heard. Night at the Fort. From T. Hollick. It was a year ago, but it feels like much longer than that. I work as a tour guide for Fort Niagara, near Lake Ontario in New York. I'm usually in charge of handing tourists our cute brochures and answering the usual questions, like how much are tickets, when do you close, where's the bathroom, all of which are perfectly reasonable questions. But then I have the oddities of, how many people have died here? How many bodies are buried here? How old is this place? Those questions are always amusing because you can tell who are here for the history and who's here just because their friends recommended it. Sometimes I work the night shift with our night guard, Scott. He's a rather sweet man who always brings me coffee and some BLTs that his wife makes. He reminds me quite a lot of a lonely grandfather. The two of us often talk during the nights I work. He keeps me company on the walkie while I take inventory, or while I walk around the grounds making sure that everything remains as it should be. I often deal with the mail during the night, as hundreds of people return stones they took off the grounds, saying they had bad luck ever since they picked the stones up. Honestly, I never believed in the bad luck rumors, merely considering it all a good thing to deter theft or destruction of the fort. Not many people really consider it these days, but a few years ago, plenty of people left graffiti on the gates and on the stone church across the parking lot. It was a common occurrence to go out during the early morning, finding a new colorful artwork decorating the walls and having to call someone to come take it off. I was working nights most of the spring. I needed the money, and I wouldn't have to fight for the hours. A lot of people refused to work nights, saying the hours sucked, and that they heard weird noises from all parts of the fort. Up to that point, I'd never noticed anything out of sorts when it came to the nights. and I was sure if anything were to happen, Scott would be the first to know. It was the second week into my 4 weeks of night shift, and it was colder than usual, so I was well bundled up. Scott was in the building tonight, keeping guard on his monitors. I was outside on a break, just enjoying the chill in the air before the brutal summer came. I always did prefer the cold over the insufferable heat. I had an orange juice in one hand and a BLT in the other. It was still warm from the aluminum wrapping, and it warmed my hand up nicely. I was walking around the fort, keeping to the well-lit path, even raising the juice in a small cheers to Scott's cameras as I passed by. I heard him laugh over the walkie, giving him a smile before I continued the familiar path at ease with the world around me. Nights like this are very therapeutic and often tend to put me in a sense of comfort. Soon I finished the BLT, and I put the trash away in one of the bins on the path. I then noticed a light flickering ahead of me a few feet. I thought I caught the long hair of a woman. It wasn't unusual to see locals out here at night, but I had not heard Scott give me a heads up, as he usually does. I was concerned about it, and asked him if he saw anyone hop the fence, to which he said no. I watched the light flicker a few more times, then go out. So I began to walk in the direction I saw the woman. It led to a darker part of the path, which was odd. There were usually lights strewn across the small dirt pathway, but they seemed to have all gone out. I figured maybe something like a bird had fried on the wire, taking out the lights earlier in the night. I looked around, letting my eyes adjust, and I saw a woman in a wide skirt leaning against a tree. "Ma'am?" I called out. She laughed, then walked around the tree, weaving her way through the side of the path until she was standing next to me. I was transfixed. It was ethereal the way she moved, and honestly, I found it a bit soothing as well. I didn't want to move. I couldn't even speak. It was bizarre, and it should have made me uncomfortable, but I felt only at ease. She spoke to me, words that had no sound, and I was so bored reading lips that I only caught a few of her words. "Can't hard move." There were a few others that I can't recall anymore, but she seemed to grow frustrated. I couldn't understand, and she could not make noise. Her face scrunched up in frustration. Then she appeared to shriek. I honestly thought I had found a half-crazed, maybe mute lunatic, and the fright of it all kept me frozen to the spot. Suddenly, she seemed to burst and then fade. I felt the heaviness in my limbs leave me, and I immediately yelled to Scott on the walkie as I ran, my legs carrying me, stumbling back to the building. I got the next few days off with a diagnosis of stress-induced hallucination, but I was looking up the details of my story, and I found it matched with dozens of others. So was it really a hallucination? Or was it a ghost? Either way, I can say for sure I never want to meet her again. Haunted Surgical Room, from Maddo Man. My wife used to work at a major metro hospital here in Utah as a scrub tech. She was in charge of scrubbing into surgeries, providing the doctor with needed equipment, along with having to make sure all the equipment was accounted for and nothing was left in the body of the patient. Yes, that happens from time to time. You have to be able to count your equipment and complete that count under stress to ensure all equipment is accounted for. If you are off your count, you can imagine how a surgeon would react after the fact. Ultimately, she retired from that profession after her own traumatic surgery where the anesthesia did not hide the pain, and she was in full awareness of the operation, but was unable to talk or communicate. But that's not the scary story I'm here to share. One particular night shift, she was working with her favorite coworker. A big part of the job, especially if there's no scheduled surgery, is to stock the operating rooms to ensure there is sufficient equipment there at all times. There are 3 operating rooms in her particular section of the hospital. She and her coworker agreed to each handle one, and they'd handle the last one together. Her coworker suggested she should take OR3. Being relatively new to the job, my wife thought nothing of this and got to work in OR3. In order to access each OR room, you have to use a key to badge in, and the doors shut and lock behind you automatically upon entering. There are no windows in any of the operating rooms, except for one, which connects directly to the NICU, a special unit for newborns needing extra care after delivery, so that a baby can be passed directly from mom to the care of a pediatrician without them being transported throughout the hospital. You can feel completely isolated in those rooms. In this case, the room was entirely dark, and she had to manually turn on all the lights. Bright, white, fluorescent lights that make nothing look good. She was in the small room with the smell of sterilization and stainless steel. It's always cold in surgical rooms, but this room was particularly chilly. And she also realized she'd actually never been in this particular surgical room, almost like it was avoided. She began trying to stock the cabinets. As she walked across the room, she thought she heard her friend calling her name. That's odd, she thought, as they have something called a vocera, a little voice-activated walkie-talkie that hangs on your lapel, and you can call anyone in the hospital with it. It was odd she'd yell from another room when she could have simply called her. She also realized the big doors closed and sealed behind her, so she shouldn't have been able to hear anything from outside. She got chills because that was weird. She went to open a cabinet to fill it with the needed supplies, but it didn't open. It wouldn't even budge. Now, these cabinets don't lock. It's a secured room. Figuring it was jammed, she went to the next cabinet, but that one also wouldn't budge. Feeling frustrated, she reached for her vocera to call her coworker for help, when suddenly, all the cabinets in the room flung open simultaneously and spilled their contents all over the room. This was enough to scare the wits out of her, and she hightailed it out of the room. She was panicking, calling me at about 2 a.m., waking me up to tell me what happened. I brushed it off as she was just tripping after a long night shift and went back to bed. The next morning, she told me more about it. The nurses and scrub techs were gathered around their pod, the nurse workstations with computers and patient monitoring systems. Feeling the spirit of Halloween, forgot to mention this was the glorious day of Halloween, they decided to tell scary stories. My wife told them, "You would not believe what just happened to me." Not only did her coworkers believe her, but they said, "Oh, didn't we tell you? OR3 is haunted. We all avoid that room if we can help it at all. Even the doctors don't like to go in there." Aside from that, she has shared a few more spooky hospital stories. Stories of being the only nurse in the pod and hearing children running and laughing at 3 a.m. Not unusual for a hospital, but in a secured surgical unit during COVID, when kids weren't even allowed in the hospital, you begin to realize that hospitals are some of the most haunted places on the planet. Nightmare pizza deliveries. From the Neighborhood Wolf. So, I have never really thought to share this story until now. Whenever I discuss this story with family, they dismiss it and think I'm being overly dramatic. But hearing lately about how some people have the same sort of stories as me, I've decided to share this story so that people know it, and know that while it seems easy, working in pizza delivery is not an easy job. With that in mind, I have 2 stories to share, both at the same job, which I work at now. You think I'd learn, but, well, here we are. A job is a job sometimes, especially in an area where there isn't many options for someone like me. My main job is the driver, delivering pizzas and other food items and drinks to customers. Our establishment is reasonably popular, and due to this, we have a wide delivery range that we deliver to. It covers a total of 6 suburbs, and it can take up to 20 minutes to deliver to those that are furthest away. This can cause some people to be rather upset with us for delivering, accusing us, in their opinion, of being late. But in the stories I'm sharing, I wasn't late. I wish I was. I really do. The first story I'm going to tell happened last year, in July. For context, I live in Australia, so July is in the middle of winter. During a crisp, cold Friday night, I was working late. I won't say which pizza place I work at specifically, just for my own privacy, but I was asked to take 2 deliveries out. Pretty standard fare. The first delivery went out without a hitch. Nice and easy. So I made my way to the next place. The areas I can deliver to vary greatly. I can deliver anywhere from rural areas to suburban ones. This place was an area notorious for being rather sketchy, so my car doors were locked without question. Now, that isn't to say that the area is super dangerous, but there are a couple of known gangs and dealers of certain substances in that area. To give you an idea of what the area is, it's mostly old buildings with overgrown yards, with the occasional nice new house or recently renovated home. There are also a few stores in the area, of the typical corner store fare. I'm thankful that I don't have to deliver to this area that much, once a month if at all, so it's rather comforting to know that I don't deliver there often. I turned onto the street containing the house I was to deliver to. I was feeling kind of creeped out due to the fact that the street ends with the hugest overgrowth of bushes, vines, and trees, and the houses on each side were overgrown, bushes and grasses gone wild. It's not a great-looking area, but I had to make my deliveries, and this one was the last one of my night. I parked on the street in front of the house. I realized that agreeing to this delivery may have been a mistake, because as I climbed out of the car and grabbed the delivery bag and drink, I saw that the house was set farther back from the curb than I thought. In fact, it was farther from the curb than most of the other houses. It's a popular design choice for a lot of places, but due to the overgrown nature of the yard, it's more eerie than it should be. I noticed that the front door was open. Now, that's not unusual. Sometimes it makes it easier for people to hear me coming. I noticed that the gate was closed. Again, not out of the ordinary, though less common. I opened the gate and stepped inside. The gate creaked as I did so. I let out a shiver, which I attributed to the cold. I then noticed something that made me stop. On the floor in the hallway through the open door was what I thought at first was yellow and black ribbon balled up. When I got to the first step of the house, I noticed it was not ribbon. This was police tape that had been torn off a wall and balled up onto the floor. I assumed it was just, perhaps, Halloween decorations. Sometimes some people like to get stuff prepared earlier for the holidays, and may have been gathering stuff a few months too early. I decided to ignore the feeling in my gut, just thinking that I was overthinking it. I step up to the top of the staircase. At this point, I've not heard or seen anyone. I was about to call out when I saw something that made me step down from the stairs to the door. Inside, in a room off to the side of the entry hallway, was what appeared to be a stained, brownish patch on the carpet. I've seen enough horror movies to know that if something had gotten a splatter of blood on it, the blood will eventually turn a brownish color. This time I could not think up any excuses. I had no explanation for what that brown patch could be. Issue was, sometimes crime was a bit too prevalent in this specific area, so the patch of brown wouldn't be out of place. But I took it into account along with the police tape. So I decided heck no. I took a sharp inhale and started to open the bag up, planning to just leave the food at the door and leave as quickly as I could. As I did, I heard a low, eerie voice from the house.
Oh, finally, the pizza. I'm so hungry.
I stopped moving, raising my eyes to look up inside the house. Standing there in the doorway was a man easily in his mid to late 40s. He had a smile on his face. He was showing off a mouth of yellow teeth as he kept his eyes trained on me. I shivered and stammered, knowing that I needed to leave quickly. "Oh, hi there. I'm really sorry for the wait, sir. We've been falling behind a little today, and we're only now just catching up."
No, it's too cold out there. How about you bring it in here for me? You can place it on the table over here.
I was trying to think of an argument without letting him know that I'd seen too much. I looked above him, and I noticed something else that made me realize that I really had to go. There was a holder above the inner door that looked like it was designed to hold two objects. Only one object was there, an axe. Where was the other item? I decided I just had to go. "Oh, well, I'm not allowed into people's homes, sir. It's against our policies and our safety procedures. Sorry."
How about you just come in here and hand it to me?
My mind was going haywire, but then I was saved. My phone rang. I looked at it. It was my supervisor. I looked up at the man who looked frustrated and smiled. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand, walking back inside.
Just leave it there. I'll get it shortly.
I did as he said, as quick as I could, and quickly answered the phone, walking to my car, turning it on and locking the doors.
"Wolf, are you there? You were supposed to be back in the store a few minutes ago. Is everything all right?"
"Yeah, I'm fine. Just got caught up with something. I'll be back shortly." You best believe I turned around and got the heck out of Dodge. I've not gone back to that house since, and we've never delivered back to that street. I don't know if the man there was just a squatter that was really creepy, or if he was the cause of that brown stain on the floor, but I'm glad I didn't have to stick around. The next story happened earlier this year. Maybe not as creepy as the first story, but it was sure as heck questionable. During the second week of January, which is the middle of our summer here in Australia, I was delivering to an area that is well known for its motels and hostels. I didn't get to deliver to any of those. Instead, I delivered to a small apartment building with about 10 apartments spread across 2 floors. The worst part? It was a cash delivery, which means I had to take cash to receive a payment. Normally, I hate doing those, but this one made me really upset. I pulled into the only parking spot out front of the place. I noticed that only 2 lights were on outside of the building, so altogether, it was very dimly lit. So I used my phone to light the way to the specific apartment, and when I found it, I knocked on the door. I waited. Before long, I could hear voices inside the apartment. They weren't speaking very loud, they were muttering, and there were 2 voices. I looked around and jumped when I noticed someone was standing behind a wall staring at me. I gave an awkward smile and wave. "Oh, hi there. You startled me." I hope I didn't spook you. The person, a woman with very little hair, slid away behind the wall out of sight. I was creeped out. That was when I noticed the apartment door opened. A man with wild hair covering most of his face was staring at me. I jumped again, thoroughly creeped out. I smiled at him though. "Hi, I have your pizza. The delivery is $41, please." The man stared at me for a second. We stared at each other in uncomfortable silence before he finally spoke in a slurred, slow voice. "Daimo's paying for it. Let me see if I can find him. Daimo!" He started to yell out this man's name for a couple minutes. I waited quietly and patiently, keeping my eye out for that weird woman from before. I then noticed another person staring at me. An angry-looking old man. He was watching me. I heard the man yelling out the name more, but it sounded like he had gone out to the street and was yelling from somewhere else. It was then that a man and a woman came over to me. "He's calling for me, yeah? How much do I owe you?" This man, unlike the others that lived in this building, seemed to be somewhat friendly and not so creepy. I told him the amount. I gave him his change and, well, his food, and bid farewell. I quickly walked out to my car, not looking back. I tossed the empty bag into my trunk and climbed in. I locked the door, then looked out to the building, deciding to chance it. Standing there was the woman, the old man, and the other man who was yelling, all watching me. I gave a slight wave, and they all stepped backwards towards the building, disappearing behind the wall. I let out a sigh of relief, then drove away, quickly driving to the main road. Sometimes I wonder why I remain working there when things like this happen. Other times I'm thankful I have a job that isn't too harsh on me, with people that I get along with. Typically, I'm the member of staff that is sent out for these kinds of jobs, and I'm seen as reliable to the others. Sucks to say that, because it means I'll be doing this kind of thing forever. But again, a job is a job, and thankfully the job has been smooth sailing, other than a couple of weird occasions. To those of you who work in this field, be safe. Remember to lock your doors. And also remember, don't go into their house. The Man in Black, from Ruby B. I guess there's only one place to start. The story I'm going to tell you happened to me during the 5 years I worked as a CNA at a nursing home in my small town. I say small, as in one red light in the whole town, and from my small apartment, I could see the football field out my bedroom window. I started working at this nursing home when I was in my mid-20s. The first year I was there, I worked nothing but day shifts, and I enjoyed my time with most of the residents. But as any healthcare professional will tell you, there are always some residents that are more, well, I guess you could say, difficult. After my first year, there was an opening in the hall I worked for the 7 p.m. shift. I, who had worked night shifts at my previous job, jumped at the opportunity. Day shift was when all the residents had to be fed and bathed, when the place was busy with visitors and bingo. I liked that shift already, but nights were what I wanted from the moment I got hired on. Sadly, there weren't any openings available at the time. I went to the front office, filled out my transfer slip, and crossed my fingers. About a month later, I got called to the office and was told by my supervisor I was going to nights the next week. I just had to wait for the lady who was leaving to work out her notice, as I found out she was retiring and had only 1 week left. The night finally came when I eventually started on the last shift, or overnight shift. When I came in, I was greeted by one of my friends, who usually worked nights. Usually, she'd be clocking out when I was clocking in, but now we got to work together, in the hall I'd been on during the day for the last year. Let's call my friend Sam. Sam and I always had fun together, and we got our work done fast, because unlike the girl on first shift, Sam actually helped me. We checked on all the residents, most of whom were already in bed or getting ready for bed. We changed folks who needed changing. The first couple of hours flew by. Around 10 p.m., we had a few call lights for late-night snacks or help to the bathroom, but it wasn't anything that I couldn't handle. Honestly, it was a lot slower paced than the first shift. A few more hours passed of us charting and folding some of the blankets and towels for the first shift when we heard what sounded like a door opening. We assumed that a resident had gotten up to get us or just couldn't sleep. We had a few that could walk around on their own, and we were used to it on all shifts. As someone who had worked the hall for a year, I knew whose room it was without even having to turn around. So, without looking up from my folding, I said, "Miss Betty, you okay?" No answer. Sam and I both turned around, thinking Miss Betty was playing peekaboo, which she did on a regular basis with a few people who worked with her. To our surprise, her door was shut. We both shook it off at first, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a shadow walking into another room across the hall. I worked in a hall full of women, and this was the shadow of a man. I asked Sam if she had seen it too, and before I could finish the question, she said, "Ruby, we need to talk about something." I was puzzled, but agreed, because her face was more serious than before when we were just chatting and folding blankets and towels. We walked behind the desk that allowed us to see clearly down the hall to see every call light in case we were needed. She then took a deep breath and said, "Do you believe in ghosts?" I looked at her and explained that I did believe in ghosts. I had had experiences when I was younger, but never anything here on the job. She smiled at me and replied, "Well, silly, you worked during the day before." The nurse who was working in the hall had come back from her break and was also a friend of mine. Let's call her Angela. She smiled at us and said, "Oh, ghost stories." She had worked day shift with me before switching as well. Angela looked at both of us, then nodded at Sam. "You saw him, didn't you?" Almost laughing, thinking they were joking, I said, "Saw who?" Sam cleared her throat before answering, "The man in black." For the next 10 to 15 minutes, she sat there telling me the story of how when someone is getting ready to pass, they will see the man in black enter the room of the resident. I didn't completely shoot it down, because, like I said, I've seen things before. But I looked at both of them and said, "I've been here long enough to know none of these residents seem sick or at death's door." Angela, who had been here the longest, said, "Sometimes you don't get a warning. It just happens." She then started getting the medicine trays ready for first shift. We then saw a call light come on. Sam and I both checked the room together. We only had 12 residents on the hall, so between both of us, it wasn't too bad. We got to the room and saw a sweet lady named Miss Ruth trying to use the restroom. I went to assist her when she just pointed to the corner of the room by the bathroom door and said, "Tell him to leave." We both looked around and saw no one behind us. About that time, her wheelchair slowly started to roll from the corner. We brushed it off and finally got her to calm down and get back to sleep. Later that night, she would pull her call light 4 or 5 more times until 6:30, and by then it was almost time to go home. Everything was fine after that, and before first shift came in, I had changed a few people, got a few people up, and even got their breakfast cart from the kitchen for them. Around 7 a.m., I saw first shift starting to come in. Before we left, we had to give a report to them, letting them know what happened, who's up, and who's been changed. Those sorts of things. In my report, I told the girl in the hall who I'd worked with before that Miss Ruth had been restless all night, so we'd let her sleep in. We mentioned she said she had seen a man in her room, and without skipping a beat, the older nurse on day shift said, "Oh no." I asked her what was wrong. "I don't want anything to happen to Miss Ruth, but if she's seen him, then it must be true." The older nurse got her cart and all her supplies and took off down the hall. I went home as usual, got some sleep for the next night's shift. Sam and I, kind of brushing off the experience we had the night before, came in and chatted. But before we even got to the nurse's station, we heard screaming.
"I said get that man out of my room. I'm scared. He won't leave me alone."
We sprinted down the hall, and with both of us being tall with longer legs, it didn't take us long to see Miss Ruth pushing up against a male CNA who had come to help the nurse because she was fighting to get up. They finally moved her to another room, and she fell asleep just around 8 p.m. After that, we were doing our normal folding and answering lights when we heard screaming again. This time, Miss Ruth had gotten herself in her wheelchair and was scooting down the hall screaming, "I don't want to die. Leave me alone." There was no one behind her, but you could see her face. She was very scared. This went on for 2 more days, screaming and yelling until one night on our last day before the weekend, which we were scheduled to be off, we arrived to silence. Miss Ruth was checked out by a doctor who had came around to visit patients who couldn't leave. He told the nurse to make her comfortable because, being an older doctor and seeing things like this before, he thought Miss Ruth didn't have long. That night, we propped Miss Ruth up, made her comfortable, and checked on her almost every hour. Before the next shift came in, Miss Ruth passed away peacefully in her sleep. Like I said, I've seen stuff before, and in the next 4 years I worked there, I experienced several other things, and I even saw the man in black several more times in my hall. Eventually, I left the nursing home after COVID, but as far as I know from friends who still work there, the man in black still comes around to get the residents when it's their time. Zoo, cannibals, and the room with the blue door. From Fluffy Koala. I've loved animals since my parents took me to the zoo for the first time when I was a little girl. From that moment on, all I could dream about was that one day, when I became an adult, I would work in a zoo. I dreamed of taking care of some of the most exotic creatures and learning more about them. Luckily for me, about 20 years later, my dream came true. But now that I think about it, I wouldn't call it a dream anymore, because sometimes it seems more like a nightmare. After I finished college, I quickly started looking for job opportunities. I was used to not living with my parents because I had to travel to another city in order to attend college, so the location of the zoo wasn't really a problem for me. Also, I had a good amount of money saved in my bank, and my parents promised to give me some money after I found a job to help me get on and stay on my feet. After 2 months of searching, luck finally smiled upon me, and I was invited for an interview. The zoo that offered me the job, for anonymity's sake I'll just call it Zootopia Zoo, was actually a very popular zoo in my country. It had a very good reputation amongst the community of zoos, so naturally I was very excited. The only downside of the whole story was that in order to actually work there, I had to switch towns. That meant finding an apartment in which I would live, saying goodbye to my old home and friends, and basically starting a new chapter in my life. I'm the type of person who will always chase her dreams no matter the cost, so even before the interview, I decided and told my parents that if I got a job at Zootopia Zoo, I would accept it, and I would be switching towns. The owners of the zoo were a friendly couple named Mario and Hannah. I first met them during an online video call, where they interviewed me. I really liked them so far, and was hoping they would accept me as their worker. The interview went well and they seemed to like me. They told me they were looking for someone who could help them with the daily tasks of cleaning and maintaining the animals' habitats. They also needed someone who could handle visitors, show them around the zoo. I'm a pretty social person, so that wasn't a problem for me at all. I happily agreed to all of the tasks they said that I would need to do. And at that point, our interview was finished. Mario told me he would call me in a couple of days to tell me if I got the job. Fate played its part, and in a couple of days, just as Mario had promised me, he called me and told me the job was mine. Plus, the salary he offered was more than generous. I accepted without hesitation. I had around a month of free time before I would actually start working. First of all, I had to switch towns. That meant saying a lot of goodbyes and finishing all the unresolved things in my hometown. Secondly, I needed to sign some papers for Mario and Hannah before I could start working. A couple of days before starting work, I visited Zootopia Zoo so Mario and Hannah could take me around the zoo, show me things, and explain to me how to do my tasks correctly. I was also introduced to the other workers. Most of them were around 30 to 40 years old, so I didn't really blend in so much. Luckily for me, they were all quite friendly. At the end of the tour, they showed me the entrance door to the freezer. This door had a nice blue coloring and 3 big padlocks on it. They told me I am not allowed to enter the freezer because of sanitary restrictions, and that only they and a few other workers at the zoo could feed certain animals. That meant I could still feed animals that didn't eat meat. Zebras, kangaroos, elephants, and so on. I was a little surprised because I didn't really understand their rules, but I didn't question them. After our little tour, Hannah invited me for coffee with her and Mario so we could have a chat. I learned a lot of things related to zoos, about their personal lives, and so on. For instance, Mario had a brother who owned a video surveillance company, which seemed interesting to me. I started working there a few days later, and I was amazed by the variety of animals they had. There were lions, tigers, bears, wolves, monkeys, snakes, crocodiles, and more. They also had some animals that I'd never seen before: Komodo dragons, pink pigeons, Amur leopards. I instantly fell in love with the place. Although Mario and Hannah explained a lot of things, I still needed a lot of help from my coworkers. They would tell me the names, histories, and personalities of animals. They also taught me how to clean their cages and check on their health. They were patient and kind with me, and all of them seemed to care deeply for animals, treating them with respect and affection. They all became like a second family to me. Everything seemed perfect until one night, when I discovered something dark. It was a stormy day from the start. Naturally, we didn't have many guests. We had more time to focus on the animals, though. For me, that gave me more time to work with one of the zebras named Janice. I really loved Janice. It had been sick for some time now and needed special care. It was already dark by then when I finished all my chores, and I was just leaving my stuff and uniform in our changing room when my coworker Hannah entered, saying that Janice had a temperature again. "Can you stay for an extra hour or two and take care of it for me?" she asked another coworker. That coworker didn't have a chance to answer yet when I stopped her and told Hannah that I would do it. "I know I'm new here, but I have a special bond with Janice. I can take care of her." Hannah quickly agreed, telling me that my hard work would be recognized. I put on my raincoat, took a flashlight, and started to head back to the zoo. I walked past the animals, shining my light on each of them. They seemed to be fine, sleeping or resting in their shelters. I reached the zebra enclosure. It took me almost 3 full hours of extra work, but I managed to get Janice's temperature lowered. I forced her to eat some medicine and nutrients. I gathered my things and began to head back to the changing room. At this point, I was really tired, and all I wanted to do was get back to my apartment, take a quick shower, and go to bed. As I was walking back, I was passing by the freezer, and I noticed the blue doors to the freezer were open. I didn't really bother thinking about that room with the freezer because I always had a lot of work to do, but seeing the door open now really woke up my curiosity. I thought to myself, I'll just take a quick peek inside. After that, I'll lock the doors and that's it. I approached the blue door and opened it all the way. I slowly and carefully entered the room. The room was full of big coolers, which I assumed held meat for the animals. In the center of the room was a large desk with knives, saws, and other tools for cutting. I don't know why, but something didn't stop bothering me. I just had to look inside one of the coolers. I tried opening one, but it was locked. I quickly noticed that every cooler had a padlock on it. Why are there so many locks in here protecting meat? I thought. I decided to try opening every cooler in the room. And when I was just about to give up, I found one that wasn't locked. Opening that cooler was the biggest mistake of my life. I opened it and nearly threw up. There were pieces of human bodies, piled up, bloody, mutilated, limbs, organs, even heads. Some of the pieces were still wearing clothes, jewelry, and shoes. Some parts even looked like they belonged to children. I felt sick. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I was far too shocked, too disgusted. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe that Mario and Hannah, the people who had been so nice to me, the people who seemed to love their animals, might be murderers and cannibals, monsters. And I realized, were they feeding this human flesh to some of their animals? Now it made perfect sense why there were such strict rules for the freezer. I decided to get out of there as quickly as possible. I wanted to run away, call the police, and expose their crimes. I turned and began to run towards the changing room so I could get my stuff. But then I stumbled upon Mario. "Hey, what are you doing here?" he gently asked me. I explained to him that I was with Janice and that I'm finally done for the day. He thanked me and told me to get some rest. I just need to make some space in the freezer for tomorrow. We're getting a delivery of fresh meat. After that, I'm going on home too, he added. I almost threw up at the thought of it, this meat delivery, but somehow I managed to control myself. I bid him good night and started to walk again. Moments later, I began to run, even when I heard a violent scream in the distance, the voice of Mario, wondering who had been in the freezer. At that moment, I realized my huge mistake. In a state of shock and fear, I forgot to close the cooler. I still didn't manage to process what I was hearing, but I began to hear rapid footsteps in the distance. Mario, probably assuming that I was in the freezer, was running towards me, yelling that he would kill me. I ran as quickly as I could. I made it to my car and quickly drove away. When I arrived at my apartment, I ran to the phone and called for help. I told the police everything and begged them to look. They said they would, asking me to stay calm. I sat on the couch and waited for the police. Waited and cried. I blamed myself. Why did I have to leave my own town where I had everything? If I stayed there, I never would have saw something like that. When the police arrived, I detailed everything to them once again. They sent an officer to the zoo. They found Mario. They demanded to be shown the coolers. He was arrested. In the next few days, his wife Hannah and their loyal workers who knew about the crimes were also arrested. After the incident, I returned to my hometown. I live with my parents now. I found a new job at an animal shelter in my hometown. To this day, I have nightmares about the things I saw in that room. But my parents tell me I should be proud because I stopped Mario and Hannah from hurting anyone ever again. And when I think about it, I suppose they're right. The Tapper. From Columbina. I want to say that this story, at least to me, seems more fascinating than scary. Before the events of the story, I was never a believer in ghosts or demons, or all that other paranormal mumbo-jumbo. I thought that every sighting was the same because people were just unoriginal, and all did the exact same thing, faking stories and experiences for views and attention. But after what happened to me, I'm not so sure anymore. Several years ago, when I was fresh out of college, I was looking for a job. I just moved out of my parents' house and needed money to live, of course. After a while, I stumbled across an old job offer. It was on the last page of a certain job-finding site. It said the offer had already expired. I was desperate, though, and thinking I had nothing to lose, I called the number that was written under the job description. After a few seconds of silence, someone picked up on the other end. I greeted them politely and said how I found their job offer on a site and was wondering if they're still hiring. I wasn't expecting much, honestly. The whole time I was thinking how the old lady on the other end of the line would either just hang up on me or tell me they didn't need anyone anymore. To my shock, she seemed happy that someone was looking for a job. She told me to come down to a specific location for a quick interview. I can't tell you how happy I was that someone at least agreed to interview me. And so, after a few days of waiting, the day finally came when I would be interviewed. I woke up early to style my hair and dress the best I could before I made my way to the location, a zoo. After a 40-minute drive, I arrived at the entrance. As I got out, I looked at this gigantic Jurassic Park-looking gate in front of me. Near it was a small building where you buy tickets. I went over there and explained my situation. The guy working at the booth told me where I needed to go and radioed someone that I was arriving. As I made my way through the zoo, I was constantly looking around at all the different exhibits and all the animals in there. After a while, I arrived at the place I was supposed to be, knocking on the door. I then entered. The room was bigger than I thought. At the very end of it was a man sitting and doing paperwork on a small wooden table. He greeted me, and we soon began to talk about the job and my education and past job experiences. Long story short, I was hired, and I would begin work the next week. Since I had never worked at a zoo before, or with animals for that matter, I would be accompanying one of the older workers for a few months so he could show me around, teach me how things were done. Now, I didn't particularly like or dislike animals. I was kind of just indifferent to them. But I needed the job, so I told myself I'd do the best I can. Monday soon arrived. My new job officially started. In the early hours of the day, I met with a guy who was supposed to be my trainer. He was an older guy, in his late 30s or early 40s, named Ivan. Although he looked kind of intimidating, he was quite friendly and understanding of my situation when I told him why I took the job. Ivan had a strong accent, but I can't really tell from which country it was. I never asked, though, but I recall him telling me that his family moved to America when a war broke out in his home country. I spent my first day just following him around while he explained and showed me all the different jobs I'd have to do in the future. I was listening closely, trying to remember everything he said, but I never could have imagined that there was so much to this job, that I would be expected to have to memorize so much. Months passed after the first day. I gradually took on more and more tasks, first with Ivan doing the majority of the work, and me doing the backup. Eventually I began to do half, then the majority, until I was finally ready to begin working on my own. Naturally, over time, Ivan and I became friends, despite the age gap. One day, as we were closing up, Ivan asked me if I wanted to go out for a cup of coffee or to get something to eat. Not seeing a problem with that, I accepted. We went to a small coffee shop that was at the corner of the street, not too far from the zoo. When we sat down, Ivan had this weird, almost puzzled expression on his face. We ordered coffee, and I began to make some small talk before he brought up something.
Now, I'm not supposed to tell you this yet, but boss said you'll be on your own soon. You're going to be transferred to west side of zoo, where the big cats are, he said with his thick accent. I showed you ropes. We worked there the most, so you'll be fine. Probably, he continued, still with a worried look on his face. But listen, boy, now that you'll be on own, you'll sometimes have to stay at zoo longer than usual. You know, documentation, stuff like that. And at night, the cats begin acting strange.
His face now showed clear signs of discomfort, but he went on.
My buddy Gabe, you know Gabe, right? The security guard. Yes, him. He said that at night, the lions start to act aggressively, and they sometimes shriek like someone just stepped on their tails. He said that the previous worker told him he heard strange noises all around the exhibit. Now, I'm not saying it's haunted or anything of the sort. Just be careful.
I thought he was joking at first, but his facial expression did not change. It was still in that state of concern. I didn't know what to think of what he told me. Sure, we were in that side of the zoo a lot, but I never got any weird feelings when we were there. Never heard anything out of the ordinary. Not trying to be rude to Ivan, I thanked him for the consideration, and I told him I'd be careful, that I'd be all right. As we finished our coffee, Ivan offered to walk me back to my car. As we were talking, the night had already crept up on us. Before I got in my car, Ivan said, "Just be careful over there, okay? If anything feels off, don't hesitate to call help." I thanked him again, telling him that I promised I would. I drove home, still unsure of what to make of the conversation and the story. Despite Ivan's warning, I tried to brush off his concerns as nothing more than superstition. After all, I had spent countless hours on the west side of the zoo with him, and I had never once experienced anything weird. Still, a nagging sense of unease did begin to linger in the back of my mind as I drove home in the dark. Over the next few days, either from Ivan's ominous warnings or the stress from finally working alone, I found myself growing increasingly apprehensive about my impending transfer to the big cat enclosure. Every time I thought about it, a sense of dread came over me, leaving me feeling unsettled and on edge. The day of the transfer arrived. After a quick chat with my boss about my new duties, I walked down the hall and entered the west side of the zoo. It looked normal, the same way it looked every other time I was there with Ivan. I began to go to work just as he taught me. It took some time getting used to finally being alone, but I was okay pretty quick. The first 2 weeks of working the west side all by my lonesome were quite boring. Nothing crazy happened. I was so preoccupied with work that I completely forgot about Ivan's words, but I would soon remember them. One day I had to stay behind after hours to finish up paperwork. I was walking around the lion exhibit, trying to quickly get to the office and be done for the day, when I heard something. It sounded like someone tapping on the glass or on a window with their finger. I looked around, but I didn't see anyone. Then I heard it again, and it sounded like it was right behind me. Quickly, I turned around, but once more, I didn't see a soul. Annoyed, I yelled out, "Stop doing that. It isn't funny. You're disturbing the animals." But I got no answer. At least, the tapping stopped, though. I looked around for a bit to see if someone really was there making a fool out of me, or if I was just hearing things. Shortly after that, I returned to the office and began to quickly fill out the rest of the paperwork. I was nearly done when I was startled by a loud roar from outside. I froze for a few moments, and when I recollected myself, I went out to check out what was going on. I made my way to the lion exhibit, where I saw a lioness pacing around its enclosure, obviously agitated. I looked around to see if something was happening in the enclosure, but everything seemed fine. I returned to the office. As I sat there trying to shake off the unease that settled over me, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. I tried to distract myself, focusing on the paperwork, hoping that once it was done, I could finally leave the zoo behind and put the strange occurrences of the night behind me. And then, just as I was about to complete the last of the paperwork, I heard it again, that tapping sound. It was faint at first, but grew louder and more insistent with each passing moment. I glanced nervously around the room, searching for the source of the sound. But there was nothing there. No one else in the office, no windows, no doors to tap against. It was just me, alone in a dimly lit room, with the sound growing louder and more frantic by the second. At that point, I was seriously freaked out. I rushed out of the room, only to be greeted by the sounds of angry, restless lions from next door. I radioed the security guard to check if someone was out there. After a little while, he radioed back, saying I'm the only one here. Creeped out, but with no other choice, I finished up the paperwork and clocked out for the night. The next day, I went over to Gabe, the security guard, asking him again if someone was there with me. His answer was the same as the night prior, but he didn't seem surprised. When I asked him what was up, he told me how this has been happening for a while now. A strange tapping noise near the lion's exhibit, which then wakes them up and irritates them. He said the previous worker at the west side heard the same thing, and they spent days trying to figure out if something was wrong with the glass or with the pipes. But after investigating, nothing was wrong. Everything seemed fine. At least, before they checked the security cameras. When they did, they saw something unexplainable. When the previous worker reported the noise, something that looked like a small speck of dust was seen on the camera, moving through the halls almost intelligently, only to stop at the lion exhibit. They checked the recordings of every night the noise was heard, and every time the same thing was seen, the speck of odd dust. When he told me that, I was bewildered, to say the least. I couldn't believe what he was saying, and I demanded to see said footage. I guess I was pushy enough, because eventually he did let me watch it. Sure enough, I could see myself walking down the hall, and a small speck of dust followed me for a moment and stopped at the lion's exhibit. It's been a while since this story took place, and every time I was left alone in the west side of the zoo, the tapping would appear. I grew to ignore the sound, and now view it more as a thing of fascination than something to fear. The Mudman, from Mr. Mystery 555. I'm a 19-year-old freshman that works at the local McDonald's in my local town to pay off student loans. We've all been there, right? I like this job a lot, especially since I met my now fiancée, Morgan, while working there. I liked doing this job day by day until this one October night of last year, where my feelings for the job and how I see it took a dramatic change. That day was no different than any other. I got here at the time I always did, which was 3:45 p.m., giving me 15 minutes to talk among my fellow coworkers about the particular customers we didn't like, or the ones we actually did like, those kinds of things. That's when one of my coworkers, named Joe, said something that sent shivers down my spine. "Hey, you guys ever heard of the Mudman?" Another coworker, Ryan, and I just looked at him and said, "What are you even on about, man? Did you drink a little too much last night?" He looked at us and smiled, replying, "You'll see. He comes when workers like yourselves take the overnight shift." It's a good time to mention that our particular McDonald's was open 23 hours at the time this took place, with 1 hour of downtime to clean and bring more supplies out for the next shift. Before I could say much more about Joe's weird story, it was time to clock in, and the day went on normally for a while. Of course, I avoided Joe a bit more than usual. Some time went on, and eventually it was 11 p.m. It was now time for us to take that 1 hour cleaning break I'd mentioned. Joe handed me the keys and said goodnight to the remaining crew, which was me, Ryan, and Morgan, the manager, but not before warning us all to be careful and to make sure the doors were locked. We all looked at him and told him to go home, to stop fooling with us because it wasn't funny. He left soon after, and it was just the three of us. Morgan sent me to the lobby to lock the doors, which I did, while Ryan grabbed food from the freezer and Morgan turned off all the drive-through lights. I was in the middle of helping Ryan move some things from the freezer real quick before I headed to the lobby to lock the doors. That's when I heard the lobby door open and the distinct sound of footsteps moving across the lobby floor. I looked over at Ryan, who then looked at me, and after a moment of silence, I spoke out. Sorry, we're closed. You can come back in an hour." However, there was no response to this. With no reply, I walked out to the lobby to repeat myself in case the person had not heard me. However, what I found was a lobby door wedged open, and these muddy footprints leading to the bathroom door. I picked up the broom that was sitting next to me and slowly walked to the bathroom, yelling back for Morgan to turn the lights for the bathroom on, which she replied, I never turn them off." My heart sank, and I slowly walked to the bathroom door, watching the lights turn on in front of my eyes as I pushed open the door. Inside, I saw an old man washing his hands. "Hey, I apologize, sir, but you can't be here right now. We're closed temporarily." The old man just smiled and apologized, saying it was just an emergency. I took a sigh of relief and let it go, turning around and walking away. Right as I reached the bathroom door, the old man said, "Have a good night." I turned back to say the same to him, but when I did, the old man was gone. I ran out, ignoring Ryan and Morgan's questions at first, as I still couldn't believe what I just saw. Where had the man gone? Before I knew it, it was 2 a.m., and after cashing out my last customer, it was time for me to finally go home. Before I took the long drive home, I knew I'd have to use the bathroom first. So I did, but this time I went for the ladies' room, as the lobby was closed at midnight, and there was no one left in the lobby, so I didn't think anybody would mind. After finishing up my business, I went to the sink to wash my hands. That's when I saw it. I swear, when I looked in the mirror, I saw the old man's face staring back at me. I saw mud running down his face from his eyes, even from his mouth and nose. The lights flickered as he reached his muddy hand out to me. I screamed, thinking this was the last of me, until the lights stopped flickering and the door swung open, revealing Morgan staring down at me as I've now somehow ended up on the floor. The old man in the mirror was gone. It was just me and her. I rushed by her, running out the front door to head home, swearing the whole way to never come back. I quit the next day, and I didn't go back. Working with a Dark Witch. From Sancho. Before I tell this story, I must warn you, there will be mentions of animal torture and killing. Bear with me, I'm not a great storyteller. This is a story of when I used to work with a witch, and not the good kind. I work in an AC and plumbing factory. I work in the back of the warehouse prepping everything for the workers to install in new homes. When I started working there, I got along with the rest of the people there, and everything was going pretty good until a couple of months ago. The lady that cleans the offices began acting weird towards me. She used to be a normal, typical worker like the rest of us, and nothing seemed off about her. But one day, seemingly out of nowhere, she started asking me questions, like, "Do you believe in black and white magic?" At first, I didn't see anything wrong with it. I thought maybe she was just curious. But the questions started to get weirder and weirder each day. She began asking questions like, "Would you ever try to do any type of magic?" And, "Would you kill cats or dogs for sacrifices?" I started to get a weird feeling from her. It was then I began to think she was a witch. But I would just tell myself that I'm just paranoid or overthinking it too much. As time went by, she started looking bad physically. Her eye bags looked darker than black. It looked like she hadn't slept in years, and most of the time, she would miss work for no reason. One day when we were getting ready to leave, I went to the break room to get a drink, and she was already getting ready to leave in a hurry. But on her way out, she dropped her bag, and from it, a lot of Polaroid pictures fell out. I went to try to help her pick them up, but what I saw was something I had never seen before. The pictures showed animals with cuts in their stomachs and their ears cut off. She hissed at me like some angry cat, then pushed me away, not wanting me to see the pictures. Then she left in a hurry. I didn't tell anyone because I was scared she would do something to me or my family if I tried to get her in trouble or fired. I had troubled sleep for days. All I was thinking about was what she did to those poor animals and what she might want to do to people. For the rest of the week, she did not show up to work. But the week after that, she came back. I couldn't even look at her then. But she continued to greet me with a smile, acting as if nothing had happened. The day went by normally, nothing too unusual, except for her staring at me most of the time. The days went by and the rest of the coworkers started to notice how she was acting, and they decided to fire her. The day she was fired, she was leaving, and she screamed out, "Y'all are going to regret this." That same day, when I clocked out to head home, I went to the parking lot towards my car. It was dark then, 11 p.m., and I saw a car with the headlights on. I assumed it was just another coworker about to head home, but oh boy, I was wrong. When I passed by that car, I saw that lady sitting there, just looking straight at me with a weird face. I got scared and started jogging towards my car. And once I got in, I locked all the doors and turned it on. But then, when I was leaving, I looked back at that car the lady was in, but she was gone now. Weird, kind of freaky. I hauled tail out of there, and about 10 minutes into my drive, when I was on my way home, I felt something odd, like a presence. I had the distinct feeling there was someone in my back seat. I looked around, but there was no one there. Another 5 minutes of driving went by, and again I felt as if someone was breathing on the back of my neck. I looked behind me in an instant, and what I saw sitting there was the lady I worked with, the psycho. I then lost control of my car, and I crashed. It was pretty bad. For 2 months I was hospitalized. I broke 3 ribs, both of my knees needed surgery, and I couldn't breathe by myself. I had to be hooked up to machines for a while. Luckily, that was the end of it. Nothing else creepy happened. Thank God I'm still alive to be able to tell my story of when I was working with a possible witch. The Things in the Factory, from Zad OMC. I'm a night security guard. At one point, I worked at an old abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. This factory was a site that had been abandoned for years, but it was still full of valuable machinery and equipment that had not yet been removed. There were concerns that the equipment could be stolen or damaged, which would be a significant financial loss to the company that owned it. My job was to monitor the security cameras, conduct regular patrols of the property, and respond to any security breaches or alarms. The job paid well, but it was also a job that came with its fair share of strange occurrences. One night as I was making my rounds, I heard a weird noise coming from one of the factory's unused wings. I cautiously made my way over, flashlight in hand, and peered through the doorway. To my horror, I saw a figure standing in the darkness, staring back at me with eyes that seemed to glow. I froze, unsure of what to do. I tried to radio for some backup, to which I received no response. I tried to back away slowly, but my feet would not move. This figure began to approach me, its footsteps echoing through the mostly empty factory. As it drew closer, I could make out something that wasn't human. Whatever it was tall and thin, with limbs that seemed to bend in unnatural ways. Its skin was a sickly gray color, and its eyes reflected an eerie green. I suddenly found the strength to run, but the figure pursued me relentlessly. As I ran through the factory, I realized it wasn't just the two of us. I could hear the sound of multiple other footsteps behind me, closing in quickly. I ran as fast as I could, but I could feel their hot breath on the back of my neck. I could hear whispers, which seemed to be spoken in a different language, which I didn't understand. It was a guttural, animalistic language, filled with growls and hisses. Finally, I burst through the door and into the parking lot, gasping for breath. I turned around to see that the figures had stopped pursuing me now, but they still stared at me with those strange eyes. I could hear them whispering to each other, and I just knew they couldn't be human. I didn't know what to do then. I was supposed to stay on the factory grounds until my shift was over, but I couldn't bring myself to go back in there, where those things were waiting for me, watching me. I decided to call my supervisor and tell him what had happened. He didn't believe me at first, but when I insisted that I'd seen something weird, he agreed to send someone in to check on me. While I waited for my coworker to arrive, I sat in my car with the doors locked and the windows rolled up. I could still feel those glowing eyes on me, even from outside the car. When my coworker finally arrived, he searched the factory with a flashlight, but he didn't find anything. He thought I was crazy, and I really can't blame him. But I knew what I saw. After that night, things only got worse. Every time I worked the night shift, I could feel the presence of those inhuman figures lurking in the shadows. Here and there I heard their whispers. I thought about quitting the job, but I needed the money too badly. I couldn't afford to be unemployed. So I kept working, powering through it, even though every night was basically a living nightmare. On another night, as I was making more rounds, I heard another noise coming from the same wing of that factory where I had seen the figures before. I knew I should have ignored it, just continue on my rounds, but I couldn't help but investigate. I made my way over to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open with my flashlight. Inside, I saw something that I would never forget. The figures were there. They were gathered around some kind of strange object. It looked like a small black box with glowing symbols etched into the sides. I didn't know what it was, but I could feel something awful radiating from it. As soon as the figures saw me, they turned to face me. They didn't whisper this time, but I could feel anger and hostility. They began to crawl towards me, their footsteps echoing through the empty factory. I knew that I had to get out of there. I turned and ran as fast as I could, but I could hear them chasing me, their inhuman voices echoing through the factory, now calling out to me in that bizarre language. I could feel them getting closer. I pushed myself to the limit, running faster, but I couldn't be sure that I was outrunning them. Finally, I burst through the door and into the parking lot. I didn't stop running until I was several blocks away from the factory. I then collapsed, exhausted, on the sidewalk, gasping for breath and shaking with fear. I knew that I couldn't keep working at the factory. I had to leave that place, no matter what it took. I contacted my supervisor and told him I was quitting, that I could not work there any longer. He tried to convince me to stay, but I was adamant on my decision. I left the factory that night, and I never looked back. I know the figures are still there, somewhere. Even though I'm miles away from that place, I can almost feel their eyes on me still. For months afterward, I had nightmares about the figures. I could hear their whispers in my dreams. I could feel their cold, inhuman touch. It was a horror I couldn't escape. Even now, years later, I still have nightmares. I have no idea what they were or what they wanted, but I know they weren't human. That's about it. They were something else, something malevolent. Predator Control Officer, from Mato Man. I live in a rural area, in an otherwise densely populated county in Utah. My career has been nightmarish thus far, even though I've chosen safe career paths. I decided to leave finance to pursue security, then decided to pursue a low-key job with the county as a predator control officer. I know what you're probably thinking, but it's not predators like offenders of a certain type, if you catch my drift. But what it means is predators like coyotes. There is a coyote bounty in Utah due to overpopulation and the subsequent effect on the rural community, but this also includes mountain lions too, which occasionally make their way into neighborhoods. There's also bears, who mostly just like to eat garbage. The application was easy. I applied and they asked if I was experienced in hunting and the wilderness. They asked if I was clerically qualified, as I would also be in charge of paying for coyote bounties and keeping track of all those records, on top of the hands-on work I would be responsible for. They said that the last employee left suddenly and did not go into any more detail. For a job that paid as little as this, I wasn't surprised, and I didn't ask questions. Though the pay was low, the job was enjoyable. I spent much of my time in the great outdoors. They first showed me the ropes in the office, but given my background, I learned quickly and moved to the outdoors portion of my duties. For a while, there were no major incidents, just some calls to dispatch some coyotes that had been harassing livestock, taking chickens in the dead of night. In one instance, a coyote made its way into someone's home through a dog door. It killed their dog in the living room, then left. That's pure insanity if you ask me. Never heard of a coyote brave enough to enter someone's home. My 10th or so instance in the field is when weird things began to happen to me. There was this pack of coyotes. They'd been killing goats and sheep at a local apple farm multiple times a week. This apple farm contained thousands of acres of apple and peach orchard and ran a successful business selling apple-only products and was well loved by the community. People driving through town would stop just to get some apple cider ice cream from this little retail barn the farm runs. Anyway, the goats were important, as things like goat's milk are a common commodity, and the wool from the sheep allowed them to hand-make children's toys that kids loved, including my own. This farm orchard is located at the base of a large mountain range, totaling approximately 10,000 feet in elevation, and a large canyon right down the middle where freezing gusts of wind like to shoot down right into town. I knew the coyotes were most active about 1 to 2 hours or so before the sun came up. I drove my truck through the apple orchard, and I got stuck in the snow. There was yet another blizzard that year, totaling about 70 feet of snowfall since October. Despite this heavy snow, it was fairly warm, 32 degrees, a rare day off without large gusts of wind from the canyon, which would play to my advantage. I got out of my truck and took a big breath of crisp winter air. Large snowflakes were already piling onto my hair and glasses. My feet crunched on the powdery snow. This was dry snow, the kind you can't quite make snowmen out of. I grabbed my AR-15 from the back of the truck. I had it painted white to match my white camis, which I wore to blend in with the snow. Now, coyotes are extremely clever and can quite easily detect you, so even small details, like a camouflaged gun, are necessary. My feet crunched all the way to the edge of the orchard, which overlooked a large field. I'd already measured the distance, 500 yards to the edge before the next outcropping of trees, about 300 yards to the livestock pen, where the goats and sheep were on the right side of the field, and about 400 yards to another portion of the orchard on the left side of that field. I'd spent some time training at those ranges, and I was confident the rifle would perform well at those ranges, with my chosen bullet weight. My assumption was the coyotes traveled from the canyon down into the orchard on the left and crossed the field to get to the livestock. I hunkered down behind a log, now completely covered in snow, and I began to wait. The snowfall piled on my back and legs, making me invisible before long. I waited about 45 minutes in that spot before I finally saw movement. I flipped the illumination on my 8-power optic. It was specially formulated for predator hunting, and I had it dialed in perfectly at a 500-yard range and anywhere closer. I aimed down the optic and saw I wasn't looking at coyotes, but a herd of deer, all antlerless, grazing. Obviously, they had just swiped some rotting apples left over from the fall. Suddenly, I saw one of them perk up, ears swiveling to and fro. Then it snorted. All at once, they all ran back into the orchard where they came from. I immediately thought, okay, here come the coyotes. But nothing came sauntering into the field. I sat quietly. That's when I smelled it, the smell of sewage and body odor, or maybe a skunk. Either way, it was an unbearable stench. The fact I could smell anything with my frozen nose in that dry air was remarkable. I heard the goats begin to vocalize, obviously distressed. Then I saw it. I had to look more than once and try to blink the imagination out of my eyes. Through my optic, I saw a large man leaving the livestock pen, carrying a dead goat over his shoulder. It was a full moon, and the snow wasn't affecting my vision. I saw that man, muscular, hairy, and nude, with matted hair where the goat's blood had been pouring out all over his back. I had been nice and warm up until that moment, but it was then that my blood ran cold. I waited until he crossed the field and entered the orchard on the left. I stood up and walked quickly but quietly back to my truck. I kept the AR in my lap as I started it. Then I remembered I got stuck on my approach. I turned on my light bar and floodlights, waiting until sunrise before I would finally get out and attempt to get myself unstuck. A couple of hours later, after the sun came up and I was finally unstuck, I made my way to visit the farmer to let him know that I was unsuccessful in finding the coyotes, and I left it at that. I was asked to return to finish the job later in the week, but I conveniently called out that day. My boss took the shift instead. To this day, I'm curious as to what he saw. The last guy before me probably saw it too. Never alone at the laundromat. From Kate N. From the ages of 22 through 25, I used to work at this run-down old laundromat. I was always working alone. I never did see any of the other employees. The owner of the place, we'll call him Rob, was always angry about something. Even on perfect nights or slow nights, when nothing could possibly be out of place, Rob would find something to be angry about. And as I was always the only one there during my shift, all of that anger would be taken out on me. But this story isn't about Rob. He wasn't much more than a stressor, basically. This story is about the laundromat itself. You see, the place, never getting much business, felt very creepy at night. There were odd noises after dark, which always began about half an hour before closing. These noises consisted of footsteps, doors to the machines opening and closing, and someone mumbling to themselves, but I never could tell what they were saying. This quickly led me to believe the place was haunted. One night, I was alone as usual. It was a very slow night. At 11:40, which was about 20 minutes from closing, I was standing at the register. There's a big counter there, and I would work on some hobbies on my laptop whenever there was nothing to do. I hadn't seen another customer for about an hour, and I highly doubted I'd see another one before closing. It was then that I heard a sound that was so sudden and loud, it made me jump. It was this loud slam, like someone had pounded the floor with a metal chair. It echoed throughout the entire room, off the rows of laundry machines. Immediately, my heart pounded and my breathing stopped for a moment. Chills flooded over my whole body. I shut my laptop and ran out in front of the register to get a full look at the lobby. It was empty. No one there, just like it had been for the past hour. I sighed and began to slowly and cautiously walk around each row of laundry machines. There were 5 aisles total. I checked each one, but I didn't find anything out of place. I walked over to the bathrooms, which are on the opposite side of the store to the register. By the way, if you're wondering why we have a register, it's because the owner never bought a change machine. So I had to manually trade dollar bills for coins. Beyond that, my duties were basically to be a babysitter and custodian. Anyway, I made my way over to the bathrooms, and as I did, something above me caught my attention. There was something just barely off enough that I just barely noticed it, but I'm very glad I did. One of the tiles in the ceiling had been moved ever so slightly. There was a black gap, an opening that hadn't been there before, showing the darkness beyond the tiles. My first thought was raccoon or rats, something scurrying about in the ceiling, but that didn't explain the sound. I stopped and looked at it for a moment, wondering what else it could have been. Now, this is why I'm glad I noticed it. If I hadn't stopped there, I would have gone into the bathrooms to check them, and I would have been cornered. Because right as I was standing there, I began to hear rapid, encroaching footsteps coming from one of the nearby aisles of laundry machines. I didn't think then. I just ran, more terrified than I'd ever been. I bolted along the row I was in, which was maybe 1 or 2 rows away from where the footsteps were coming from. I glanced only for a second, long enough to see a shadow of a figure running along an adjacent row in the same direction as me. I was just barely able to make it to the front doors of the building fast enough. Whatever or whoever it was did not catch me. I slammed open the doors and ran over to my car and turned around. No one was there. The glass front windows of the building revealed there was no one inside either. Who had been chasing me? What in the world did I just see and hear? I was so creeped out that I went ahead and locked up, keeping the lights on, and left. As I drove home, I attempted to call my boss, the owner, to tell him what happened. But of course, he wouldn't pick up. He never did, even during daytime hours. You'd think if you owned a place, a business at that, you would be available on the phone a bit more often. By the time I got home and got to bed, I had calmed down. But I knew I was going to be in for it tomorrow evening, when I had to go back in. Rob was the type to wait hours for you to come in on your shift, just so he could give you a piece of his mind. And having left the lights on, and having closed up nothing else, I was about to be in a lot of trouble. But still, I slept like a baby that night. The following day when I went in, Rob confronted me the moment I got through the front doors. For a minute or two, he didn't give me a chance to explain myself. Instead of asking what happened, why the building wasn't properly locked up, he started right away with, "You're lucky you still have a job," and, "I've never seen someone so incompetent as you." I rolled my eyes and waited for him to give me a second. When there was a gap in his yelling, I told him exactly what happened. It was almost closing. I heard something bizarre, and I got chased out of the building. I was too afraid to come back in. At this, Rob looked skeptical. He simply stomped away out of the building and left, tossing back a, "It better be locked up right tonight," before he was gone. I wanted to quit so bad right then, but I needed this job. There were very few job openings in this town. The pay wasn't great, sure, and my boss was awful, but it was literally this or nothing, and I couldn't even afford a week's worth of a gap in my employment. Gotta pay rent. The remainder of the evening I was on edge, dreading the hours as they passed by. The closer we got to midnight, the more anxious I was. I tried to convince myself nothing was going to happen, that what I saw last night was just, well, nothing. Maybe I did hear those noises, but maybe I'd hallucinated the figure I saw. My mind just trying to make sense of the sounds I was hearing. Somehow I managed to convince myself that those footsteps belonged to the animal that had fallen through the roof at that tile, and that was what I heard running through the rows of laundry machines. However, that didn't explain the small gap in the tile. If an animal had fallen through it after pushing it aside, it wouldn't go back and try to push it back into place. No, it would have left a much bigger gap than that. I shook my head at these thoughts. My paranoia was growing. But I did have one thought that comforted me. I'd been working here a while now, and this was the first major occurrence that happened. So, odds are it wasn't going to happen again. I really think I was just coping. At 11:15 that night, we had a customer come in. They used a machine near the back row by the bathrooms. And that machine happened to malfunction. It was a washing machine, and a bunch of water got all over the floor. I had no idea what happened, I'm not a repairman, but it was my duty to clean it up as fast as possible. A spill on the floor was a danger to customers, and a water spill near the other machines could always be a hazard to them. As I went to get the mop, the especially apologetic customer left with a basket full of still wet clothes. I felt bad, it wasn't their fault. I went to work mopping up the spill. It took me about 10 to 15 minutes to get most of it. At the back of my mind, I couldn't help but notice that as I cleaned, I was getting closer and closer to standing under that same ceiling tile. the one that was now perfectly back in place. My mind began to race again. I hoped it was my boss that fixed it. Then again, the gap was so small, I doubted anyone noticed it. So who had put it back in place? I shook off the thought. I did my best to ignore the ceiling as I approached that tile. I even hummed to myself, thinking of a song that I'd heard recently which was especially catchy. Before long, I was right under it, nearly sweating with anxiety. For the next minute or two, nothing happened, and my nervousness was lowering. But then, I felt something. I was looking straight down at the water in the floor when I felt something hit the back of my head. Something light, but definitely there. I could feel the tap 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 of a few pieces of something hitting my hair. Immediately, instinctively, I reached around and felt what it was. I grabbed a piece or two and looked at my hand. They looked like wood shavings, some the color of the ceiling tiles. These pieces were just crumbs in size, and it looked an awful lot like what might fall down if you messed with the ceiling tiles. With a gasp, I looked right up above me. The gap in the tile was back and bigger than before. There was about 10 inches of dark space. The moment I looked up, I saw fingers pulling the tile back into place. Dirty, grimy fingers. I dropped the mop and ran full speed back to the register. No, I didn't leave this time, at least not right away. Instead, I ran right for the phone. There was a landline phone behind the register counter. My cell phone was dead at the time. It had some sort of problem with the battery and wouldn't keep a charge more than about 4 hours. Now, the problem was, there was a wall next to the register. To get a full view of the lobby and the rest of the laundromat, you'd have to walk out of the register counter to take a look. And because the phone was a landline phone, I wouldn't be able to see the lobby while on the phone. As I rounded the register counter, I stopped and looked back. The rows were empty, and there were no strange noises at all. With a deep breath, I practically jumped at the phone and dialed 911. I let them know that I saw someone crawling around in the ceiling of the laundromat, someone that shouldn't be there. They were sending someone over. I felt lucky, because at the time I seriously thought they were going to disbelieve me. They told me to get somewhere safe, especially somewhere away from the building. The moment I hung up the phone, I was about to leave, lock the doors, and head to my car. But the moment that phone hit the receiver, I heard that sound again. The slam. A sound which I now figured was likely that stranger in the ceiling, jumping down onto the floor. He was back in the lobby, with me. I nearly screamed at the idea and ran for the doors. As I began to open one of the doors, I heard rapid, heavy footsteps echoing through the lobby, quickly gaining on me. I opened the door and ran outside across the parking lot. And to my horror, the door slammed open behind me, and I began to hear heavy footsteps on the concrete. I just managed to make it to my car, open and shut the door and lock it, when those grimy hands to some man began to slap against my car door window. I got a good look at him then. He was wearing an oddly clean black hoodie, with the hood up over his head. That hoodie was so black and clean, I assumed he had stolen it from one of the customers. It was also why I'd seen a black blur the night before. He was yelling something nonsensical as he pounded at the glass. Within seconds, the window began to crack. There was a bit of red too, blood, as he was hitting the glass so hard he was busting his skin open. As if by the grace of freaking God, police lights began to strobe around me as a cruiser entered the parking lot, and the officers inside saw what was taking place. That was way faster than I would have ever dreamed a police officer would show up. The moment those lights strobed, the man took off, disappearing in the alley between the building next to ours and the laundromat. I was covered in goosebumps, panting like a dog. An officer with a flashlight was knocking on my door, asking if I was okay. He slowly helped me out of my car. He let me sit in the back of his cruiser to calm down. Eventually, I told them my side of the story and gave a report. Now, you may think I quit, but again, sometimes life just sucks that way. I continued to work at that laundromat for a while, but at the very least, Rob finally grew a freaking conscience, probably after having to talk to the police himself and hearing what happened to me, and he allowed me to take 2 weeks off. So thanks, Rob, at least for that. After this incident, the strange noises at night in that building stopped. For the remainder of my time working there, I didn't experience one more out-of-place, creepy thing. But now that I don't work there these days, I won't ever go back. As for the strange man that was apparently living in the ceiling of the laundromat, who was coming out when he thought no one was around in the dark hours near and after closing, he was never caught. He's out there, somewhere, and I wonder if he's trying to take up residence in some other building, haunting and being a danger to some other unlucky night shift employee. Skinwalker of Commerce Avenue. From The Spectre. This is my first time sharing this experience outside of my inner circle. This happened during the last weekend of July last year. I was working for a local steel mill, and I was on the overnight shift, so that was 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was the only laborer on the shift that night, and it was going well. I did my usual rundown of tasks inside, but things started to get weird when I had to go outside. I was wrapping up with the last of my indoor tasks, getting ready to take stuff out to the hopper. I go out as usual, loading up the hopper, and I began to feel like someone was watching me. I began to look around. I soon spotted this lone deer in the tree line. It was watching me. Now, it wasn't too uncommon for the deer to come about, but the thing about this one was it seemed odd, especially since the deer in these parts would be in a group, but this one was all by itself. I tried not to put too much thought into it. I proceeded with finishing up my outdoor task and made my way back in. Things only got weirder after that. There was this heavy presence in the air that night, followed up with a smell of rot and decay, which had certainly not been there before. This smell was horrible. I was nauseated. It also didn't help that I'd had a horrible headache that night. I kept on going, just assuming maybe there was a bear digging through the trash or something. Some time passed, and the smell still lingered. However, it was only getting stronger. At that point, I was on the North Bay by myself. No machines were running that night, and the afternoon crew had left the one hatch opened up about a quarter of the way open. I was sitting down in the chair on the one machine, digging metal chips out of the soles of my boots. I suddenly heard a noise. This grabbed my attention, and I looked over. I didn't see anything, and I just assumed it was an animal. I went back to cleaning my boots. Before long, I heard it again, but this time it was a bit louder. It was a knocking sound coming from that bay hatch door, a full-on knocking. Of course, I go over to investigate. My assumption was that one of my coworkers had been locked outside this entire time, but when I got over there, I didn't see anyone standing there, not even a shadow. But there was still knocking coming from it. This made the hair on my neck stand on end. I wanted to close the hatch door, but something inside me was telling me not to step near it. I found an old broom handle, and thankfully, the operating box for the hatch had big buttons on it for opening and closing the door. So, using the old broom handle, I reached out and I closed the door from a decent distance by pressing one of the buttons, all while standing on the elevated platform. As the hatch began to close, I could feel a sense of relief, but also some dread, because when the door closed, I heard this weird, deep, and annoyed growling sound. This really freaked me out. I slowly stepped away and began checking the side entry doors on the north wall. Thankfully, the afternoon crew had closed those earlier in the day. Even still, the knocking sound would increase and become louder, and, before long, It was accompanied by a scratching sound on the bay door, followed up by more grunts. I wrapped up my work on the north end bay, and I made my way back to the south bay. Not wanting to turn my back, I just slowly backed away, keeping my eyes on that darned door. I get to the south side, and I decided to peek out the main entrance door that was next to the punch-in time clock. I slowly made my way out then, and I was shocked by what I saw. Despite looking right at it, I did not believe what I was seeing, so I don't expect anyone else who might be listening or reading this to believe it either. But I swear I saw a floating, disembodied head floating right in front of the North Bay hatch door. It was just floating there, with something orbiting around it. It was just there, almost like it was waiting for me to open the hatch door. I freaked out, running back inside and into the locker room. I went into the bathroom, opened up one of the stalls, and threw up. I was chilled to the nerves and trembling. I'd always struggled with my faith, but I know about the Lord's Prayer. I looked it up on my phone to make sure I got it right, and I began to repeat it to myself, eventually finding myself outright praying. I also ended up messaging my friend that night, telling him of some of the things that took place there. This is quite possibly the weirdest thing I've ever experienced, though it wouldn't end there. My final day at the mill, it was a Saturday in mid-August. I was on the afternoon shift. It was storming that night. The bay door hatch was opened this time around. We would unload trucks as late as 9 p.m. The driver and I were talking afterwards, just talking bullcrap. I signed the paperwork and he was soon on his way. Just as he left, a huge flash of lightning cracked through the sky, and the moment the lightning hit, it lit up the whole area, revealing to me the entirety of the figure that floating head had belonged to. A tall figure with a deer skull head. It stood as tall as the bay hatch door entrance. It wore tattered cloth, and it was just standing there, peering into the door. I stayed inside for the remainder of my shift. There is something on Saddle Road. From Aloha Potato. I grew up in southeast Idaho, in a small farming town. I worked around there until I got a job offer to work for a company in Hawaii as a mechanic. To me, that was the deal of a lifetime. I mean, not many people where I'm from can say that they moved to and worked in Hawaii. So I took the job, and I found out that a couple of friends would be joining me. So off we went to the Aloha State, where the temperature is always warm and the beaches are beautiful. Now, as time went on, my friends began to leave one by one, until I was the last one there. I was about to leave with a fat wad of cash in my pocket when I got another offer from the same company. This time, they would want me to be a driver and deliver products on the Big Island. It sounded simple enough, but the only downside was that the plant I was to be stationed at is in Hilo, and I would need to do a route over on the Kona side, which is on the other side of the island. In reality, it isn't too bad, but it is the longest route that the company has. I would have to wake up at 12 a.m. just to get to the distribution center and do my pre-trip, make sure I have all my products for all the stops, and start heading over before 2 a.m. On average, I would not get back until around 3 p.m. Sometimes the days would be shorter, sometimes longer. It just depended. But to me, it didn't really matter, because the money was great, and I was greedy. If I only knew what would happen to me, I would have just packed up my tools and left. The reason why so many weird things happened on the Big Island to me, compared to any other island I went to, is that it was there where I learned a lot of superstitions of the native Hawaiians. Some are similar to the superstitions we have back at home, like not whistling while the sun is down. Where I'm from, it's supposed to attract skinwalkers and wendigos and the like. For them, as it was told to me, it was disrespectful to the spirits that roamed the islands. I have a lot of paranormal stories from over there in Hawaii, and if this story is interesting to some of you, and you want to hear more, I'd be willing to share. In this particular story, it's one of my scarier encounters while I was over there. It started like any other day. I made my way over to the distribution center, checked my loads, checked my truck for a pre-trip, and headed off over Kona from Hilo. The only downside I had was that the gas station where I usually had my coffee in the morning was closed for remodeling. So as I went up Saddle Road, I was a little groggy, but it wasn't too bad. I mean, it wasn't to the point I was about to fall asleep. I climbed up the mountain up on Saddle Road in my rig. I believe I was listening to a podcast about conspiracy theories at the time. I soon made it to the top of Saddle Road. Once there, I decided to pull over and relieve myself. I'll give you a bit of layout. As you're heading towards Kona on top of the mountain, there is a park. Just a little ways down from the park, there is this military installation where I stopped. I decided to pull over and do my business, and I would readjust so I could go down Saddle Road. I went to the park to do my business, and as I was coming out, I heard what sounded like a coyote yipping just behind me. Now, that may not be a little odd to me, seeing how I grew up in an area where there are tons of coyotes. But the problem was, I don't believe there were any coyotes in Hawaii, let alone any predators of the sort. I've heard rumors that there were wolves up in the northern side of the island, but that was just it. Rumors. I never saw any wolves up there, and I've done quite a few routes up in the northern part of the island. The only predators I've ever seen were the wild pigs that roamed all over the island. But what I just heard was definitely a coyote yipping. So I turned around to see if I could spot any nearby coyotes. But I didn't see any. As I turned around and began walking back to my rig, I heard the coyote yip again. Immediately I spun around, and what I saw shocked me. I saw a silhouette of what I could assume to be a man passing the outhouses where there was little light. He hid behind a tree and peeked out at me. This obviously freaked me out, so I started double timing back to my truck. By the time I got back in, he was still out there, peeking around from behind the tree. I started up the rig and took off. The whole time as I passed the military base, I was wondering to myself, who in the world, or what in the world, was that? My first guess was it was probably a homeless man who wanted to jump me. Then I thought maybe a skinwalker, because it came out after the coyote yipping I heard. In an attempt to calm myself down, I ended up listening to some country music, singing and whistling along as I went down Saddle Road, doing my best not to think about it. Halfway down Saddle Road, as I whistled, I saw something out of the corner of my eye running towards the road. As I looked around to see what it was, what I saw horrified me. I saw this dark humanoid figure running towards the road to the point where he was in front of my truck. I immediately tried to swerve out of the way, but from what seemed to have happened to my perspective, I hit them. But the crazy part was I did not feel or hear a thing. No thuds, no bumps, no screams or yells. Nothing happened. When I was finally able to stop, I got out of my truck to see if I did indeed hit someone. A little ways up the road, I saw the dark silhouette of a man, and it felt as if he was staring at me with so much hatred that I felt it in my soul, even though I couldn't even see if he was looking at me. Then he turned and walked off to the other side of the road and began to cross the lava rocks until I could no longer see him. This event had spooked me enough that I got back in my truck and slowly made my way down Saddle Road until I got to Kona. I pulled into a gas station, bought a pack of cigarettes. That day was the first and only day I ever smoked while on the job. Not 2 weeks after that, I put in my 2 weeks' notice to the company I worked for, ultimately deciding to move back to southeastern Idaho. Writing out this story now still freaks me out. To this very day, I don't know what I saw. Maybe it was one of the Night Marchers, a native Hawaiian spirit. Or maybe it was a skinwalker. Either way, I hope I never have an experience like that again. But still, it's really good to get it off my chest. Working late. From Anonymous. Years ago, I used to work in a small IT department for a food company based in the northwest of the UK. We had standard 9 to 5 hours, located in the same office at first. But as the role changed, I started working all over the country, meaning early starts and late finishes weren't uncommon. The 2 incidents I'm about to tell you about occurred on a couple of those late nights. The first and far less creepy of the 2 incidents took place less than a year after getting the job. I was tasked with replacing the entire office's desktop PCs with new hardware. This was going to be a lengthy process, as there were well over 100 desks, so I decided to do it outside of office hours, so as not to cause any disruption to the rest of the staff. I was under the impression I was the only person in the building at the time. The place was actually owned by another much larger company, located just around the corner, which had on-site security 24/7. Company policy was they had to do one final walk around and lock up our building once everyone had gone home for the day. Their telephone number was displayed on the wall of the reception area to our building, next to a phone to call them on. The last member of staff out would give them a call, and they would turn up in their little security van a few minutes later. You generally knew if you were the last one on site, as each floor was essentially one big open office, and we only used the ground floor. The 2 floors above were for storage only. Anyone who regularly worked later than the rest knew the lockup drill. One night, at about 11 p.m., I was nearing the end of the rollout, busily cabling a PC under a desk. That's when I heard what sounded like someone running across the floor above me. I practically jumped out of my skin, nearly hitting my head on the desk above me in the process. I quickly scrambled from under the desk and automatically looked up. As I did, the same heavy footsteps ran back in the opposite direction, starting at the very far end of the office, right back to pretty much directly above me. I stood there silently for a few moments before thinking to myself, maybe someone else was working late too. It never occurred to me to ask the question as to why they were running, even though no one had ever mentioned to me they worked at this hour. This was the first time I'd worked into the evening, so I didn't really know for sure. I decided to go and check. I walked up the stairwell. The automatic lights flickered on, and I headed up. I opened the door to the first floor. Those from the US reading this would call it the second floor. It was in complete darkness. I slowly edged through the doorway, and this time, the main office automatic lights flickered on. There was nobody there. If there had been, the lights would have already been on, as they were activated by movement. I stood there for a moment, listening for any noise. Nothing. I felt so uneasy, I quickly turned back down the stairwell, grabbing my belongings. I decided to finish off the last couple of desks the following morning. I walked briskly to the reception area, called security, and never even mentioned it to them. At the time, I didn't really know them that well, and I had no wish to inform them of how creeped out I was. I know sometimes pipes in buildings can creak, but I worked many a late night in that office after that day, and I never heard anything like it again. The second incident that I experienced in that building happened a couple of years later. By this time, I'd worked late often enough that I'd gotten used to being there by myself. I'd also gotten to know the security team well enough, so much so we were on first name terms. I'd stored their contact telephone number in my mobile too. On the odd occasion, I would have to ask them to reopen the office for me if I turned up late from another site long after the last person had left the building for the day. This was one of those times. I turned up around 10 p.m., so I called security when I was close. They'd unlocked the main doors for me by the time I arrived, meaning it was just swipe access to get in. They were waiting for me in the car park, asking how long I would be in. I said I didn't know for sure, but probably 2 hours at the most. As I mentioned in the first story, each floor of the building was one big open office. The building was square in shape, but due to the canteen and toilets taking up the corner of the building, the main office was kind of L-shaped. The main door, which squeaked loudly, was at one end of this L, and my desk was around the corner on the other end of it, meaning I couldn't see the door from where I sat. My work that night had taken a lot longer than expected. It was around 12:30 a.m. I sat at my desk with the only office lights on being the ones above my pod of desks. If I remember correctly, there were about 4 light zones in total, meaning 3/4 of the office was still in darkness, as the only movement to activate the auto lights in there at the time was me. It was then that I heard the loud squeak of the door slowly opening from around the corner. As this happened, I saw the glow of the automatic lights activating near the door. I'll admit, it made me jump a little, so I sat there, motionless for a few seconds, before calling out, "Hello?" I got no reply, and after about 10 or 15 seconds, the door slowly closed again. I then suddenly realized the time. It was 30 minutes later than when I told security I'd be done. They'd probably called over to make sure I was still there and hadn't sleepily left the site without letting them know about it. I remember smiling to myself, knowing this would be what had happened. I got up to greet them. But then, nobody appeared from around that corner, and none of the other lights in between the door and I had come on. Still amused with my own brief scare, I decided to go and meet security myself. Maybe they had just stood at the door, hadn't heard me or seen the lights from around the corner, and they decided to head back to the front door to lock it, locking me in for the night. I ran down the office to the door and into the corridor that connects the front foyer to the main office. But as I reopened the squeaky door, I realized the automatic lights down the corridor were activating as I passed below them. These things stay on for a good few minutes once motion is detected. So, how did security walk from reception without activating them only seconds earlier? Undeterred, I then went through all 3 sets of double doors on either side of reception and into the car park, expecting to see the security van leaving. But there was nothing. Confused, I walked back into reception, taking my phone out and calling security. Recognizing the incoming number, they picked up with, "Hi, mate. You about ready to leave?" I replied, No, not quite. I was wondering, did you just send someone down to lock up the building?" He answered, "No, we're waiting for you to call." "Oh, sorry, my mistake. I thought I saw someone arrive. I'll give you a call as soon as I'm done." I walked back down the corridor and through the squeaky door. As it closed behind me, I noticed how quickly it closed. I then remembered how long it had stayed open before when I shouted hello into the dark. Not only had it opened, but it had stayed open, like someone or something was holding it open. Trying to think of a rational explanation, I told myself it must have been a gust of wind getting through a gap in the reception doors or even through a window. Then I realized there are 3 sets of doors in between the outside and that door, and one of those is a well-sealed fire door. I also recalled all windows in that building are solid double glazed, and none of them can be opened. They're all completely sealed. As I walked back to my desk, the hair on the back of my neck standing up, I felt very uneasy. I'm not gonna lie and say it felt colder, or that I felt I was being watched, but something felt very wrong. Like in the first incident, I just grabbed my belongings and left the building as fast as possible. I got into my car, locked all the doors, and called security back, letting them know I was done for the night. That was the last time I ever worked late in that building. These 2 stories may not be as graphic or exciting as most I've heard, but they are 100% true and still make me feel like there's more to this world than we know. Paranormal Park. From Kin. I worked at a state park to support myself while I was attending college, due to its flexible schedule and the fact that the lodge front desk stayed open 24 hours a day. Since I was in college full-time, I went to classes during the day. Then I would work after that from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., tending to the front desk of the lodge. Now, there was a quirk with this job. There was a local legend surrounding the mountain it was on. Supposedly, a certain bluff had a small ghost woman who haunted it. I'd heard variations of this story my entire life. In fact, on my first day, I was told that the lodge itself was also haunted, and the ghost there was named Mr. Mathers. I've never been much of a believer in the paranormal, so I just took what they said with a grain of salt. I never experienced anything creepy myself for the first few months, but I did hear numerous stories, and I would eventually see some weird stuff, which the park rangers had caught on game cameras throughout the summer. Once the winter rolled in, all the guests go home and the park becomes eerily quiet. That's when the ghosts come out to play. The first few run-ins I would eventually have with the supernatural were just things like brooms and fire pokers being knocked to the ground. Eventually, things would progress, and I would begin to hear little feet running about the lobby when I was the only one left in the building. A lot of noises I tried to explain away myself, just reminding myself that the lodge was built during the Great Depression. The buildings were old and were probably just making some weird noises due to that. Although I didn't let the things falling and footsteps scare me too bad, there was one particular incident that chilled me right to the core. That day was a weird one to begin with. It was mid-January, and we had been dealing with severe thunderstorms and power outages my whole shift, so the entire staff, including me, were frustrated, completely exhausted. The storms died down around 9:30 or 10, so right before my shift was about to be over, the lodge restaurant staff were finally able to close the kitchen down, and campers were able to safely go back to their sites. I was counting one of my cash drawers when an intoxicated, bewildered man came up to the front desk. He explained to me that he had just witnessed a man walk through the wall of the hallway in the lodge. I asked a few questions to make sure there were no other possible explanations, but he was certain he had just watched a man walk right through the wall into the locked meeting room. Of course, I was a bit taken aback, because that room is never used and I didn't even have a key to access it. Now, I have been told that people have seen this before. That room used to be Mr. Mather's old office. I wanted to calm the situation, so I told this man that sometimes it's just a trick of the light, and it makes it look like people walk through walls, when really they just turn the corner of the hallway. My answers seemed to appease him, so he turned to go back to his room. As he walked away, a family came in frantically saying that they had just witnessed a little girl standing at the end of their bed. Back-to-back paranormal sightings. They had a little girl with them, so I asked if they were certain it wasn't their daughter. Maybe she got up to go to the bathroom, and they just happened to see her. They both firmly told me that she was in between them when they saw this other girl. They insisted that I call a ranger to make sure that their cabin had not been broken into. I went ahead and called a ranger, and as I was waiting for him, the kitchen staff were done closing everything down, and they were heading home. I told them goodbye and wished them a safe trip. Before long, the ranger arrived, and he took the frantic couple to their cabin to do a walkthrough. Finally, I had some peace and quiet. I was counting the cash register when I heard a door to the restaurant office close. Now, I was a little confused because, as I said, I just saw the restaurant staff close down and leave. I didn't go investigate because I had tons of cash I had to keep an eye on, and after these last two sightings, I was honestly scared of what I might run into. I heard the door close again, then I heard the restaurant manager say, "Hey, Kin Dog," which was my nickname that was exclusive to my coworkers. We carried on a conversation for a few minutes, then it was quiet again. I couldn't see the office door from where the cash register was, so I was used to blindly talking to coworkers from around the corner, and I didn't think too much of it. When the nighttime auditor came in, I went to go talk to the person who I thought was still in the office, the one I just had a whole conversation with. I turned the corner to go to the restaurant office, and the hallway light was off. I thought that was strange, but I went ahead and reached for the doorknob. My heart sank when I turned the knob, because the door was locked. I was thoroughly freaked out and beyond ready to go home. As I was quickly gathering my stuff, I got a message from the person who I thought I was conversing with only 10 minutes ago, saying she didn't have power at her house. My heart nearly stopped. She lives 45 minutes away from where we work. There was no possible way that she could have been talking to me and made it home in only 10 minutes. I didn't tell the night shift worker what had happened because I didn't want to freak her out. However, the next night, I did tell the ranger about all the weird things that happened. He laughed at me and thought I was crazy, so he pulled up the security camera. Sure enough, you could see my coworkers leave. You could see me counting money, and then see me having a full-blown conversation with whatever was behind that locked office door. I hated working alone after that, but nothing that creepy ever happened again. I would still hear the little footsteps and stuff falling on occasion, but no one ever directly addressed me after that night. The Drive Home. From Miss Travel Tess. I've contemplated telling this story a lot lately. I'm older, and my children are now starting to drive. So it's not to be unexpected that this memory would be at the forefront of my mind now. When I was 16, I was way off track in my short life. I had dropped out of school and had no future ahead of me. I decided I needed a job. Well, my parents helped decide for me. Coming from an abusive home, it only stands to reason that my money-hungry parents would expect a 16-year-old to pay rent and utilities. So that's what I did. I got my GED and went off to find a job. The place that hired me on was a mom-and-pop store. I was working as a bagger. Yes, I had the apron and helped customers take their groceries to their cars, and I pushed carts up a long hill by the dozen every hour. Back then, that was a perfect starting place for someone who had never worked before. The pay was terrible, the hours were long, and the customers were often awful. If I wasn't being stalked by customers or assaulted, it just wasn't a regular day. I was immediately put on the third shift. This was the busiest part of the day, until it wasn't, since the store would close at 10 p.m. I was usually left alone to sweep and mop the floors then. After that, I would take out all the trash and bring in all the carts, followed by cleaning the bathrooms. The women's bathroom wasn't so bad. but the men's bathroom was usually wall-to-wall feces and trash and left me feeling like I needed a bleach bath every night. This event is still fresh in my mind as the day it happened. My supervisor came by and congratulated me on 6 months of hard work and handed me an envelope. Inside it was my paycheck and another check, a bonus of $20. At the time, I was just relieved to have enough money to get by, so I tucked that envelope in my apron and went on with my day. By the end of my shift, I was exhausted, ready for the drive home. My drive home was usually 30 minutes up hills and into the mountains. At some points, there was nothing but empty highways. There were no streetlights and very few homes. We lived in the middle of nowhere, and it was desolate. At 12 a.m., it was spooky and lonesome, but nothing to fear, or so I thought. I would stop at the last and only 24-hour gas station in town, fill up on gas, and head down the road. Usually, I'd play music loudly to keep myself awake, though sometimes the FM stations would fade in and out as my truck climbed the hills. My truck was old and the headlights barely showed the road in front of me, but it got me from point A to point B. I tapped my fingers on the steering wheel as the music came back, blasting loudly as if I'd maxed out the volume. Startled, I quickly grabbed the dial and lowered the music. I shook my head. Suddenly, I saw something. In the rearview mirror in the distance, bright headlights, and they were coming up on me very fast. Not unusual to have a straggler here and there, as there were a lot of bonfire drunken parties out in the boonies. But they came up on me, and without hesitation, they bumped right into my truck. I was driving 65 miles per hour, and my truck lurched and rattled, barely staying on the road. The scream that came from my throat was of pure terror. I didn't understand. Were they drunk? What did I do? I didn't want to die, not in the middle of nowhere with this car chasing me down. It was the late 90s. Cell phones were still pretty new, but there was no service in our area. Not to mention, most of them were unaffordable for a 16-year-old bagger. So I was completely and utterly alone in the middle of nowhere. I sped up, begging my truck to go as they came up again, hitting my bumper even harder. My truck swerved all over the road, catching gravel at some point. It flew up, hitting the windshield as I returned to the road. I knew my truck could not take much more. The car swerved around me and was now driving in the left lane. Its engine roared as it passed by. It was a 1970s-style Cadillac, a green color. As it passed by, I looked. I could not see the driver or passenger through the windows. As they got ahead of me and pulled into the right lane, I could make out 2 figures with my dim and useless headlights. They then started braking hard, which in turn caused me to brake and swerve. This went on for what felt like an eternity before they finally sped up and disappeared over a hill. There was a brief pause, a moment where I thought maybe they were done, bored, and had taken off. As I came up over the hill, in the halo of my dim headlights was the car, now parked in the middle of the road across both lanes. I screamed again as the car doors flew open. I couldn't see anyone inside, just doors flying open. I was confused, bewildered, scared. I only had seconds to act, and instead of braking, I went off the road, barely missing a mile marker as I flew by them. I hit the brush on the side of the road hard, small branches breaking against my windshield as I drove. I soon found a break between the mile markers as I gunned the engine. I felt the truck lift off the ground for a brief moment, and I hit pavement, sparks flying as I corrected the truck and drove with the gas pedal down to the floor. Screaming and crying, I pushed that old truck as fast as it could go, and the moment I saw my turn towards home, I swerved and hit the dirt road. I sped all the way home, turning my headlights off as I knew the roads like the back of my hand. The headlights were behind me, looking for me. I rolled into my driveway and shut off the engine, rolling behind a line of trees. In the pitch black, I double-checked the locks on the doors, and I lay down in the seat. I looked at my front door, knowing how many steps it was, and wondering if I'd be fast enough to make it inside. I soon saw headlights, and I held my breath, trying to control my sobbing. I knew that I was hidden behind this line of trees, but in my mind, I just knew they were going to find me. As the car rolled by, I ducked my head down and put my hand over my mouth, resisting the urge to scream in fear. The taillights hit up the night as the car rolled by and continued on. I waited, shaking and sobbing, fearful they would come back. I lay in the seat, not moving for what seemed like forever. Eventually, I sat up slowly. I looked around and decided to run for it. I unlocked the door and took off running. I stumbled and grabbed the railing of the stairs, climbing to the door. I jammed my key into the lock and I swung the door open, jumping inside quickly and locking the door as I cried. Of course, my parents insisted I was making this all up. Then they also wanted me to go to the police, which the police couldn't do much. The only proof I had was the damage to the truck, which they said could possibly just be my fault. I went back to work because I had no choice. I was terrified, looking at all the cars around me for months. To this day, I still wonder if they were after my paycheck. How long had they been watching me? What would have happened if I had stopped instead of swerving around their car? Why didn't I see anyone inside when those doors flew open? Where were the people? I'll never know for sure. Two shelters, two different haunts, one annoyed advocate. From Anonymous. Since I was a little kid, my mom has been working at a domestic violence program. So while growing up, I helped out in the different shelters, cleaning the playroom, aka making a bigger mess than when I found it. There are two shelters I particularly remember growing up around. A huge, beautiful old building that was built back in the 1890s, and an old school/nunnery that has since been repurposed into our shelter. Even when I was younger, I heard whispers of ghost stories and strange encounters that the staff and clients would tell. I even remember playing with a little boy who talked about seeing a tall black shadow which walked down the hall and into one of the rooms in the nunnery. So that's where I began the tale of the old nunnery. When I grew up, I swore up and down that I would not get into the domestic violence field. I even went to college to be a microbiologist. But life has a different plan sometimes. After several sharp turns, I ended up getting a social work degree, and I worked at the shelters. I was an overnight advocate for about 4 years, which is when these stories started, and my own experiences came to light. During the first few months that I started working there, I had a client come down. They were visibly shaken, and I asked what happened. Thinking at this point I might have to call 911 if an abuser showed up, I quickly glanced at the cameras and saw that there was nothing outside but a cold winter night. The client cleared their throat and spoke, and what came next chilled me to my bones. I think I saw something, but I'm not sure what to do. The client spoke in a shaky voice. I patted the seat next to the office desk I was working at. She sat down while I asked, "What do you mean you saw something? Do you mean like a bug or someone outside?" They sat in quiet for what seemed like hours, their face scrunched up like they were trying to put what they saw into words, but could not come up with the right combination. Finally, they said something. I thought I saw someone walk into my kid's room, but when I went into the room to confront them, there was no one there. What do you mean? Someone went into their room? I racked my brain on who all might be in the shelter at this time. but at the time all the other clients had night jobs, so it was just me and their family in the shelter. It was someone tall in a black robe. I had just come out of the kitchen and I saw them walking. Well, I guess not really walking, but gliding down the hall. I saw the door open and close. I know I must sound crazy, but I swear to you, I saw a white hand reach out and open the door, then close the door behind them. Okay, grab your kids and go back into your room. The alarm is on, and the only way in and out of this shelter is through the door by our office. So if anyone is here, we will see them or they'll trip the alarm. I grabbed the hotline and dialed 911 so that the police could come clear the house. Once the officers left, though, investigating the property, they stated that there were no signs of a break-in. I even rewound our surveillance footage, and I found nothing, minus the clients coming and leaving from shelter and a stray dog which had wandered through our front yard. With a sigh of relief, I settled in for the rest of my shift. The next couple of months were quiet. New clients came and went, so there was a new crop of people in the program. During this time, I talked to my fellow coworkers. They told me about how they heard things move around upstairs while no one was in the shelter, but nothing like what the client had talked about. So I did what any good Catholic was taught. Ignore the crap out of the spirits until they go away. However, although I did ignore them, they did not ignore me. After the start of the new year, my coworker and I were doing shift change. At our shelter, evenings and overnights, only one person works at a time. How our office is set up is that there is the advocate's office which connects to a conference room, which then leads to the laundry area, where there is a door to exit the shelter. We were talking about client matters and didn't feel like getting up and shutting the conference room door. So we had the advocate's door cracked open to see if anyone was coming. While we were both deeply involved in the conversation, the advocate's door slammed shut. For those out there that might say, well, maybe some vibrations closed the door, here's why that's not possible here. The offices are in the basement of the shelter, and no matter how much you jump up and down or dance, that door doesn't move. Trust me, I tried after this instance. We tried our best to recreate what happened, but we could never make it work. As I've worked in the program throughout the years, other creepy things would happen, like someone grabbing my chair, an invisible force sitting at the edge of the advocate bed. It was a part-time sleeping position, and the smell of rotten eggs around room 3, where the client saw the ghost walk in. I started referring to the ghost as Sister Margaret. I ran into one of my old teachers who used to work at the school, which the nunnery was involved with, and asked her if she heard about anyone dying in the nunnery. She asked more about our experiences, and after much discussion, I was originally thinking she was going to laugh at the stories, since she was always a scientific thinker and always had to have proof before she believed anything. However, after I finished relaying pretty much exactly what I just told you all, her face had a serious look to it. She talked about how no nun had died on the property, and what we were experiencing wasn't a ghost. You have to make a copper omega symbol, blessed with holy oil, and place it facing north in the room. That will close the portal that must be in the shelter. A portal, huh? So that's exactly what I did. And ever since then, no client has talked about seeing ghosts. At least, not in that specific shelter. At our sister location, the house built back in the 1890s, there isn't an evil ghost, just someone who isn't ready to let go of their home yet. I'd picked up a shift at that location to help during the summer lull. Most of the advocates who worked there were college students at the nearby college and would go home for the summer. This is also a part-time sleeping position, which means once you lock up at midnight, you could sleep until 6 a.m., unless the hotline rang, which meant you have to get up and answer it. The sister location's office was located in what we called the day room. It was on the main level of the building, and towards the front of the house. There were two main entrances to the room, which were two 8-foot-tall sliding original doors. One of the doors leads into the children's playroom, which is by the kitchen. The other leads to the foyer. So, to lock up, the advocates would padlock themselves in the room so no one could walk in while they were sleeping. As I was laying on the couch, listening to another episode of Bob's Burgers with my eyes closed, I heard the faint sounds of footsteps from the upstairs level, where the clients slept. Someone was making their way downstairs. It was soft and faint, like the sounds of a child's footsteps when they didn't want to get caught. I thought, it's probably just a kid getting a glass of water. However, instead of going towards the kitchen, these footsteps turned and walked into the playroom. They stopped outside the doors to the advocate's office. I lay there, wondering if they heard the show and thought I was on a hotline, and suddenly thought they were being too noisy, which happens. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I heard an old man's voice in my ear. I shot straight up with goosebumps forming all over my arms. Then, a loud bang came from the door where the footsteps had stopped. It was like someone took both of their hands and hit the other side. With that, the shelter became quiet again. I got up and looked around the shelter. However, all the clients were in bed sleeping, and the alarm was set, which meant no one could come or leave without us knowing. The next day, I stopped the shelter lead on my way out the door, and I asked, "Hey, is this place haunted?" She looked at me and laughed. "Oh, did Walt visit you?" Dumbfounded, I asked what she meant. Apparently, Walt lived in the house back when it was first built, and just never left. He had never hurt anyone, but he did love messing around with new advocates, especially overnight staff, by walking around, moving things, knocking on doors, or waking the advocates up. That's it for my shelter stories. If you or anyone you know needs help fleeing from a DV relationship, there is help out there. A Blue, Blue Christmas from Mr. Mediocre. It was past midnight on Christmas Eve. I was working at my local grocery store. I was cleaning the storage area, nothing out of the ordinary, just a mop and a bucket. This store was quite old, a relic of the 1950s. Few things had ever been updated here. The Christmas music ran on an unending loop, around and around. Strangely, we could change the music, but we couldn't shut it off. As I mopped the floor, the lights flickered and went out. I was surrounded by total darkness. The nearly 70-year-old speakers picked up their next song. It was "I'll Have a Blue Christmas" by Elvis. I felt around until I found the double doors that led back into the main store. I knew my friend Carl was just over in the next aisle, stocking shelves. I called out to him. "Hey, Carl, man, you there?" Nothing. "Megan? Tim?" I was shouting now. Still no response. The music kept on playing, though. I checked my phone. No signal. Then I heard something. Something that sounded like it was being dragged over the floor. I felt along the aisle wall and moved forward. I called out, "Hello? Who's there?" The movement stopped. Then something seemed to turn towards me. Every hair on my arm raised as I heard this ghastly, beastly thing around the corner. I threw down my mop and I ran back into the storage room. I threw myself into the dry foods pantry and I latched the door. The music went on as if nothing had happened. The lyrics singing, "You'll be doing all right with your Christmas of white, but I'll have a blue, 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 blue Christmas." I stayed in the pantry for what felt like an hour. The lights flickered and came back on. I slowly peeked my head out of the pantry. but I saw nothing. I walked out and found my mop, which I'd thrown on the ground earlier. Nothing was missing, nothing out of place, no shelves disturbed. This was strange. I walked to the front of the store. There was no one here, no one in any of the aisles, until finally I saw the store manager, Craig. Craig looked at me puzzled. "Michael, how did you get in here?" "Sir, I came in for my shift last night." He looked at me, still confused. "Michael, it's 5 a.m. My heart sank. I ran over to the time clock. I was sure I'd clocked out of work at 11:30 p.m. the previous night. I went home then, and I never went back to work there. Most disturbing Uber encounter ever. From Garbo. I drove for Uber for about 3 years. It was a mistake. I racked up insane miles on my car, almost spent more on gas than what I made, and encountered some very rude and even crazy passengers. People just don't have respect anymore. Now, I'm not saying you should respect every stranger by default, but if you pay for a ride and hop into someone else's property, in this case their car, and you start to act a fool, then I've got a problem. There were stains, tears, and even cigarette burns in my car that never would have been there if I hadn't started this gig. That brings me to the stain all over the driver's seat. After I tell you this story, you'll know why I had to have my car impounded. I drove for where I lived, a medium-sized town in the Northwest. Population is about 130,000 people last I checked, so that number might be a bit off. It's a nice place, but it had gone down the crapper in the last 4 years. The state I live in is heavily Democrat, and I never knew a single member of my family who owned a gun, so never once did the thought even cross my mind about buying and carrying a gun with me in my car. In the end, I was defenseless on the night I needed protection most. The night was slow. I'd gotten only 3 requests in a 3-hour period. I was planning on calling it quits for the night in the next hour. Within that time, however, I received a notification, a new passenger. They weren't far from where I'd parked, which was the parking lot of one of my favorite burger joints. I accepted the request, and it only took about 10 minutes to arrive. The passenger was a middle-aged man. He was bald and wore dark sunglasses. He wore very skinny jeans that absolutely did not fit him, but he had somehow managed to wrangle them around his waist anyway. And his hoodie was as dark as his jeans. I quickly noticed holes and tears all over it. As I pulled up and he climbed into the back seat, he started to twitch. Every other second he seemed to whip his head from one side to the other. And I could hear him mumbling too. I'm not sure he was saying anything in English either. Great, I thought. This guy is on something. Sure, maybe I was wrong to assume something like that, but it wouldn't be the first time a homeless person on some kind of substance ordered an Uber they never intended to pay for while strung out. "Hey there, how's it going?" I greeted him as I began to pull back out onto the road. He sat right behind me. It was a rhetorical question, so I didn't expect a reply. All I could hear behind me was more and more mumbling. I made my way towards the destination, a suburb a few miles down the road. The entire way, he just kept twitching and making those noises. I turned up the volume on the radio, and I didn't say another word to him until we arrived. The neighborhood I pulled into was kind of run down. In fact, the house I pulled in front of had a for rent sign out in front, with a few broken windows. I was certain he didn't live there. "All right, we're here. Hope you have a good..." Before the last word came out, a sudden sharp and deep burning sensation erupted in my side. A trembling but strong arm reached around my throat. I tried to look down at my side, but all I could see was his other arm grasping onto something. I could feel some warm liquid pouring from my body. Then my passenger finally began to talk out loud. Again, though, what he said did not sound like English. It sounded like a threat, though. He was emotional, full of anger or hatred or both. My mind was a haze as my focus was on my side. I felt a tug from my side just below my ribs, and instinct told me to grab the man's other arm. So I did. The most intense pain I'd ever felt coursed through my body as I held on to him. Whatever he had jabbed into my side, he seemed to now be attempting to pull out. But the way his left arm was wrapped around my throat told me he was trying to pull the weapon out to stab into me again, and I did not want that to happen. We struggled there in my car for only about a minute. When he couldn't wrench the weapon free from me, just as I was getting lightheaded, either from the wound or my throat or both, he let go all at once and jumped out of my car. I didn't look to see where he headed. Instead, I grabbed onto my side and drove quickly away. I could feel a knife sticking into me still. At first, I tried to remember where the nearest police station was, but as I drove, my fading mind told me a hospital was a better option here. I managed to make it to an ER without passing out. The nurses there told me the knife had only gone about 2 inches in and had narrowly avoided digging into any organs. However, the thrashing about as I had struggled with the man had caused the blade to tear up quite a bit of my nerves and muscles. I was lucky that day. I walked away with a scar and permanent loss in feeling on the skin on my side, but I was alive. The police interviewed me while I was at the hospital after the attack was reported by the nurses. I told them everything I knew, and I showed them the info on my Uber account. Unfortunately, my car was impounded. After all, it had become a crime scene. The right side of my seat was covered in blood. I still haven't gotten my car back, and I don't think I want it. It was old, paid off, and had a lot of problems I couldn't afford to deal with much longer. It wouldn't be worth more than scrap to sell. As for my attacker, yeah, they didn't find him. Turns out it's pretty dang difficult to track someone who was suspected to be homeless and had used false information to request an Uber. Fingerprints on the knife did not match any previous cases. I don't drive for Uber anymore. Instead, I work from home helping my sister with a side hustle online. It's easy, and I don't have to deal with strangers any longer. At least, not face to face. The Shadow, from Medzi. I'm a 25-year-old female, and I've been a private home caregiver for 7 years now. I've had quite a few clients over the years, and with every new client, I have to adjust to spending lots of time in other people's homes. I used to work a lot of overnights as I'm a night owl, but even so, all my overnight jobs allowed me to sleep if I wanted to. I had been working with this particular client for about 3 years. I would go over and spend about an hour or two watching TV with him. Then I would help put him to bed for the night. He would get up a few times throughout the night for trips to the bathroom, and I would get up and make sure he walked safely to and from the bathroom, as he was in his 80s. In the beginning, I would work 2 to 3 overnights a week for him, and I was very comfortable in his house. I got used to all the noises in the house overnight. Mostly, they had pipes that would bang really loud at random times throughout the night. It was creepy at first, but after 3 years, I was so accustomed to it that I never even noticed it anymore. This particular week, I had 2 shifts to work. My first shift was a Thursday overnight. I showed up for my shift, and when I entered the house, I immediately had this heavy feeling of dread. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I'm no stranger to the paranormal. I've always been sensitive to feeling and sensing certain presences. I knew right away that something was wrong, but I tried my best to shake it off and put on my best happy face for my client. The woman I was relieving told me that the night went well, and there was nothing to report. She left, and my client and I went through our usual routine together. Once I put him to bed, I walked around the house and closed all the blinds. I double-checked all the doors and windows, making sure they were locked. All the while, I had this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched, and I wanted to make sure that no one could get in. I then texted my fiancé, as I always do, to check in on my daughter and say goodnight. I let him know how I was feeling and just how wrong the house felt that night. He chalked it up to me listening to so many horror podcasts. Maybe it was just getting to me. I said goodnight and turned on some videos. I aimlessly scrolled through social media, trying to bore myself to sleep. Now, most of my clients are elderly and love sleeping with the heat cranked up. I absolutely hate the heat, so I opened up the window next to the bed I was lying in. I had my own room that was only 2 doors down from my client's bedroom, so I could easily get to him to help him. But I also had my own space. It's important to the story to note that he lived in a wealthy neighborhood that was surrounded by Native American reservation land. I was used to hearing and seeing all sorts of wildlife: turkeys, foxes, deer, coyotes. Around midnight, after I'd gotten my client back to bed after the 3rd visit of the night, I lay back down, and right away, I heard a pack of coyotes howling in the distance. I grew up with a coyote den behind my childhood home, and I was very familiar with the howls they make. These howls didn't seem normal. They seemed as if they were far away, but within a minute, it was as if they were on the deck, right next to my window. They also seemed distorted, as if they were recorded and being played back on a staticky radio. I can't fully explain it, but it just sounded so terribly wrong. I tried to record the sounds on my phone, but I was shocked. When I played my recording back, there was no sound. In actuality, they sounded as if they were right next to me. This went on for about 15 minutes straight, until my client called for me again. I had to leave the room to go help him. That night, my client called for me over 10 times, which was very unusual. At most, he would call me 3 times on a normal night. I ended up falling asleep, and nothing else happened. My next shift was the following Saturday. All day I was dreading going back to work there. I just felt uneasy, almost scared to go. I knew something wasn't right. My fiancé was telling me it was just my imagination and everything would be fine. Reluctantly, I headed into work that night. When I arrived, the woman I relieved told me he had been having trouble sleeping the previous night too, and that he was exhausted. My client looked horrible, as if he truly hadn't slept in days. There were black circles around his eyes, and he was fast asleep in his chair. I put him to bed that night, and I went around the house checking doors and windows again, making sure the house was secure and the blinds were down. Throughout the night, my client could not sleep, calling me every 30 to 40 minutes. I was absolutely drained as I was used to getting some sleep on my usual overnights. When morning came, I made my client his usual breakfast, and I joined him at the table while he ate. All of a sudden, he looked right up at me, and he said, "Can I ask you something?" "Of course," I replied. "These past 3 nights, when I try to fall asleep, this black shadow appears and sits at the end of my bed, staring at me. It just stares at me and doesn't go away for hours. Could I be hallucinating?" When he explained this to me, I felt all the blood flush from my face. This client was very religious and never spoke about anything of that nature, ever. I felt completely blindsided and scared. I now knew that all the fear and unease I was feeling was not just my imagination. I asked him if it had a face, or if he recognized it, or if it felt like someone he knew. He told me it felt like a stranger, and it was scaring him. That's why he'd been continuously calling me to the room and going to the bathroom. He was trying to get the shadow to go away. I just told him that I wasn't sure if it was a hallucination or not, but I would tell his daughter and have her look into it. Immediately when I left work, I called my fiancé and told him everything. He asked me what I was going to do about it. I did a bit of research, trying to find the best way to cleanse the house without freaking out the client. I decided I would bless some tourmaline and bring it with me to work and place it above his bedroom doorway. Tourmaline is a black stone used for protection in many cultures. If that didn't resolve the heaviness in the house, then I was seriously considering quitting. So my next shift, I did just that. That shift he didn't wake up as much, but I still felt uneasy. I had a week off, and by my next shift after that, I noticed immediately when I walked into the house that it felt different. When I asked my client if he had been seeing anything strange again, he said no, that he was finally starting to feel normal again. He really looked like a new man too. The exhaustion and sickly look he had was completely gone. I don't know who or what was in the house tormenting my patient, but I am relieved that I was able to bring some peace back to the house. Whatever its intentions were, I was not going to sit around and do nothing or stay there if it refused to leave. I had never felt such fear before in my life, and I hope I never have to feel it again. There are so many evil things lurking in the shadows, so stay safe, everyone, and listen to your intuition. Haunted by a Little Girl. From Anonymous. I worked in a senior living facility in the memory care unit, and one of the creepiest days I experienced was about 3 years into working there. It started like any normal day. It was my Friday, and I wanted to get through the day quickly to enjoy my weekend. I began by tending to my residents, going into one room to help dress a lady. At the moment, I was kneeling on the floor putting on her TED hose when she pointed to her old chair and warned me to be careful of that little girl. I chuckled, not taking it seriously. After all, it was a memory care unit, and this particular resident often saw things and had peculiar experiences. I escorted her to the living room with her walker and continued with my duties. I skipped the next 2 rooms since one was vacant, and the other resident was receiving hospice care. I proceeded to the second room and encountered a similar situation. As I helped the resident get up and dressed, she pointed to her chair and exclaimed, "Oh, the little girl." This time I felt a chill down my spine. This resident rarely spoke, usually responding with a simple no. I hurriedly finished dressing her and escorted her to the living room. I then went to check on my male resident. I first knocked on his door to ensure he was awake and ready, since he could manage independently. He opened his door and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" I laughed and replied, "What do you mean, you guys?" He responded, "You and that little girl." I tried to brush it off, saying, "All right, I'll see you at breakfast." Feeling uneasy now, I went to find my medication technician. I informed her that I needed to go home because, apparently, a little girl was following me, and I didn't know what she wanted. We laughed it off, finished our day, and I went home without dwelling on it too much. I enjoyed my weekend and returned to work afterwards. I was refreshed, ready to tackle my tasks. A coworker whom I hadn't seen since a few days prior approached me and said, "Hey, I had a weird dream about you." Curious, I asked, "Oh, really? What was it about?" She proceeded to describe the dream, saying that a little girl was following me, and eventually she set me on fire. I chuckled nervously and replied, "All right. Who told you about what happened on Thursday?" To my surprise, she replied, "What? No one. I didn't work yesterday, I was sick. Today is my first day back." I was completely freaked out. During my nearly 10 years at the facility, occasional residents would inquire about the little girl. She was only seen when I was present and always seemed to be near me. I had no idea who she was or what she wanted, but the mysterious encounters still give me goosebumps. Weirdo at the hospital. From Billy T. This story is from a friend. He's given me permission to share it. I'll tell it from his perspective. I work overnight as a security guard at the local hospital. Most nights are quite tame, while the rare one can be exciting, ranging from drunks urinating in the hallways to psychiatric patients smearing waste on the walls. However, one particular night will haunt me for the rest of my life. I was heading to my next post, with the first half of my shift already behind me that night. I sat down at my station and began doing some mundane paperwork. My station is situated in front of the waiting room, where people patiently sit to be seen. Tonight, the waiting room is empty, except for one man. He appears unassuming, sitting alone on a bench, hands in his pockets. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to him and continued with my paperwork. After only a few minutes of signing documents and initialing papers, something triggered my instincts. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, telling me that I needed to pay attention to something. Well, I looked up, and I see that man now swiftly scurrying out of my line of sight. I turned and watched him closely as he hid in the corner of the triage area, rummaging through his pocket and quickly shoving something inside. This made me nervous, but I still had a job to do. "Hey, what are you doing over there?" I called out to him. The man turned slightly, holding a cigarette in his hand, and replied with a low voice, "I'm just smoking." Of course, smoking is not allowed in the hospital, so I inform him of this and walk towards him as he began to make his way out of the hospital. As I approached him, he reached into his pocket, and what he pulled out sent a chill down my spine. It was the handle of a pistol, a real gun. His fingers were wrapped around it. Unsure if it was a genuine weapon or a novelty lighter or something along those lines, I was not about to find out tonight. I stopped in my tracks and watched in shock as he walked out through the glass doors. But then he turned back to me, a twisted smile across his face. He crouched in the doorway before he turned away and disappeared into the darkness of the night. When my nerves finally came back, I called for help and waited for my team to arrive. I don't know if I'll ever come across something as terrifying again. If I do, I'll make sure to call for backup beforehand. A threatening walk home. From Kai Karp. I was 18, and I'd been working at a small pub and restaurant, about a 30-minute walk from my home. My boyfriend, Levi, lived nearby, and would often walk me home, since I worked late, till about 11 usually. One night after clocking out at 11, I met up with my boyfriend, and he bumped into an old friend named Harry from high school. He got to chatting and introduced me. Harry then proceeded to hug me without warning and asked Levi to buy them some drinks, and that he would walk us home to ensure we stayed safe as town was dangerous this late. Levi accepted the offer, despite my apprehension, and left to go buy a pack of beer. As he was in the store, Harry made some passive comments about me being attractive and being just his type, before he said, "You know, if you weren't dating Levi, and I just saw you walking through the streets, I'd have definitely taken you for my own." I laughed uncomfortably and brushed it off, before seeing Levi emerge from the store with beers. I rushed over to him and whispered to him, telling him that I found Harry unsettling, and I did not want him following us home. We had to walk through a thickly wooded off-road path to get to our place. He brushed it off and chuckled before telling me, "It's fine, babe, I know him. Besides, you're just uncomfortable because he hugged you. Your autism is making you anxious." This made me really mad, so I ignored him through the 50% of the walk and left him to drink and laugh with this Harry guy. However, I couldn't ignore him for too long. You see, I had dislocated my knee as a kid, and sometimes I still get some knee problems when walking too long. Therefore, during this walk, my knee gave out, and Harry and Levi had to rush to help me up. As Harry supported my weight, his hand fell a bit too low on my back, and I asked him not to help me up. I instead just used Levi to support myself until my knee set itself right. After asking Harry not to touch me, he got a bit irate. He started to talk to Levi about things that they enjoyed in a bedroom setting. Then he explained as he stared me directly in the eye, "I'm a sadist. I don't mean just a little bit of a sadist. I mean I like seeing people in pain. I want them to cry." At that point, I got really uneasy. I tried to show that I wasn't afraid, but I hid myself partially behind Levi, as Harry went on and on again about how much he liked how pretty I was, saying, You really are just my type. Your hair looks so soft and your skin looks incredible." Levi told him to back off. Harry walked off farther ahead into the wooded area. He then punched a tree before smashing a bottle and putting the lid half behind his back. He then walked back up to us and said, "All right, guys, all right. I'm calm now. Come on, relax. I'm not gonna hurt either of you." Levi stepped in front of me, telling him to back off and to go home. In response to this, Harry then dropped the smashed bottle, then started stomping away behind us, looking intensely at me. I could hear him muttering horrifying threats to my life, talking about the unspeakable acts he would commit after he enacted those threats. We had about another 2 minutes of walking. All the while, I clutched Levi's hand with an iron grip. I looked left and right and all around us before we were back out onto the main road. As we were just getting out of the clearing, rapid footsteps closed in on us, before Harry's hands landed onto our shoulders and he asked, "Oh, you live here too? Wonderful. Hey, I need to catch a bus. I'll wait for you guys at the bus stop." He headed off to the bus stop about 8 meters away. As he walked over there, I could see my dad driving down towards us. My dad parked the car and asked us where we'd been, and I saw that the time was about 12:30, which was way later than it should have been, given that our usual walk is at most 45 minutes, and that's if my knee is particularly bad. I got into the car and Dad lectured Levi as we drove off. During the lecture, I turned around to check the bus stop, which was only one turn away from our house. I saw Harry standing there, staring angrily at our car. Ever since then, I haven't been able to bring myself to walk around outside in our neighborhood at night. I do not trust Harry. Thanks for tuning in to Tales from the Break Room, the home of the scariest true work stories. If you want to hear your story narrated by me, send it to me at eeriecast.com/submit. We pay 5 cents per word for accepted stories. Help us grow by leaving Tales from the Break Room a rating and review on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and be sure to follow us on your favorite podcast app. Check out eeriecast.com or search for EerieCast on those very same podcast apps to see our other exciting and terrifying podcasts, like Unexplained Encounters, the other show I host, where I read stories with a focus on the supernatural. To get some merch, go to eeriecast.store. And to unlock ad-free episodes of your favorite EerieCast shows and exclusive audiobooks, go to eeriecast.com/plus and consider signing up for EerieCast Plus. You can follow me on Twitter, I guess it's X now, at Dark Prevails. You can also subscribe to me on YouTube, where I deliver the same content. Just look for Darkness Prevails. Good night. I hope we can share another break sometime soon.